House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 8, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Barbara Lee to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Madam Speaker,
For 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of millions of law-abiding citizens who are under attack because they own a firearm. Right now, their rights are under attack from the Biden administration. This week, it was reported that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is now in possession of nearly 1 billion records detailing the firearm purchases of American citizens. This is a gross overstep of the ATF's power. No government agency should be spying on Americans. Right now, crime is on a rise in the cities throughout America. This certainly is not the time to attempt to intimidate law-abiding citizens. It is not the time to infringe on their constitutional right to carry a gun. This is their right to defend themselves, their right to protect their family and their communities. It's time for the Biden administration to explain this menacing and unconstitutional action. Madam Speaker, the law-abiding people of America are awaiting an answer. Thank you, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the important work Democrats are doing to strengthen our supply chains and keep the U.S. economically competitive. Last year, the Biden-Harris administration and their allies in Congress achieved the best record of job creation in history. Let me repeat that, the best record of job creation in history. Texans continue to find jobs with higher pay or better benefits. We are seeing the best economy for American workers in decades, with people getting higher wages, better benefits, and better jobs, thanks in large part to President Biden's Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act and the American Rescue Plan and an effective national vaccine rollout. When I visited with leadership from the Port of Houston in my district, they expressed their gratitude for Congress's strong investment in the maritime infrastructure needed to keep America's economy moving in the right direction. But they also expressed concern that more workers were still needed in technical training than our current system can provide. Last week, the House took another great step forward to support the job creation and the American workers by passing the American Competes Act. Now it's critical for the Senate to move on the Competes Act to pass measures like my grant program for training at domestic maritime centers for excellence. The Competes Act will also provide real solutions to the problems of how we start making more of our nation's critical products right here at home. This will provide more job opportunities and jobs will return from abroad. It will also make our futures more secure by shifting away from reliance on foreign countries for the products that you and I and everyday Americans rely on. Finally, if we invest in critical infrastructure and development, we need we need in science and technology to encourage and support our next generation of scholars, incentivize innovation, and keep the U.S. competitive. The bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that Americans are back to work and getting their vaccines and boosters at a record pace. The American Competes Act can continue this trend. We must get the bill to the President's desk now. I urge the Senate to pass it. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rural communities are the heartbeat of America. These are hardworking, God-fearing people, and they deserve access to basic health care. And quite frankly, if our nation is going to reap the blessings of our food supply and food security and our fuel supply and energy independence, we have to work together to make sure that we have that critical access to care, which means sustainable rural communities and a robust supply of ag and energy. Now, in 1969, in the wisdom of the Texas legislature, they created the Texas Tech University Medical School that became the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center. And the mission was not only to train up the next generation of healthcare professionals and develop the next generation of healthcare innovations, it was to plug a gaping hole in rural communities by providing excellent healthcare services to these good people. The Health Science Center has become an innovation for healthcare innovation, especially in the way of telemedicine. The Health Science Center's pioneered telehealth, paved the way for over 100,000 rural West Texans to access vital health care services. By understanding the needs of rural patients who are at risk for physician shortages and have a higher mortality rate than their urban counterparts, the Texas Tech Health Science Center was able to provide a blueprint for telehealth best practices that have been essential to our country over the past 2 years. In addition to protecting patients' physical health, the Health Science Center has developed telepsych, which connects patients, including and especially children, who are having serious mental health issues to a licensed professional. And unfortunately, with school closures as a result of the pandemic, and I would say later as a result of union-controlled schools, this has become a much-needed and much more popular service. Thank you, Texas Tech Health Science Center, for being a beacon of hope for the health and future of our country, and especially rural America. God bless and go West Texas. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate and wish Elvin Howell a happy 108th birthday. Mr. Howell grew up in Snyder, Texas, before hitchhiking to Abilene, Texas to attend Hardin-Simmons University, where he played football and ran track. After graduating from HSU, Howell moved to Kermit, Texas, with his wife, Raina. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor during World War II, Mr. Howell heroically enlisted in the United States Navy and served as a commander on a merchant marine ship guarding the United States from a foreign invasion. Mr. Howell returned to West Texas after the war to raise his family, educate the next generation of West Texans as a teacher in Tulia, America. Mr. Howell credits his impressive longevity to spending time outdoors, as when he celebrated his 103rd birthday ziplining in Palo Duro Canyon. What a man. Elvin Howell has lived a full life of service to his family, community, and his country. He's one of the 20 oldest living veterans in the United States. He's an inspiring coach, a caring educator, and a true West Texan. He was married to his late wife, Raina, for 60 years. They have 2 sons, John and Fred, and 3 grandchildren. And on behalf of my colleagues in this great chamber, we want to wish Mr. Howell a happy 108th birthday and many, many more to come. God bless and go West Texas. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
For far too long, countless people across our country, Madam Speaker, have been forced to suffer the effects of lead poisoning drinking water, especially low-income communities and communities of color. We need to fully fund lead pipe replacement in our country to protect our children and our neighbors. We simply can't build back better if children are being poisoned. Water contaminated by lead service lines can be found in every congressional district in our nation and has proven to cause long-term effects like cancer, brain dysfunction, and more. There is no safe level of lead. A recent water quality study done by the Environmental Working Group and recently published by the Detroit Metro Times shows that there are an overwhelming number of contaminants in our drinking water, not just lead and PFAS. And they're in every community across the state of Michigan. We need $1.65 billion to remove those contaminated pipelines now, water pipes now. I know experts say that we need close to 45 to 60 billion to basically be able to provide safe drinking water across our nation. The U.S. EPA has historically failed to safeguard clean drinking water with regulations that are sorely out of date. But it doesn't have to be this way, Madam Speaker. We must do more to ensure that we have accessible, safe drinking water, and our communities, you know, cannot wait. The impact on our children's brain development alone is the reason to move with the urgency. This is why I'm proud to have launched the bipartisan Get Out the Lead Caucus with Congress members Dingell, Meyer, and Lisa Blunt Rochester. We're going to provide a working group bringing us all together in this national crisis that we have. Our children and our families deserve access to safe drinking water. And I look forward to my colleagues' partnership. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to celebrate Mother Haiti White, a long-term resident of Southwest Detroit and Michigan's 13th District Strong. On the occasion of her 100th birthday, Mother Haiti White was born on February 23, 1922 in Alabama and later moved to the city of River Rouge, Michigan. She married the love of her life, Albert James White, in 1946. They were married for 52 years and raised their 7 children in River Rouge and Southwest Detroit communities with love and instilling an ethic of responsibility and kindness towards others. In 1967, Mother White and her husband started a community church, Love Joy Missionary Baptist Church in River Rouge, which cemented her role as a monarch of our community. Mother White shines bright in our community and has brought so much joy to her family, friends, and neighbors. Please join me in wishing a happy 100th birthday to Mother Haiti White. I rise today to celebrate Project We Hope, Dream, and Believe from the 13th District Strong on their hard work on getting a civil rights leader, Malcolm X's home in Inkster, Michigan, listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Malcolm X was born Malcolm Little in 1925 in Nebraska. During his childhood, his family relocated many times to communities in our nation's Midwest, including Inkster, Michigan, before moving to Boston and New York City in his teens. The home on Williams Street, where Malcolm X and his family resided from 1952 to 1953, sat neglected for decades until the leadership of a local organization called Project We Hope, Dream, and Believe worked to preserve this historic site. The house will be transformed into a museum that will focus on the life and significance of Malcolm X, his advocacy, and as a youth learning center. I want to thank the Michigan Historic Preservation Office and the Michigan Economic Development Corporation for their help in preserving our district's Black history and Malcolm X's legacy and the impact on our communities. Please join me in congratulating again Project We Hope, Dream, and Believe on their incredible accomplishment and their hard work in preserving our history. With that, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Melissa Murphy, my Chief of Staff, who recently moved on to a great opportunity working for Duke Energy of South Carolina. After a decade and a half of service here in our nation's capital, Melissa decided it was time to leave her work here in the U.S. House and head back home. Melissa started her career on Capitol Hill working for her home state of South Carolina in Congressman Joe Wilson's office. There she worked her way up to Deputy Chief of Staff before joining my team when I was elected to Congress in 2014. As my first hire and Chief of Staff, she helped me assemble an outstanding team, and she helped me build a culture for an office that has accomplished much. Melissa has always been a trusted advisor and a great friend to many. Throughout her career on Capitol Hill, she served as a mentor and friend to many staffers far beyond my office. She is always there for her colleagues or anyone else searching for advice or assistance. As every member of Congress knows, nothing would get done in this place without the dedicated service of our staff who are always working behind the scenes. Melissa's advice, experience, and hard work have all played a large role in helping me to represent the 7th Congressional District in North Carolina to the very best of my ability. I congratulate and thank Melissa for her many years of congressional service and for leading our team during my first 3.5 terms. May God always bless her path. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the past several months, Democrats have advanced the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, along with, most recently, the Competes Act, which will increase American innovation, start making more critical products in America, and turbocharge American scientific and technological leadership. With those bills in mind, I thought it was particularly important during Black History Month to pay special tribute to 4 bold, brilliant, and Black minds who've contributed in various ways through their inventions, to innovation and to infrastructure in America. First, let's meet the father of transportation technology, better known as Garrett Augustus Morgan. Born in Paris, Kentucky, and later moved to Ohio, Morgan was a Black American inventor. Witnessing a fatal car crash, it was essential to the catalyst in Morgan's invention of the 3-position traffic signal, which is the predecessor to the modern-day traffic light. Though the stop-and-go signals had already existed, Morgan advanced the invention to include a 3rd position that stopped traffic in both directions and allowed pedestrians to safely cross the road. Talented as he was, Morgan's other inventions included a version of the gas mask, grooming products, sewing machines, and much more. A second inspiration, Madam Speaker, was Black American, better known as Brave Bessie, and to others as Queen Bess. The sky was anything but the limit to this Texas native, Bessie Coleman. Fueled by rejections and constant no's, Coleman's determination and diligence allowed her to soar as she was accepted into the Caudron Brothers School of Aviation in France and earned her international pilot's license in June 15, 1921. Becoming the first African-American woman pilot in 1922, Coleman was best known for performing tricks in the air in both the United States and Europe. She passionately encouraged other women to learn to fly both figuratively and literally by touring the country, giving lectures, teaching flight lessons, and performing flight exhibitions. A real go-getter was Arcola Philpott, who earned her place in transportation history in 1944 when the Los Angeles Railway hired her to be the first Black woman streetcar operator. Philpott opened the door for both women and African Americans to operate streetcars in Los Angeles. Just weeks after hiring her, Los Angeles Railway hired its first Black motorman. Philpott's time as the first Black and female streetcar operator represents just a small portion of the impact she had. Originally from Chicago, she graduated from Loyola University with a degree in social science and performed welfare work prior to moving to Los Angeles. When she returned to Chicago, she worked as a nurse and a researcher at the University of Chicago's History Department. And finally, Benjamin Banneker, the Black architect who helped design the capital city. Banneker was hired by the first president, George Washington, and came highly recommended by Thomas Jefferson. He designed the layout of Washington, D.C.'s streets, parks, major buildings in 2 days. Known by many well-deserved accomplishments and contributions through his lifetime, he later became a reputable architect, mathematician, engineer, and even an astronomer. Black people should be proud of their heritage, and all Americans should celebrate the achievements of Black Americans. Infrastructure within the United States would look incredibly different without the inventions, achievements, and innovations of these Black minds. It's important to document and share stories of lesser-known historical figures who also contributed their greatest efforts. Happy Black History Month. I yield back.
Georgia, Mr. Heiss for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor our brave law enforcement officers at the United States Park Police. From every major protest to every parade that occurs on the National Mall, our park police officers answer the call to keep our constituents safe when they are visiting here at the nation's capital. However, due to an increase in the number of demonstrations and the fact that they are extremely understaffed, one of our nation's oldest uniform federal law enforcement agencies is now stretched extremely thin. As of March 1st, 2021, there were fewer than 500 officers, the Park Police. That's significantly lower than the minimum requirement they have of 639 officers. This is alarming, and obviously among other concerns, this leaves the nation's most historic landmarks extremely vulnerable. And that's why today I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3924, the U.S. Park Police Modernization Act. And what's the problem? Why are they facing the issues that they're facing? Well, the bottom line, for whatever reason, is because the pay and benefits are much lower for the Park Police than for other federal law enforcement agencies. And the big question is, why is that the case? That's an outstanding question. Why? There is no real good reason. And it is for that reason that we here in Congress need to immediately improve the Park Police's pay and benefits and to put that agency on equal footing with other similar departments. To do so would incentivize officers to both join the Park Police, but even more importantly, to stay. Both of those issues are huge concerns right now. That is how we will ensure that Washington, D.C., the place where each of us work, the place where our staff works, and obviously the place where many of our constituents come to visit, remains safe for years to come. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3924. Let's put our U.S. Park Police on equal footing with other law enforcement agencies in this area so that they can do the job that we all depend upon them to do. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today because my district is hurting. Washington Heights, Inwood is hurting because they saw how Officer Jason Rivera was taken away from us. A 22-year-old son of Inwood was taken away from us by gun violence when he responded to a family dispute. But Harlem also is hurting because both Officer Rivera and Mora patrolled the 32nd precinct in Harlem, and they were both brutally shot and killed in the village of Harlem. East Harlem is hurting, Madam Speaker, because we saw how a young woman, Crystal Bayron Nieves, who worked in a Burger King, was shot and killed. Even though she gave the money from the register to the person that held up the Burger King at gunpoint, she was still brutally shot and killed. 19 years old. And finally, Madam Speaker, the Bronx part of my district is also hurting because an 11-month-old child, just before she turned 1, sat in a car with her mother and was shot in the face. All of this happened within 2 weeks of each other. So my district is hurting as we bury these 2 young police officers, 22 and 27 years old, of Dominican heritage, the first in their family to serve the police department. So gun violence is running rampant. And we see how many talk about law and order, but when it comes to gun violence, they're still in the pocket of the NRA. And they won't dare challenge the NRA. So I rise because my district is hurting. And we are supportive of Mayor Adams' plan of precision policing, which has identified 700 people that have been involved in 1,700 acts of violence involving an illegal weapon. We understand that much more has to be invested in ATF, so we cut off the iron pipeline that brings weapons to the corner of my district from South Carolina and North Carolina and Georgia. But we also have to invest $50 million in summer youth jobs. We got to invest more money to have the violence interrupters be part of the resolution of this violence ripping our communities across the country. We must all work together to resolve this epidemic of gun violence. We must pass the package of gun laws that we have here in this floor, including ghost guns, which continue to play an increased role in the death of people across the country, circumventing background checks and other restrictions that must be put in place to keep guns away from people's hands. Madam Speaker, I urge my House colleagues to join me today for a minute of silence in the memory of Officer Rivera and Officer Mora, and in support of their 2 families. We join them, and we will always be by their side. Madam Speaker, I ask for a minute of silence. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection.
The Biden administration is engaged in an assault on the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. It was recently discovered that the Biden administration has been maintaining nearly 1 billion records on gun sales. My colleagues and I sent a letter to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives demanding answers about this registry. The ATF must be held accountable. Federal law prohibits the Biden administration from maintaining a database of 1 billion gun records. What makes this more outrageous, this unconstitutional behavior of the Biden administration, is that at the same time, they are continuing to empower Mexican cartels, criminal cartels who are transporting weapons across the border while threatening the rights of law-abiding Americans. Lawful gun owners are rightfully concerned, and it's up to Congress to investigate further. President Biden and the Democrats want to defund the police, take away your Second Amendment right to self-defense, and then watch as crime skyrockets across the country, including cities like Chicago. I will continue to stand up for a Second Amendment. And as long as I'm here in Congress, every day I will fight for our constitutional rights, including our Second Amendment. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a local hero from the borough of Swarthmore, Dr. Harold Wilkinson. Last month, at the age of 95, Dr. Wilkinson passed away peacefully in his sleep after a long life of exploration, inquiry, and service. Hal enlisted in the Army Air Corps at the age of 18 and served stateside through the end of World War II. After meeting his wife Rosie in medical school, the pair settled in Swarthmore, where he opened a family medical practice, and she worked as a pediatrician for children with developmental disabilities. For 42 years, Hal maintained his practice, serving generations of Swarthmore residents. He was known for making house calls long after it went out of fashion, continuing his service into his 70s. After his wife, Rosie, passed away, Hal was lucky enough to marry another local legend, Sandy Sparrow, a beloved former elementary school principal, with whom he continued to travel the world. Dr. Wilkinson was a pillar of our community, an iconic figure who could be seen strolling with his friends or his rescue dog Dugan until late last year. A beloved friend to many, Hal was always interested in hearing the latest updates from friends and neighbors and exploring the world around him. As the borough of Swarthmore mourns his passing, our hearts are with Hal's family. We were all so lucky to have known him. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a Philadelphia hero, Octavius V. Catto. If you come to Philadelphia, you'll see a statue of Octavius Catto on the south side of City Hall. It's the city's first public statue honoring an individual African American. Throughout his life, Catto was an outspoken activist for the abolition of slavery and for equal rights for Black Americans. During the Civil War, he joined Frederick Douglass and other Black leaders to recruit African Americans to join the fight for emancipation. After the war, Catto continued his advocacy and successfully fought to desegregate Philadelphia's streetcars. Catto was a man of many accomplishments. He graduated from the Institute for Colored Youth, which is now Pennsylvania 5's own Cheney University, the first HBCU in the country. He also ran the undefeated Pythian Baseball Club of Philadelphia, a Negro League baseball team which played the first black versus white game. However, the most enduring part of Catto's legacy are his efforts to secure the right to vote for Black Americans. He was a champion for suffrage and fought to ensure that no one would be denied access to the ballot box. Ultimately, his life's work brought about Catto's untimely death. On October 10, 1871, the first election day that Black men were allowed to vote in Philadelphia, 32-year-old Catto was shot and killed by a white mob trying to stop the Black vote. Octavius Catto's life and sacrifice are an important reminder of the importance of continuing his work and honoring his legacy today to ensure that all Americans have the freedom to vote, free from mob rule, gerrymandering, and other efforts to silence their voices. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gohmert, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an article here about the Justice Department. It says it continues to go easy on the 2020 rioters. These are people that destroyed government buildings, destroyed places of business, and yet this administration continues to not just prosecute, but persecute people who just came into the Capitol wrongly, should be punished, but to have people let loose immediately after burning people, being involved in incidents where people were killed, is absolutely an outrage to judgment. Then to put people under the control of a deputy warden at the DC jail who absolutely, maliciously, intentionally despises anybody that supported President Trump, and she's in charge of these people. This is so dangerous and should not be allowed. Now, on top of that, we have the January 6th committee. They were not interested in following the traditions and the rules of the House with regard to committees where both parties could submit people for that committee membership. There is so much damage that is being done to this institution. It is not the collegial working. Sure, we have disagreements over the years, strong disagreements, but we've never seen anything like what we're experiencing now, where we could have a commission that's totally made up of people that one party only wanted on the commission, and others that the other party wanted on were eliminated. So something has got to be done. Now, we have seen that this administration has not been particularly concerned with its constitutional duties, like the one in Article 4 that mandates that the federal government must protect the states from invasion. You know, to Woodrow Wilson, 4 or 5 dozen people was an invasion. Nowadays, this administration thinks 2 million is not an invasion, even though they bring death and suffering in the forms of drugs, sex trafficking, and human trafficking. At the same time, for the first time since I've been in Congress, we have seen that our mail, we've gotten 2 mail just a day apart. One came in September 17th, stamped by the Department of Justice as being received and reviewed and examined, and another from a Christian missionary to me, and it was reviewed by the Department of Justice. The Supreme Court has made clear that the Department of Justice cannot even get a search warrant to search a member's office. And yet this administration, like this House, doesn't think the rules, the law, the Constitution perhaps mean what they say. We have got to get back to following the Constitution if we're going to preserve this republic. But it is in dire situation. It is in a desperate situation. And if we do not get back to following the Constitution and observing the rules of the House, then our republic will be lost. And that's where we're being taken right now. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, today I stand here to honor Nina Otero Warren, a New Mexican educator, suffragist, politician who created a legacy of civil service through her dedication and work. As the first female superintendent of the Santa Fe Public Schools, she advocated to improve education, especially for the Hispano communities of her beloved state. She preserved the language and cultural heritage of our communities. 100 years ago, Nina made history in our country as the first Hispanic woman to run for U.S. Congress. She did so immediately after she led the suffragist movement and helped New Mexico sign the law. So 100 years ago, She led that effort and was the first Latina to run for Congress. 100 years later, I am the first Latina to represent CD3 and her Santa Fe home. Her work paved the way for Latinas like myself and my colleagues to raise the voices and needs of our families and communities in the People's House. As we continue the fight for election reform here in Congress, it could not be a better time to honor her legacy with this year's American Women Quarters. She will join Maya Angelou, who we celebrated earlier this week. Maya's words still inspire so many of our colleagues. We are so happy that the women poets, educators, astronauts will finally be the faces on the coins of our land. Madam Speaker, whether it's in New Mexico or across the world, no one should be in danger for living as their authentic self. Yet in many places, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex individuals are continuously targets of horrifying human rights abuses. Many suffer cruel and inhumane punishment, imprisonment, and even death just for being who they are. This is unacceptable. That's why I proudly co-sponsor and support the Global Respect Act. This bill demands accountability for individuals around the world who commit human rights violations against LGBTQ+ communities. It also ensures that we track international human rights information more accurately so that we can help end these egregious crimes. I look forward to voting for this life-saving legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same. There is absolutely no justification for violating another individual's human rights for simply being who they are. Madam Speaker, Black history is American history, from the dream of Dr. King to the good trouble of Congressman John Lewis. Black History Month is a powerful reminder to honor those before us who built the foundations of progress for our nation. Their unyielding dedication to the cultural, economic, and political advancement of all people paved the way for others to follow. But their legacy continues on in the Black leaders of today in New Mexico, like Judge Shamara Henderson. I campaigned with her and met her and just came to rejoice in her wisdom. She's the first Black woman judge to serve on the New Mexico Court of Appeals and win a statewide election in New Mexico. She is blazing trails never traveled before. But it's also through people like Dr. Charles Norenko, who serves as the president of Clovis Community College. I had the honor of touring Clovis Community College and meeting with Dr. Norenko just a couple of weeks ago. His work opens doors and unleashes the potential of so many New Mexicans. He is truly dedicated to inspiring the next generation to achieve new heights and conquer new frontiers. And it is through people like Beverly McMillan, who works at the Family Advocacy Center to support victims of domestic violence, child abuse, and domestic trauma. Every child, single mother, or victim of abuse who opens the door of a better future is a testament to the power of love and compassion. These are just a few of the heroes, the many heroes we have in the great state of New Mexico, writing the next chapter of leadership, courage, and service in the Black community. Judge Henderson, Dr. Norenko, Ms. Millen, and so many more, thank you for the work you do to create a more just world. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Right. Madam Speaker, in preparation of the reauthorizing the Farm Bill in 2023, I rise today to deliver the first installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series, where I'll be highlighting various aspects of the Farm Bill that I think deserve Congress's awareness and support. If America is going to thrive, the people who feed, fuel, and clothe America must thrive, and the Farm Bill contains certain programs that have been critical to the success of agriculture producers in my district. This week, I want to speak about two of those programs that fall within the trade title of the Farm Bill. Each year, $140 billion worth of agricultural products are exported. My state of Kansas is known as the wheat state, and 50% of all the wheat sold in the U.S. is exported. So Congress must think critically and carefully about the international components of the trade title. Trade programs, which have longstanding records of success in America, represent the partnership between the public and the private sectors of this country. These programs are essential because they spearhead innovative market access, new market development, and promote agriculture sales overseas. Through the Market Access Program, or MAP, U.S. agriculture trade associations, cooperatives, state regional trade groups, and small businesses cooperate to share the cost of overseas marketing and promotional activities. MAP reaches virtually every corner of the globe, helping build markets for a wide variety of U.S. farm and food products, including the dairy, wheat, grain, beef, soybean, and sunflowers that come from my district. The Agriculture Trade Promotion Program, or ATP, which was created in 2018 to help U.S. agriculture exporters develop new markets and mitigate the adverse effects of other countries' tariff and non-tariff barriers. The ATP supports consumer advertising, public relations, point-of-sale demonstrations, trade fairs and exhibits, market research, and technical assistance for farmers, ranchers, and our ag producers. I support whatever directly benefits farmers, ranchers, and ag producers in this country because they are the lifeblood of America. They keep us food secure and therefore free and self-determining as a nation. That's why I support these trade programs within the Farm Bill and why I'm bringing awareness to them now to ensure that they remain intact for the 2023 Farm Bill. I also support these programs as a fiscal conservative because they are a great return on investment for all Americans. I will be back on the floor soon to deliver another installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series and highlight more programs and titles within the bill that I believe Congress must understand and support to ensure that agriculture continues to thrive in Kansas and in America. Madam Speaker, I stand today to recognize the dedication of law enforcement officers on the thin blue line and condemn calls to defund, disband, dismantle, and abolish the police. No one dislikes bad police officers more than good police officers. While some people are quick to share negative examples of law enforcement, they fail to acknowledge the multitude of men and women who bless our country with self-sacrificial care. Police officers are the glue that holds communities together. They put their lives on the line in the morning and then go to their children's basketball games in the afternoon. Most of us cannot even comprehend the burden of responsibility that they bear for us and our families. Today, I will share a story about an officer in my district who exemplifies the very best qualities of Kansas law enforcement. Drew Francis started his career in law enforcement 20 years ago as a police officer at the Dodge City Police Department. Since then, he's served in patrol operations, investigations, and now police administration as Dodge City's chief of police. Recently, a woman approached Drew and reminded him of a time early in his career when he was dispatched to help her. She had been a victim of repeated domestic violence, and when Drew arrived at her house, she remembered that he took the time to talk with her about the importance of removing herself and her children from the cycle of violence. The woman said that Chief Francis inspired her to make this change, and she felt that Drew had actually saved her life. This particular story is an example of the little things that police officers do daily, the positive impact of which may never be fully comprehended. In honor of these individuals who put their lives on the line for our safety, I've co-sponsored several pieces of pro-law enforcement legislation, including a resolution condemning calls to defund the police, the Protect and Serve Act, which enhances penalties for anyone targeting and attacking law enforcement officers, as well as the David Dorn Back the Blue Act, which supports state and local police departments, and also a resolution designating National Police Week. I'm so proud to represent a district where police officers like Drew Ferguson live and work. America must stand in support of those who protect and serve us, our law enforcement officers. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Bush, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. St. Louis and I rise today because if America's students are not taught the truth in school, we can at least make the floor of the House of Representatives their classroom. My name is Cori Bush, but Bush was not the name that my paternal ancestors in Nigeria carried. Bush was the last name forced upon them by their slave masters right here in America. My maternal ancestors carried the last name Blakeney, forced upon them by their slave masters in Pageland, South Carolina. Our Black ancestors were kidnapped, stolen from their homelands. They were the 12 million Africans who were shackled, branded, and packed into the bows of slave ships during what is known as the Middle Passage, where 2 million Africans died. Poor ventilation, burning heat, no room to stand, no room to turn their bodies, forced to lay in their own feces and urine. They were starved, dehydrated, poisoned, and beaten. Those who survived the Middle Passage survived only to be brought onto these shores, bought and sold at auctions like the goods their forced labor was producing. These auctions launched a long-standing practice in America in which white folks, including white women, scrutinize and violate the bodies of Black people, especially Black women. We're going to tell the truth today. Black adults and Black children enslaved and forced to endure being tormented, being tortured, being raped by white slave owners on slave ships and on the plantations. Our ancestors tried to escape the bondage of slavery, just to be hunted, captured, imprisoned, executed via slave patrols and convict leasing. Those institutions whose primary focus was to regulate, exploit, and control Black bodies. More than 1,700 congressmen once enslaved Black people, 1,700 people who routinely cast votes cultivating, conserving, and codifying white supremacy did not view Black people as human beings. Our presidents owned, our presidents sold, our presidents enslaved Black people. The image behind me, this image is the truth of our country's history that our students are denied. This is what lynching in America, this is what it looks like. What we must remember is that for every Black person they hung from a tree, dozens of white people came to celebrate. When our students don't learn about these lynchings in school, it's not to just deny us our justice. It's because racist policymakers don't want white children to know that that may be great-grandpa, smiling in the picture and pointing up at our ancestors, dangling at strange fruit. This is the truth about our country that too many racist lawmakers want to prevent our students from learning. So to young white people across our country, this is your history. The atrocities perpetuated against Black people for generations were committed by your ancestors. Not all of you, but many of you. So you have to know this is American history. So what will you do to help repair the damage? What will you do to help us achieve reparations for the harm done? And if your history books do not teach this history, question the book. Talk to your school district. Tell them that we don't want a whitewashed history. We want and deserve the truth. Thank you, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair and not to the perceived viewing audience. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the transatlantic relationship between the United States and European democracies are some of the most important. It is important we work together, try to understand each other, and communicate not only on a political but on a personal level through our citizens. For nearly 40 years, a cultural and political exchange between the United States and Germany through young members of society has occurred. In fact, my office is currently participating. Maya Sonderman is a 21-year-old from a town close to Frankfurt, Germany, a young professional and student studying marketing and advertisement, and currently interning for my office. She is a participant in the 39th year of the Congress Bundesstaat Youth Exchange, CBYX, a program jointly funded by the U.S. Congress and the German Bundesstaat, and one of 5 CBX participants currently interning on the Hill. Initiated in 1983, the Congress Bundesstaat Youth Exchange offers young Americans and Germans the opportunity to explore each other's culture. This cultural exchange program involves participants moving to the U.S. or Germany for 1 year and strengthens the ties of our American-German relationship through citizen diplomacy. Over 26,000 American and German high school students, vocational students, and young professionals have thus far participated and benefited from this incredible experience. Even through the pandemic, the participants remain resilient, enjoying the cultural exchange daily, virtually. This year, the CBYX was able to return to an in-person exchange on August of 2021. For the duration of the program, the participants live with host families, immersing themselves in the day-to-day life of a different culture, attend classes, and the young professionals even work in the foreign country. They form bonds and friendships with people that they meet during the year abroad and learn about a different culture while fully immersing in it and building strong personal and professional connections. The participants on both sides gain a new perspective on global affairs, politics, and the socioeconomic topics, as well as a new sense of empowerment, independence, and knowledge of a different culture and what it means to be a global citizen. Their contribution to cultural exchange and the American-German friendship doesn't end with their flight back home. These young minds are positively impacted through this experience as they share it with others after returning to their home countries. Even beyond that, the participants stay connected with the people they meet and other participants. Many alumni of the program continue to contribute to transatlantic relations on both sides through the alumni network and their personal career paths. With the upcoming 40th anniversary of the Congress Bundestag Youth Exchange in 2023, and as a member of the German-American Caucus, I want to draw attention to this important program. It continues to support both our nation's transatlantic bonds while also inspiring so many young minds to engage in a cultural and political exchange. Madam Speaker, the CBYX program is an exceptional chance for our countries to connect and communicate on a different level, form relationships that will last and positively impact our future, since the program directly impacts the foundation of our future, young citizens. And with that, Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I appreciate that. Madam Speaker, there is a fentanyl crisis in our country. It is plaguing our communities, plaguing my district, poisoning our children, and devastating American families. Madam Speaker, this seems to be ignored by many, however, both in the White House and on this House floor. Our southern border is an unmitigated disaster due to this administration's open border policies, drugs, crime, and the secret transportation of illegal immigrants flooding into our communities without warning in the middle of the night is causing serious long-term damage. Yet, it seems to be ignored by too many. Fentanyl is an extremely deadly substance. It has flowed into our country in droves by way of the southern border. A recent study found that fentanyl deaths have doubled in 30 states amid the border crisis. Americans are suffering at the hands of the drug cartels. The Customs and Border Patrol reported a 134% increase in fentanyl seizures in fiscal year 2021, with a disturbing 11,000 pounds confiscated of fentanyl, estimated to be able to kill every American 7 times over. Devastating, unbelievable. With this high amount confiscated, the Drug Enforcement Agency was forced to put out a public safety alert warning the American people about fake pills laced with fentanyl and other fentanyl-related poisons, putting so many at risk. Drug overdoses have hit a record high in 2021, and over 100,000 deaths in the United States, including more than 5,000 deaths in Pennsylvania. Nearly 2/3 of these deaths were connected to fentanyl. In 2021, the leading cause of deaths for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45 were drug overdoses. Is there any question that Congress should act? Madam Speaker, I am a co-sponsor of the HALT Fentanyl Act. This legislation will permanently schedule fentanyl substances as a Schedule I drug. giving law enforcement the ability to prosecute the trafficking of deadly fentanyl into American communities. My Democrat colleagues recently blocked this life-saving legislation when my Republican colleagues offered it for consideration last week. It truly is hard to understand why President Biden and far too many of our Democrat colleagues, in fact, not all last week, have ignored this crisis. Ignored, Madam Speaker. Blocked legislation that would help fight it, and have sat idly by as they contemplate what the root causes of our southern border crisis may be. And Madam Speaker, if someone could show me where, Madam Speaker, we have seen the White House actually mention fentanyl as the terrible scourge on our country, I'd like to see it, Madam Speaker. If, however, they were to take a mirror to their own policies, they might realize that the root cause is the policies themselves. It's certainly time for Congress to act, to step up and do its job together to stop the flow of fentanyl into our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I wanted to shine some light on a topic that many Wisconsinites and Americans may not really be tracking very close. After over a year under President Biden and his administration, it's clear that the policies are having an adverse effect on small business. It's raising the price of goods, which people can see right now when they go to the market, when they purchase gas, and it's slowing the economy. While my colleagues across the aisle have been really, I think, unable to enact an agenda that would combat this, the Biden administration's unaccountable and unelected bureaucrats are trying their hardest to expand and enact these reckless policies, and that's kind of what I wanted to touch on today. President Biden's executive orders, of which he signed many right after being sworn in as president, have had an adverse effect on competition. They consolidate sweeping government power over things like agriculture, which is near and dear to my own state of Wisconsin, the airlines, the banking industry, broadband, health and healthcare products, meat packers, which we're all well aware of, and the technology industry. So it's a broad scope of items that are being affected. However, robust enforcement of the antitrust laws could provide substantial benefit to consumers, because that would help ensure that the markets are competitive, and particularly from predatory actions, as we've seen specific to big tech. However, it's clear that the administration's actions are not narrowly targeted at big tech, where it may be considered appropriate, but they're part of an effort to expand government. And this is kind of the dirty little secret right now. Control over the vast sectors I just mentioned are all being done under the guise of big tech. Giving these agencies broader authority is not really going to do anything to enhance competition. So what we see is the heavy-handed government, which is right now crushing small business with the one-size-fits-all mandates, also allowing these agencies more authority over the economy. And this will make government ultimately less accountable. Rather than promoting competition, the Federal Trade Commission is now imposing more costs on businesses. They're driving up prices on consumers, and this ultimately will force inflation even higher. There's just too much cash in the economy right now with very few supplies and services available. That's what inflation is. The FTC and the DOJ recently announced that they will be revising merger guidelines out of nowhere, out of the blue, and seem to assume that mergers harm competition and fail to realize efficiencies. Companies are also facing the FTC inquiries related to unionization and environmental and social issues, which are well outside of the agency's mission, and also is not related to their responsibilities in and around upholding competition. The FTC has also required prior approval for future deals from businesses with a previous violation. Again, all of a sudden, out of the blue, effectively making them guilty without the presumption of innocence. Even more bizarre than we could ever imagine, many of the actions have been done using so-called, quote-unquote, zombie votes from a commissioner who's no longer there, not even in the system. The clear intent of these actions is to discourage businesses to engage in the legal conduct of mergers. Even former President Obama's Treasury Secretary, Larry Summers, numerous times has stated that these policies will reduce supply, which will increase prices while discouraging investment. If the FTC and the unaccountable bureaucrats at the other agencies, such as the FDIC, continue to stray from the rule of law, Americans will face higher prices. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor the 80th anniversary of the Mighty 8th Air Force Unit. The Mighty 8th Air Force was organized in Savannah, Georgia on January 28th in 1942. It was comprised of 48 bomber groups, 21 fighter groups, and 3 photo reconnaissance groups, making it the largest of its kind at the time. The Mighty 8th was utilized heavily over the course of World War II, participating in primary heavy bombardment of strategic and military targets in Nazi-occupied Europe and Germany. The Mighty 8th Air Force Museum opened its doors in 1996 in Pooler, Georgia, during my tenure as mayor. It tells the heroic story of the Mighty 8th, along with the story of World War II. Featuring a B-17 project from the National Air and Space Museum, a fire truck used at Hunter Army Airfield in Savannah, along with multiple other aircraft and state-of-the-art technology, the Mighty 8th Air Force Museum is a remarkable tribute to our brave soldiers. The celebration kicked off on the 28th of January, and events will be held throughout the year to celebrate this momentous occasion. I'm proud to have been involved in the construction and dedication of this tribute to American heroism and want to thank the staff and supporters for making this celebration possible. Madam Speaker, I rise today in gratitude for the service of a friend and an instrumental member of the 1st District of Georgia, Mr. Gus Bell. Gus is a proud graduate of the Citadel, where he received a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. From the Citadel, he continued his education at the University of Kentucky. Gus Bell has worked in every aspect of engineering, starting his career with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in Virginia and Albuquerque before joining his private firm. I'm proud to call Gus Bell a friend and have had the pleasure and opportunity to work with him throughout the years. He has had an enormous impact on my career. The work that Gus has done to better the 1st District is nothing short of remarkable and deserves recognition. The red brick waterfront, Rosacas Plaza in Savannah, and the I-95 corridor in Pooler are just examples of how Gus's expertise has led to growth and new development for the great state of Georgia. His commitment to his community is an inspiration, and I cherish the time we had to work together. Gus is an example of a servant to others, and we are very grateful for his years of work and commitment. Thank you, my friend. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Jekyll Island's 75th anniversary as a state park. Under Governor M.E. Thompson, Jekyll Island was purchased in 1947, and Jekyll authorities will be having events throughout 2022 to celebrate 75 years. This island has been a vacation spot for Georgians across the state for decades, and it will continue to be for years to come. Recently, Jekyll has experienced increasing growth with the construction of a hotel in 2010, parks, campsites, public beaches, and more. The biggest addition to Jekyll Island was conducted in 2015 with a revamped shopping center, Beach Village, hotels, and the Westin Jekyll Island opening. I had the privilege of attending the kickoff celebration, complete with fireworks and synchronized swimmers, and I'm excited for what the rest of 2022 has in store for Jekyll. COVID hit the hospitality industry especially hard, and Jekyll Island was no exception. Through resiliency, hard work, and a dedicated community, Jekyll Island will be back in full force and better than ever. This great Georgia vacation spot will be back on the map as a must-see for residents and people across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Many are the plans in our hearts today, O Lord. Numerous agendas and schedules, lists of expectations, and countless intentions. We lay all of our efforts before you that your purpose would prevail, that your direction and design, your will and aim would guide our lives. It seems that our days are driven by overwhelming demands on our time, goals to accomplish, and deadlines to meet. We commit to you, Holy God, all that we hope to do today, that you, in your mercy, would allow our plans to prosper. The way seems clear in our minds. Lord, would that you establish our steps this day. May we receive the gift of your counsel and the excellence of your wisdom. We pray this prayer in the certainty of your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Kibben. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the last day's proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Postal Service Reform Act. This legislation would finally eliminate the requirement for the Postal Service to pre-fund pension costs 75 years in advance. The mandate is punitive to the post office and to the people it serves. The unreasonable and unsustainable mandate risks the affordability of mail delivery for customers, and it threatens the livelihood of hardworking Americans. The Postal Service employs 630,000 workers nationwide, including 100,000 military veterans and 6,100 Western New Yorkers. Each and every day, these workers deliver for their communities. We have an opportunity today to secure the future for one of the most historic and trusted agencies in the nation. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from is recognized for 1 minute.
I would like to take a moment to recognize the extraordinary accomplishments of Texas 25's high school football teams this past season. Texas 25 was home to 2 champions, and I was proud to see all the hard work pay off on the field. After a season of early morning, long hours on the field and staying focused in school, these teams showed dedication, strength, and an unwavering commitment to victory. In Stephenville, the Yellow Jackets became the 4A Division I football state champions after beating the Austin Jaguars 38-21, marking their 6th Texas state football title. The Westlake Chaparrals were named the Class 6A Division II state champions with a 40-21 win over Denton Guyer, cementing their 3rd straight state championship and finishing the season undefeated with a 16-0 record. As these winners prepare for their next endeavors, I wish them the best of luck for an even brighter and more victorious future. Winning is good. Go Chaps and go Yellow Jackets. In God we trust. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express concern about the skyrocketing prices of lumber, which is adding to the instability of the housing market. Lumber prices have hit record highs, yet there are still tariffs.
Does the gentlelady seek unanimous consent to address the House floor?
Yes.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express concern about the skyrocketing prices of lumber, which is adding to the instability of the housing market. Lumber prices have hit record highs, yet there is still tariffs on imports of softwood lumber, with high tariffs, our low housing inventory will still not improve. According to the National Association of Home Builders, America's housing affordability crisis and price swings in lumber have added more than $18,000 to the price of a new home, meaning Americans needed an average income of $144,000 to afford a home last year, more than double the median household income in my district. With almost no stock and rising prices, prospective buyers are faced with terrible bidding wars that could only be won by cash-only investors. I urge the Biden administration to make the high price of lumber a priority to improve the affordable housing market, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am sincerely grateful to recognize Emily Salibi, Deputy Chief of Staff for the 2nd Congressional District of South Carolina. Emily has been dedicated and passionate serving the people of South Carolina. A native of Florence and a graduate of the University of South Carolina, where she was student body vice president, Emily began working in Congress in 2015. She has achieved being someone who could be relied on for being a dedicated public servant. She is returning to South Carolina for a position with Savannah River Mission Completion, where she will continue to be successful. I know her parents, Suzanne and John Salibi, siblings Lauren and Timothy, her golden retriever Cato, and her colleagues share my deep appreciation for her continued success. Lebanese Americans are vital in South Carolina. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from the Afghan safe haven to America. Go Gamecocks, go Emily. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to celebrate the life of Mr. John C. Law, who passed away on January 20th, 2022. A resident of the city of Santa Monica, John was a beloved husband, father, and champion of affordable, high-quality health care. John dedicated his life to serving others and was a generous philanthropist throughout Los Angeles County during his time on the board of directors at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. During his tenure, John championed efforts to bring women and people of color onto the board of directors and to better the health and well-being of the community. As president of the Los Angeles Free Clinic, John also worked to improve healthcare quality, access, and outcomes for underserved communities in the region. John also contributed to healthcare causes and research not only through his leadership, but through his tremendous generosity. John and his wife, Hope, made their first gift to Cedars-Sinai in 1992 and contributed frequently to its prostate cancer research and healthcare leadership funds. An accomplished businessman, John served as president of the LA County Capital Asset Leasing Corporation and as a co-managing director of Warland Investments. John is survived by his loving wife, Hope Warshaw, and their son, Jack Law Warshaw. He had an amazing spirit that was dedicated to serving his family and especially those most in need. John will be greatly missed by his friends, family, and all who know him.
Thank you. For what purpose does a gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 112th anniversary of the Boy Scouts of America. On February 8, 1910, Chicago businessman William D. Boyce, who grew up in western Pennsylvania, incorporated the Boy Scouts of America. Since that time, millions of young men and women have joined the Scouts and learned the values of patriotism, courage, and self-reliance. The Scouts have helped shape some of the most memorable figures in U.S. history, former President George W. Bush, Martin Luther King Jr., and even retiring Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer. I've spent more than 50 years in scouting, Mr. Speaker, including serving as Scoutmaster and achieving the rank of Eagle Scout in 1977. It was these experiences that first sparked my interest in public service. The Boy Scout oath, in part, urges us to perform our duty to our country. I'm proud to introduce this resolution designating today as Boy Scouts of America Day to honor the tireless service of Scout volunteers and participants in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I've witnessed firsthand the important principles, values, and lessons that are imparted upon young people and last a lifetime. The Boy Scouts of America has played a pivotal role in shaping leaders of tomorrow, and I look forward to seeing their continued contributions to our country. Mr. Speaker, after the Bible, probably this manual, the Boy Scout Handbook, has done more to shape my life and make me the person that I am today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Vermont seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Postal Service is a mess. Today, we're about to take up a reform proposal that is long overdue. Mail delivery in rural Vermont is critical for all our rural communities, for our seniors who rely on getting their checks and getting their prescriptions, and for Vermont businesses and local papers that provide news in our country stores. It's really crucial. Mismanagement, underfunding, labor shortages have really created a crisis. Last January, my office received 8 complaints. This January, it was 69 complaints. And some Vermonters are going over a week without getting any mail delivery. Our folks are going paycheck to paycheck and not getting their paycheck. This bill will finally get the United States Postal Service on track for our rural communities and all Americans. It's overdue, and that's why I hope all of us will support passage today. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss an important issue that is deeply concerning to Kansans: rising drug prices. So far this year, the price of hundreds of life-saving pharmaceutical medications have already increased. Hard-working Kansas families are facing skyrocketing inflation, and many simply do not have the funds to keep up with the never-ending rise in healthcare costs. For the past 3 decades, the bipartisan 340B program has helped low-income families afford essential medications by requiring pharmaceutical companies to give safety net and rural health care providers discounts on prescription drugs. In my home state of Kansas, we have over 80 hospitals that use 340B savings. Not only do 340B hospitals provide heavily discounted prescription medications, they also make additional health care services such as trauma care and substance abuse treatment available to most of our vulnerable patients. As the 340B program celebrates its 30th anniversary, it's vital that we reaffirm our commitment to protecting this program and ensuring all Kansans have access to quality and affordable health care. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In efforts to control equine populations, the BLM is directed to humanely capture wild roaming horses and burros, put them up for adoption. BLM, however, uses helicopter companies to round up these animals, leading to frightening and sometimes deadly situations. At $500 a head, since 2011, the top 3 helicopter contractors have raked in some $37 million in taxpayer funding. Last month, during a gathering at the Pancake Complex in Central Nevada, a young colt was chased for miles by a helicopter despite having a broken leg and had to be put down when captured. My Wild Horse and Burro Protection Act would outlaw the use of helicopters in wild horse roundups, employ more traditional wranglers for gathering efforts, and require the GAO to employ and explore humane alternatives to protect these icons of the Wild West. Put simply, Mr. Speaker, save a horse, hire a cowboy. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Energy security for the free world is an imperative. I rise today to strongly endorse President Biden's vow yesterday that if Russia further invades Ukraine, there will, quote, no longer be a Nord Stream 2 pipeline across Europe. We will put an end to it. During the Trump administration, this Russian energy pipeline was allowed to creep ever closer into the heart of Europe, to make our closest NATO allies dependent on Russian gas. What a strategic failure. Reliance on a tyrannical regime is dangerous. To our dear allies in Europe, if Putin were to succeed in clawing Ukraine back under Russia's command, he would not stop there. The free world must place stronger sanctions on Nord Stream 2. It must ratchet up diplomatic engagements to this strongest test of the rule of law since World War II. As Russian troops amass at Ukraine's border, the free world must deploy the defensive shield to protect her liberty and assure her territorial sovereignty through a coalition of the willing. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 912, and I ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 65, House Resolution 912. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 3076, to provide stability to and enhance the services of the United States Postal Service and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Reform, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-32 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees. 2. The further amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6617, making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit. Section 3. A. House Concurrent Resolution 69 is hereby adopted. B. For purposes of the joint session to receive the President of the United States on March 1, 2022, former members, delegates, and resident commissioners shall not be admitted to the hall of the House or rooms leading thereto.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. And I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we met in the Rules Committee and reported a rule, House Resolution 912, providing for consideration of 2 different measures. First, H.R. 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act of 2022, under a structured rule. The rule provides an hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, makes an order a manager's amendment, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 6617, the Further Additional Extending Government Funding Act. Under a closed rule, the rule provides an hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations, and provides for one motion to recommit. Finally, the resolution adopts H-Con Res 69, which provides for a joint session of Congress to receive a message from the President, and the rule restricts former members' access to the House floor during the joint session. Mr. Speaker, the Postal Service Reform Act is a major update and improvement to what's going on with our post office. Even in this increasingly digital world, Americans rely on the U.S. Postal Service for access to life-saving prescription drugs and other essential items of living. In the ongoing pandemic, the Postal Service has been critical in helping Americans, tens of millions of Americans, vote safely and securely. The Postal Service is processing an astounding 5,000 pieces of mail each second and is responsible for processing and delivering 46% of the world's mail. It's no surprise that first-class mail used to send things like letters and bills is on the decline in the digital environment we live in. Still, the Postal Service remains a critical lifeline, especially for people who live in rural areas, tribal communities, and for people with disabilities. The Postal Service adds 1 million new delivery points each year. That means that the Postal Service is delivering a little bit less mail, but to a lot more places. This act addresses the financial needs of the Postal Service, ensuring that we can continue relying on it for generations to come. A decline in first-class mail, increasing expenses, and the requirement that the Postal Service pre-fund retiree health benefits have all contributed to some financial instability in the Postal Service. H.R. 3076 puts USPS on a far more stable financial footing. Specifically, it requires future Postal Service retirees to enroll in Medicare, saving the Postal Service $22 billion over the next decade. While retirees have paid into Medicare their entire careers, a quarter of retirees choose not to enroll, requiring the Postal Service to pay for higher premiums. Similarly, the legislation also eliminates the uniquely arduous requirement that USPS pre-fund retiree health benefits for a period of 75 years. No other company or governmental entity has this requirement, which has resulted in significant financial losses for USPS. The Postal Services Reform Act also strengthens transparency and requires 6-day integrated delivery, ensuring high-quality mail service for at least 6 days a week to all Americans. It requires USPS to develop an online dashboard detailing weekly national and local level performance data to promote compliance with on-time mail delivery. Mr. Speaker, the consideration of this measure gives us the opportunity to celebrate the remarkable successes of the post office in our history. The founders created the post office even before they signed the Declaration of Independence, and they named, of course, Benjamin Franklin, the first postmaster general for the emerging nation. It was the post office that unified 13 divergent and quarreling colonies into a nation, as it created a great communications network that brought the news of the day, the news of public events, to the doorstep of every fledgling American citizen, an idea that scandalized and horrified the European powers that, of course, always wanted to keep the people in the dark under the monarchies and the aristocracies of Europe. The post office also created the transportation system for America, the skeletal, burgeoning transportation infrastructure of the country, which is why so many of our towns and cities have streets and roads called Post Road or Postal Road or Old Post Road running through the center of town. The post office, of course, was an explicit delegation of power to Congress in the Constitution, as well as the power to build postal roads under Article 1, Section 8. The Communications and Transportation Network created by the Post Office gave rise to the democratic political infrastructure of the nation. This is how the committees of correspondence met, that created the political will for the American Revolution, and developed the political philosophy of our revolutionary forebears. The Post Office also gave rise to America's glorious free press. That's why so many of our newspapers, again, bear the name the Washington Post, the Buffalo Courier Express, the Richmond Times-Dispatch. They were named after the postal operation that made the mass media possible in the country. The Post Office has done wonders for American commerce and business and continues to do that right up to today. So this legislation will help the Post Office grow and meet the needs of us in the new century. And at this point, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the gentleman and my friend from Maryland for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rule before us today makes an order H.R. 6617, a resolution to fund the federal government through March 11th, and H.R. 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act of 2022. I know that Appropriations Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger, I know they continue to engage in bipartisan discussions to find a path forward on fiscal year 2022 funding package, and I want to thank them sincerely for those efforts. I also want to commend Chairwoman Maloney and Ranking Member Comer for working together to put forth a truly bipartisan package to stabilize the financial health of the U.S. Postal Service and to improve efficiency and transparency for senior citizens and other Americans who rely every day on the Postal Service. Mr. Speaker, for the past 3 years, Democratic leadership has written major legislation behind closed doors with little to zero input from House Republicans, and frankly, almost zero to little input from even the committees that, of course, the Democrats control. This has truly been a behind closed door process that I've seen for the last 3 years. So it's finally refreshing to see the House consider a bill that was the subject of a robust bipartisan negotiation and that actually went through the normal committee process for once. So I just want to say I hope my colleagues across the aisle will make this the new normal as it has previously been the normal. I also hope that the majority will continue the bipartisanship that I've seen here today, continue to work with House Republicans to address the serious and pressing issues facing American families across this nation. For example, thanks to President Biden's open border policy, deadly fentanyl continues to just pour across our southern border, which is ravaging our communities, literally killing people in the heartland of this country. For example, in 2021, drug overdose deaths in the U.S. topped 100,000 for the first time in a single year. 100,000. In fact, fentanyl overdoses are reported to be the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. So it is past time that Congress acts to stem the tide of deadly fentanyl coming into our nation largely through our porous southern border, fentanyl that comes, let's just say it, largely from China. It's time we address that issue. At the same time, America is in the midst of a crime crisis like we haven't seen before, largely thanks to the Democrats' demonization of our police and their push, what I view as one of the worst public policy positions I've ever seen, their push to actually defund police. In 2021, at least 16 cities set new records in homicides. It's no wonder that 64% of Americans disapprove of how President Biden has handled crime. Congress should be working to address this crime surge and working to back the blue as well. Finally, Americans continue to pay higher prices to do everything from feed their families, heat their homes, even fill up their gas tanks. Instead of doubling down on the failed far-left radical policies and out-of-control spending that's actually caused this economic crisis, We should be reclaiming our energy independence. We should be eliminating burdensome regulation that hamstrings our job creators. And we should be working to ensure American families keep more of their hard-earned paychecks. So again, I want to applaud the bipartisan work that went into these bills. I want to applaud the Committee on Oversight and Reform, and of course, the Committee on Appropriation. But there are many other pressing issues that we can also be working on and should be working on for the benefit of American families. I therefore urge my colleagues to oppose this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his kind words, for the bipartisan leadership and initiative taken in the Postal Service Reform Act, H.R. 3076. Unfortunately, I've got to take exception to the suggestion this is somehow unique on our part. The gentleman may remember the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act that the Democrats brought forward, but we incorporated lots of Republicans in the process, and we passed it on a bipartisan basis. That's more than $1 trillion invested in the roads, the highways, the ports, the airports, broadband, cybersecurity. That was something that I remember was talked about during the last administration. I never saw a bill, partisan, bipartisan, or otherwise, come from that side of the aisle, but within the first year of the Biden administration, that Bipartisan Infrastructure Act was moved through Congress. We brought lots of Republicans in. I know a lot of them voted against it, some of whom are claiming credit for it back in their districts now. But in any event, this is not new for us. It takes two to tango. And so, I'm glad that the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognizing what we're doing here, but it's hardly unique in terms of the leadership being offered. And speaking of bipartisan leadership, I get to yield 3 minutes now to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, who is the chairwoman of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, Ms. Maloney.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership. I rise today in strong support of the rule on my bill, H.R. 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act. The Postal Service Reform Act has been years in the making, and I am proud to say that it is bipartisan. As we all know, the Postal Service is one of our nation's most vital and respected institutions. It provides service to every American, no matter where they live, binding us together in a way no other organization does. What's more, it's one of the oldest institutions in the United States. In fact, the Postal Service is older than the United States. It has been operating in some form since 1775, when Benjamin Franklin was appointed the first Postmaster General by the Continental Congress. Ensuring that this vital American institution has the tools that it needs to prosper and serve the American people for years to come is of the highest priority. This bill does just that. This bill would require postal employees to enroll in Medicare when they're eligible and retire. All postal employees already pay into Medicare through their careers, and the Postal Service has paid about $35 billion into the program since 1983. And it is the second largest contributor to the Medicare Trust Fund. In short, Postal Service employees have already earned these benefits. The bill would also eliminate the unfair requirement that the Postal Service pre-fund its retiree health benefits for 75 years into the future, a provision that has already passed the House in previous Congresses. These two reforms would save the Postal Service nearly $50 billion over 10 years. And I want to emphasize that these changes do not cost American taxpayers one single dime. In fact, the nonpartisan CBO just last week determined that this bill would save $1.5 billion over the next 10 years. In addition to these savings, the bill includes a provision that will allow the Postal Service to work with states and localities to provide non-postal service in post office locations. This provision would allow the Postal Service to more effectively serve communities based on their individual needs and raise revenue from currently untapped sources. It is abundantly clear that this bill is good for both the Postal Service and the American people. I thank Ranking Member Comer for working diligently with me on this important legislation. I urge passage of this rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady for her very lucid remarks there. You know, one other historic breakthrough of the post office I'm recalling now is the fact that it was the first federal public institution to provide for the hiring of women and African Americans and other minority groups. And so I'm glad again that we've got bipartisan support for this really critical measure to reform the post office in different ways in order to make it viable in the new century. And I will reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this postal reform bill, not because it does nothing good, but because it doesn't do enough. The Post Office is a constitutionally authorized yet failed organization. It has failed to make a profit. It has failed to properly serve the American people, and everyone who has a mailbox knows it. I am pleased that this body and the ranking member are tackling postal issues, but this is not sufficient reform. Unfortunately, for that reason, I cannot support the bill. The problem is the Post Office the problems of the Post Office are clear and long-standing. Congress established the Post Office to be self-supporting organization. And from the time it received a $100 billion line of credit, it has simply used credit to cover its losses. I could agree that prepayment would not be necessary if they were meeting their responsibility on a pay-as-you-go basis to be profitable and to make those reforms. In fact, in 2020, under the CARES Act, Congress provided $10 billion in emergency funding, and yet in 2020, they lost $18 billion and are on course over the next 18 months to lose $22 billion. The fact is, they haven't made a profit since 2006, and as they are mandated. The truth is the Post Office isn't lacking liquidity, it is bankrupt. And nothing in this bill will make the Post Office truly sovereign. It simply wipes out and wipes away debts and shifts the burden onto taxpayers. The bill forgives $46 billion in debts owed by the Postal Service, forcing the taxpayers to pay it. Years ago, when I offered real reform that would save on a constant basis real money, $6, $7, $8 billion a year, those reforms, because they lowered total labor, were unacceptable to the Post Office, even if they were through attrition. I do support some of the changes, and I do support the Postmaster's attempt to modernize the Post Office, but without teeth in the actual organizational reforms, the Post Office will continue to lose money, and for that reason, I cannot yet support this bill, and I thank the gentleman and yield back.
Thank you. While I respect my good friend and colleague, especially for what he's done in the private sector as well as the public sector, I do have some concerns. I believe the Postal Service Reform Act is a strong bipartisan act, and I urge the passage. This measure will bring increased transparency. It will improve operations for senior citizens and Americans who use the Postal Service every day, and will help this institution that is critical, especially to rural America. But again, I have deep respect and admiration from my friend from California. Just would urge passage of this. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. I'm sorry, the gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick note on the gentleman from California's points. He concedes that our bipartisan legislation does a lot of good things, but he says it doesn't do everything. He makes the point that the post office is not making a profit. That's true. It's not making a profit. Of course, our offices don't make a profit. There are very few federal entities that make a profit. That's not what government does. Government serves the people. We want to be as efficient as possible in doing that. But the post office serves people from Alaska to Hawaii to Puerto Rico to Florida to Texas. Everybody gets the mail. And we want to do it as efficiently and as effectively as possible. But the point is to make sure that we are all connected and that everybody gets the benefit of being able to get their prescription drugs, that small businesses are able to send out their parcels, that consumers are able to receive what it is they're ordering, and so on. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will now yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, the distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank my colleague from the Rules Committee as well. Mr. Speaker, for as long as our country's existed, the United States Postal Service has played a critical role in the function of our country, whether delivering news or bills, medicine or ballots, income tax refunds, or in a few days, maybe Valentine's. Americans, our small businesses, our state, national, and local governments rely on the post office and the essential daily services it provides. The famous motto of the Postal Service, neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night will stay these couriers from their swift completion of their appointed rounds. And how glad we've been to see them completing those rounds during a pandemic, which limited our ability to get goods and services from other places, which limited our ability in some cases to get to the polling places. While the U.S. Postal Service has always been essential, in the last 2 years it's been even more so. It's helped us all to navigate a highly transmissible virus. Unfortunately, during that same time, we've seen the Postal Service struggle to navigate a series of highly disruptive policy changes that slowed service and financial constraints that have threatened its long-term health. Over the past 2 years, I've heard from hundreds of constituents about problems with the Postal Service, all asking, what is Congress going to do about it? Well, this week, I'm proud to support the Postal Service Reform Act, a bipartisan bill that will improve the performance of the U.S. Postal Service and guarantee its long-term financial health. This bill will guarantee the Postal Service's 6-day delivery standard, improve customer support, and provide customers with increased transparency about their local service performance. Most notably, the Postal Service Reform Act will finally end the unique to the Postal Service statutory requirement that it pre-fund retiree health benefits, relieving the Postal Service of this onerous and unnecessary burden that has jeopardized the service's finances since it was enacted 15 years ago. These reforms, which have been endorsed by the postal unions, are estimated to save the Postal Service nearly $50 billion over the next 10 years. The U.S. Postal Service is one of the oldest core responsibilities of the federal government, so I look forward to enthusiastically voting for this bill to ensure its continued success in the 21st century. In addition, Mr. Speaker, today's rule also provides for consideration of another continuing resolution to fund the government. The House did its job. We passed our funding bills on time, and Chairwoman DeLauro has pushed her Senate counterparts to begin negotiations early so that a funding deal could be passed on time. However, Senate Republicans have hemmed and hawed and stalled to avoid negotiations because they prefer a CR to finding bipartisan compromise. We're nearly halfway through the current fiscal year. I regret the necessity of another CR, but I look forward to a quick resolution and a vote on an omnibus funding bill. And with that, I yield back.
I just want to add one point to Ms. Scanlon's excellent delivery there. This legislation, the Postal Services Reform Act, requires the Postal Service to develop an online dashboard that will detail for all of us weekly national and local level performance data to promote compliance at every level with the on-time mail delivery expectations that we all have. I too have spent time in a lot of neighborhoods of mine in Frederick County, Carroll County, Montgomery County, making sure that the Postal Service is getting on-time delivery, making it happen. This new tool will allow all of us to monitor exactly what's going on in our particular communities. With that, I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend and fellow Rules Committee member, Dr. Burgess from the great state of Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. As we've already heard, today's rule provides for consideration of yet another continuing resolution 5 months into the fiscal year, and not a single appropriations bill has been signed into law. This time, the Rules Committee had less than 2 hours' notice before considering the continuing resolution rule in the Rules Committee yesterday, leaving no time for members who might want to offer an amendment or might want to come to the committee to speak on this CR. Look, no secret, this has not been an easy year for the American people. Crisis after crisis, and this Democratic leadership in this Congress has not really led on those issues. We're still facing a crisis on our southern border. 2 million migrants have crossed without documentation since President Biden took the oath of office. And in response, what did he do? Well, he halted construction on the border wall, and he tried to eliminate the Remain in Mexico program, except the courts wouldn't let him do that, so now they're slow walking the enforcement. At the same time, Ukraine is facing down 130,000 Russian troops that look poised to evade, and President Biden just recently used his waiver authority to ease the sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, a direct link between Russia and Europe for oil and gas. If we had been given time to consider this CR, we could have revoked this waiver authority and reinstated sanctions on the Nord Stream 2. Another problem exacerbated by this administration is their continuing push for vaccine mandates. We see it literally every day on the news. Mandates do nothing but drive unnecessary opposition. Then we need to let people make an informed choice for themselves with their doctor. Taxpayer dollars should not be spent on enforcing mandates. And finally, it's been nearly impossible to get a response back from an executive branch agency, and the reason is we've delegated our spending authority, we've delegated our appropriations authority basically to the Speaker's office, and as a consequence, no cabinet secretary feels obligated to answer the phone call from a member of Congress from either party. Thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 6617, of course, extends funding for the federal government until March 11, 2022. We eagerly anticipate the success of bipartisan negotiations for the full omnibus package. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the rule providing for consideration of the Postal Reform Act. As the only member of Congress who has a 30-year career as a Postal Service employee, I'm honored to stand here today as the House takes action to protect the Postal Service for generations to come. Few know that the Constitution defines that America will have a post office service. For more than 2 centuries, the hardworking employees of the Postal Service has lived up to the agency's motto, neither sleet nor rain, nor heat or gloom of night will stay the couriers from their appointed rounds. As the agency finds itself losing billions of dollars, it's time for the Postal Service, for the Congress, to step in and ensure the Postal Service can maintain its commitment to providing prompt and reliable mail service. This bill would provide the Postal Service with the critical reforms to help address this long-term financial solvency. The Postal Service has delivered the package. Today, we have the opportunity to deliver the package.
I'd like to thank the gentlelady for those excellent remarks and note that I think she speaks for millions of postal workers across the country who are excited about this legislation and the reforms that it's going to institute. This has the endorsement of the American Postal Workers Union, the National Association of Letter Carriers, the mail handlers, a number of other organizations that are invested in this. So we're excited about this bipartisan investment in making the Postal Service work for the people in this new century. And I'll reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across this country, Democratic governors and local officials have forced children to wear masks in schools. They've done this without real concern for the social, developmental, and the emotional consequences of their authoritarian actions. These are the actions of petty tyrants, people who do not care about real science. In stark contrast, House Republicans We've been consistent this whole time. We have been fighting for the rights of America's children and the American parent. That's why, if we defeat the previous question, I will personally offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider H.R. 6619, the Unmask Our Kids Act. This legislation would block education agencies from receiving federal funding unless schools are open for in-person learning and school mask mandates allow parents to opt out on behalf of their children. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote for the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here to explain the amendment is the legislation's author, Representative Ashley Hinson of Iowa, my good friend, and I yield her 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand for students, to stand for parents' ability to make decisions for their own kids. Across the country, children are struggling. Despite being nearly 2 years into the pandemic now, tens of thousands of students started this year off still being forced to learn from behind a screen, cut off from their peers. And many school districts are mandating masks for children of all ages against their parents' wishes. Parents should have the option to send their kids to school in person and to decide whether or not they want to have their kids wearing a mask at school. Thanks to the leadership of our great governor of Iowa, Governor Reynolds, and our hardworking teachers in Iowa, parents have had the option to send their kids to school in person, in class, for over a year. And Governor Reynolds stood for families by banning school mask mandates and allowing parents to make this personal health decision for their own children. And that's at the heart of this issue we're talking about today. Parents should be empowered. They should be empowered to make choices that impact their children's physical and mental health, their development, and their future. As a mom, I know why parents across the country are standing up and speaking out when they're being told that they can't decide what's right for their kids or their family. And it's infuriating to watch the very same people who push for kids to wear masks all day long. They're bending the rules for a photo op or maybe a night out on the town. Meanwhile, kids are sitting at home instead of going to school, and they're interacting with their friends in settings that are not normal. They're interacting from behind a screen. So that's why I introduced the Unmask Our Kids Act. My bill would condition federal education dollars to schools on those schools doing two very simple things. One, schools cannot receive federal dollars if they enact wide-reaching mask mandates. They have to allow parents to decide whether their child will wear a mask at school. And two, parents have to have an in-person learning option. Schools must offer an in-person learning option. Our kids deserve normalcy. They deserve a chance to learn in person. They deserve a chance to play with their friends at recess. This is about giving parents a voice and the final say when it comes to personal health decisions that impact their family. This is about giving school-aged kids who have endured so much over the last 2 years a chance to finally just be kids, to be normal. The next generation is too important not to fight for. When it comes to our children and their well-being, we will not cave, and that's why this legislation is so important. So let's put politics aside here. Let's put kids first. We should pass the Unmask Our Kids Act today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. The Washington Post this morning has an article about how a number of governors, California Governor Gavin Newsom, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, Delaware Governor John Carney, and Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont have all announced changes to indoor masking requirements because of changes of where we are in the disease. I certainly hope that my colleagues are not saying that we never should have worn masks, although I know some of them have said that, and some of them have opposed masking guidance from the very beginning. Need I remind my colleagues that we've lost more than 900,000 people, including a lot of children, to this terrible disease. And we have faced an epidemic of denialism from the beginning. Of course, the former president of the United States was out hawking quack medical cures and denying the virulence of the disease for a long time, saying it would just disappear at Easter time. Maybe everybody should just be injected with bleach. We have come a long way from then, and President Biden has led us in an aggressive scientific effort, including masking where it was appropriate, in order to beat the disease. And we're making great progress, and now the states and localities are able to drop the masking requirements. So I see that they want to get on top of the wave and somehow claim that they're responsible for that, when it was the president from their party who presided over an historically reckless and irresponsible approach to COVID-19, one that gave us a leading position in the spread of COVID-19. So in any event, I haven't seen the bill that they've just introduced yet. I know that the Biden administration has used the post office to ship 500 million coronavirus test kits to people across the country, which again underscores the importance of the legislation we're really here to talk about today. I'll reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting that my good friend from Maryland would say the former president was, quote unquote, reckless during the pandemic. This is a man who put together Operation Warp Speed, one of the quickest vaccination programs, the quickest vaccination program, that one of the most effective the world has ever seen. And if we're talking about numbers, let's just talk about the numbers. More people have died in this pandemic under Joe Biden than ever died under President Trump. The numbers don't lie. During President Trump's first year with the pandemic, there were just over 390,000 deaths. And again, every death is tragic. But to say that President Trump was reckless, look at the numbers of Joe Biden. Just this year, since Joe Biden has taken office, over 500,000 people, 500,000 plus people have died. So if President Trump was reckless, what word would you use to describe President Biden? I'm interested to hear that. But there's two kinds of science. There's real science and there's political science. The risk of severe disease from COVID-19 to healthy children is very low. This is real science. The CDC data shows that 863 total pediatric deaths related to COVID-19 have occurred since the beginning of this pandemic, which is less than, and again, for the party of science, this is real science, that is less than 0.001% of all COVID deaths in the United States. And many of these children had had underlying medical conditions, making them more vulnerable to severe COVID-19 than the average child, meaning that many of these children died with COVID, not of COVID. But again, that's real science, not political science. Talking about real science versus political science, I've got a photo of Stacey Abrams. This is political science, and here's why. Because the kids in this photo trying to learn all are masked up. Statistically, these children are at very low risk of contracting COVID and even lower risk of dying from COVID. Again, the stats don't lie, 0.001%. The real person in this photo who bears most of the risk is the governor in exile, Stacey Abrams, who is not wearing a mask. This photo is political science. If the mask wearing was reversed, that would be actual science. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 6619, which will prohibit local education agencies from receiving Department of Education funding unless schools are open for in-person learning, and allow parents to opt out of mask mandates on behalf of their children. Over the past 2 years, our children have suffered academically and socially throughout the pandemic. As a father of 4 young children, I know how important it is that kids are back in the classroom and free of unnecessary and distracting mask mandates. Parents, not politicians, should have the power to make the best decisions for their children. Let me repeat that, because so many across this country and some in this body don't understand that fundamental truth. Parents, not politicians, should have the power to make the best decision for their children. And that includes whether or not they wear a mask in school. It's been over a year since the CDC implemented universal mask mandates in schools with little science to back up their claim. Studies have shown that students can safely return to pre-pandemic educational settings, meaning in a classroom and without a mask. The House has also appropriated $120 billion to reopen schools, nearly 3 times what the CDC had requested. But yet we still have school districts across our country refusing to return to in-person learning or forcing kids to wear a mask against their will. These school districts should not be given any more hard-earned taxpayer dollars from the Department of Education or any other federal agency. To make matters worse, the same elected officials who are implementing these draconian mandates are often seen disregarding them completely. The lengths some elected officials will go to gain a political advantage at the expense of the well-being of our children is truly astounding. The reality is, my colleagues across the aisle are not following the science, and it's damaging an entire generation's educational and social development. It's time we give parents the power to let their kids experience normal once again. I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and support H.R. 6619. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from Pennsylvania doesn't have to take it from me. He can take it from President Trump's own coronavirus response coordinator, Deborah Birx. Dr. Birx said that the first 100,000 deaths perhaps were inevitable, but the hundreds of thousands that came after it were avoidable and were the cost of the failure to undertake the public health precautions that were required. So I would direct him to Dr. Birx. And of course, when the virus was out of control and President Biden came into office, he was doing everything in his power to try to reverse the damage done by the lethal irresponsibility of the prior administration. But in any event, Madam Speaker, we are here to try to get beyond all of the wreckage at this point. We are here to fund the government through March 11th. We're here to make these substantial reforms to the post office on a bipartisan basis that will make the post office far more efficient, that will guarantee 6-day service to our people all over the country, that will end that uniquely difficult and punitive policy of making the Postal Service alone and having to pre-fund everybody's health care for the next 75 years, which explains a lot of its financial problems. That's what we are here to do today. We're making progress for America. We're trying to do it on a bipartisan basis. It seems strange to me that my colleagues would try to pick a fight about COVID-19 in this context when we are just trying to recover from the wreckage left by the prior administration. But with that, I'll reserve the remainder of my time.
Reserve, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. And my good friend from Maryland referenced Dr. Birx. Let's be honest, Dr. Birx is an unelected career bureaucrat who's been wrong repeatedly, just like Dr. Fauci has been wrong repeatedly. So although my friend on the left might cite Dr. Birx, I can cite Johns Hopkins University, which just did a study. And according to this massive study from Johns Hopkins University, not a bastion of conservative ideology, I might add, under this study, they found that lockdowns only reduced COVID mortality by 0.2% in the United States. In some, lockdowns didn't work at all. What's worse is those on the left have failed to take into account that the lockdowns actually led to more deaths than they prevented, arguably, with drug overdose and suicide. But that is real science, not political science. To talk about more real science, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Iowa, Dr. Miller-Meeks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me time today. I rise in opposition to the previous question so the House can immediately consider Congresswoman Henson's H.R. 6619, the Unmask Our Kids Act. The Unmask Our Kids Act would restrict funds from going to any local education agencies that don't offer an option for in-person instruction at both elementary and secondary public schools. Further, the Unmask Our Kids Act would allow parents to opt their child out from having to wear a mask at school. As a mother of 2 children, I understand how important it is for all kids to be in school learning among their peers. Unfortunately, throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been political theater of both masking policies and virtual learning, which has resulted in K through 12 students paying the price through learning loss, which is at an even higher rate among students that come from disadvantaged families. Several studies have found that there are adverse effects on the quality of education due to the lack of time students spend with their peers, especially for students that struggled with school before the pandemic. Students need and deserve to have in-person instruction so they can receive the best education possible for their future. As a physician and former director of public health, I recognize that children are at low risk of severe illness with COVID and low risk of transmission. A recent study found that grade schoolers are at lower risk than vaccinated adults. Wearing a mask at school can create both behavioral and physical complications for students. A student wearing a pair of glasses may have to keep unfogging their lenses, or a student that has a facial tic may have to keep correcting their fallen mask. As we've seen across the nation, mental health has been a big part of this pandemic, and students are not immune to this impact. Not being able to see other peers or your teacher's face can not only lead to further loneliness, anxiety, or depression, and the rate of suicide in children as young as 9 has been staggering. Many young students are also unable to learn because facial expressions are absent. Just yesterday, New Jersey's Democratic governor announced that beginning in March, the state will no longer require students and school employees to wear masks. The governor was quoted saying that, "This is not a declaration of victory as much as an acknowledgement that we can responsibly live with this thing." And Europe has had that policy for almost a year. Beginning this Friday, the governor of Delaware, the president's home state, will lift Delaware's universal indoor mask mandate with a lift on school-based mask mandate beginning March 31st. Also yesterday, a medical analysis for CNN said that the decision to wear a mask should shift from a government mandate to an individual choice. If a parent and a student believe it is in the best interest of their health and well-being to wear a mask, so be it. Let them make that decision for themselves. We do not need elite, powerful people imposing their will upon our most innocent and most powerless. Remove the mask, let students be back in school, and vote down the previous question.
The gentleman reserved, the gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Someone just tuning in right now might be a little confused and think that we're somehow debating COVID-19. We're here to talk about a bipartisan legislation on the Postal Service and to keep the government open until March 11th. But I would just point out to my good friend from Pennsylvania, who I'm afraid seemed to disparage science on our side or the professional credentials of Dr. Deborah Birx, who was the former president's coronavirus coordinator. She went to Penn State Medical School. And I don't think the gentleman from Pennsylvania meant to disparage her educational credentials, certainly as a graduate of Penn State. Look, we don't need the federal government dictating to the states and the localities what their policies are going to be about masking. I just read this morning about a bunch of states, I think they have Democratic governors, New York, California, Delaware, that have pulled back on their masking policies because the virus today has dramatically subsided. But are we going to pass a federal bill every time the virus goes up or the virus goes down and tell them what their rules are going to be? I mean, come on. I thought that we were all champions of federalism, but instead they want to dictate it from up on high. Remember, what this legislation is about, and I wish we could focus more on it, is reform of the Postal Service. We've got bipartisan support now for this, and I'm delighted to learn that it's not just the postal unions that I invoked before, but we've got a bunch of postal associations. We've got the American Postal Workers Union. We've got the National Association of Letter Carriers who are for it, the National Rural Letter Carriers who are for it, the National Association of Postal Supervisors, NARF, the National Active and Retired Federal Employees, the National Mail Handlers Association. We've got the Package Shipping Association, the Major Mailers Association, the National Newspaper Association, the Coalition for a 21st Century Postal Service, Publishers Clearinghouse, American Catalog Mailers Association, National Retail Federation. We've got both the workers in the Postal Service and then big businesses and small businesses across the country underscoring the fact that the Postal Service remains the central nervous system of commerce in America, as well as our public life. And that's something we should be celebrating rather than picking an unnecessary fight that's completely irrelevant to this legislation about what's going on at the state and local level in other places. I'll reserve the remainder of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, for the record, I'll put Dr. Meeks, I'd bet on her any day of the week over Dr. Birx, any day of the week. She believes in real science, not the political theater and political science that the CDC and Dr. Birx speak of. Great example. The CDC never even studied the effects of school mask mandates before mandating masks in school. So say what you will, but that is not how science works. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
Nice.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose the previous question so we can immediately consider H.R. 6619, the Unmask Our Kids Act. This is critical because as a member of Congress, but more importantly, as the dad of a kindergartner, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because all throughout the pandemic, bureaucrats and mayors and governors and school administrators, they've all lectured us to follow the science. Just follow the science. Well, I agree. And thankfully, 2 years into this pandemic, we now have science behind the mild impacts of COVID-19 on children and the importance of ventilation instead of masking to limit spread in classrooms. We also have science on how important it is to see the faces in a child's development. Yet even with this data, schools continue to impose mask mandates, including roughly 85 of the 115 North Carolina school districts. And if you break these mandates, you face severe consequences. Just last Thursday, 12-year-old Lincoln Matthews from my district decided not to wear a mask to school with the support of his father. Lincoln said he can't breathe in his mask, especially when he's forced to wear it, even when running in PE class. However, Lincoln was written up and kicked out for insubordination, and this is wrong. What's worse is these rules apparently don't apply to everyone. On Friday, just one day after Lincoln was kicked out for not wearing his mask, Stacey Abrams visited a classroom in Georgia without a mask, while every child around her, as you can see, wore their mask. As my colleague, Mr. Reschenthaler, said, this photo is not science. This photo is political science. Sadly, this is just the latest example of politicians who want to control your life. They tell you what to do, then ignore their own rules. For these hypocrites, it's rules for thee, but not for me. Well, I'm here to say the American people are fed up. I'm here to say parents have rights. So let's actually follow the science. It's time to scrap these mandates and give parents the freedom to choose what's best for their own children. So today I encourage my colleagues to pass our Unmask Our Kids Act to end these mandates once and for all. If it's good enough for the politicians, it's good enough for our kids. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Talking about more science. A North Carolina study, where my good friend resides, a North Carolina study conducted before vaccines were available found that not a single case of student-to-teacher transmission occurred when 90,000 students were in a school. That is the real science. I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers on my side. I wonder if the gentleman from Pennsylvania has other speakers.
We have no more speakers, Madam Speaker, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I'll reserve the remainder of my time.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of our time as I'm prepared to close. Madam Speaker, thanks to President Biden and thanks to House Democrats and their far-left radical policies, Americans are currently facing a border crisis, a crime crisis, and an economic crisis. Despite a lack of scientific evidence to support masks in schools, Democratic governors, officials, unelected career bureaucrats, petty tyrants have mandated the use of masks in schools, damaging the educational and social development of our students. It's past time that Democrats stop prioritizing their woke agenda and work with Republicans to address these and other pressing issues facing American families today. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say a word on behalf of Stacey Abrams, who was the target of some rhetorical attacks over there. There's a picture of her without her mask on in front of a bunch of kids who did have their mask on. And it was being denounced by your speaker from North Carolina momentarily, and also by the floor leader who didn't have their masks on, standing in front of a whole group of people who did have their masks on. In other words, they were in exactly the same position Stacey Abrams was, because the rule of reason we've adopted according to medical advice, I think across the country, is where masks are recommended and indicated, people wear them unless they're speaking. And to turn that into a political football, to denounce a fellow public servant, seems to be a little bit beneath the dignity of this body. But in any event, we're very excited about our postal reform legislation that we're moving through to guarantee excellent 6-day service to everybody, to have an online dashboard so we can all keep track of where the mail is in different parts of the country, and if there are problems, we can address them quickly. I'm glad we have bipartisan legislation, at least I hope it's bipartisan, to keep the government open until March the 11th. And, you know, as for COVID-19 policies, I think we should trust the states and the localities to deal with the manifold questions that come up as we continue to address this public health crisis, which was, of course, set into motion by a president who denied it, avoided it, said he would refuse to wear a mask even when it was indicated, who got it, who had dozens of doctors at his beck and call, who flew in a helicopter to get himself served. Look, we need to get back on track in America, and that means the government's got to work for everybody, and we've got to stop fighting about public health. We've got to work together for the public health, just like we got to work together for the post office, a great American institution which we improve and we advance today in the 21st century. With that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution, Madam Speaker.
The question is in ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, on that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to the Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doggett, Mr. DeSaulnier, Ms. Moore, and Mr. Swazi, I rise to inform the House these members will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine and Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote nay on the previous question.
Gentleman from South Dakota.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Sarah Jacobs, Ami Bera, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, and Juan Vargas. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, is the member designated by Mr. Cooper of Tennessee, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Dr. Lowenthal of California, and Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gomer of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Mr. Soto of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on the previous question.
Gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Marilyn Strickland of the state of Washington and Karen Bass of the state of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition again?
Again. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Chairwoman Lofgren, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the previous question.
purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. Kaufman and Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam, as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution number 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Representative Dunn votes no on ordering the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote no on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garbarino from New York, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by members Porter and McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the previous question. Thank
Voted. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 205. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it.
Madam Speaker, excuse me. Madam
For
Speaker,
what purpose does the
on that I
representative-
request the yeas and nays. Thanks.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, and Mr. Cooper of Tennessee, and Dr. Lowenthal of California, and Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 912.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine and Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 912.
Yeah, I'm so fine. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by members Porter and McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 912.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Oh. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote no on the adoption of the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Doggett, Mr. Desaulnier, Mr. Swaze, and Ms. Moore, I rise to inform the House these members will vote aye on House Resolution 912.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Messrs. Christ and Soto of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRES 912.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a designated member by Mr. Garbarino from New York, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Lawson from the House, that Mr. Lawson votes yes on Resolution 912.
Who is it? What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Dunn in Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote no on the roll.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna and Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on HRES 912.
What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on the rule. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Chairwoman Lofgren, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRES 912.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois rise? As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on HRES 912. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gomer of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote no on the rule.
Good. Unless I turn. The gentlewoman from New York rise.
As the member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 912.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote no on HRES 912.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on the HRES 912.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 912.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on House Res 912. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRES 912.
Gentleman from California rise.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Sarah Jacobs, Ami Berra, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, and Juan Vargas. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 912.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington and Karen Bass of the state of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Resolution 912.
Purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 912.
What purposes does the gentleman from Hawaii rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on HRES 912.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva, I inform the House that he will vote yes on HRES 912.
To vote no on the roll.
Do you have people still on boxes?
Yeah, I think we're going to use most of the time.
On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 912, House Concurrent Resolution 69 is hereby adopted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 912, I now call up the bill, H.R. 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 171, H.R. 3076, a bill to provide stability to and enhance the services of the United States Postal Service and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 912, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Reform, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-32 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered as read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees. After 1 hour of debate, it shall be in order to consider the further amendment printed in House Report 117243, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be considered read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. The gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, for such time as she may consume.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on H.R. 3076.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I recognize myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized for
I
such time
rise
she
in
may
strong
consume.
support of H.R. 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act, which I introduced along with my distinguished ranking member, Mr. Comer. I am proud to say that our bill, the bill before us today, is the result of a truly bipartisan effort from beginning to our time on the floor today. We have jointly over 100 co-sponsors, almost evenly divided between Democrats and Republicans. And according to the nonpartisan CBO, this bill actually reduces federal spending by $1.5 billion over the next 10 years. The administration also supports the bill's efforts to, quote, strengthen the U.S. Postal Service, and I place the President's statement in the record. The Postal Service is one of America's most vital and respected institutions. Originally established in Article I of the Constitution, for over 2 centuries, it has provided service across our country to every single address, whether you're in an urban skyscraper or a rural family farm. It binds our nation together in ways that no other agency or organization does. And it adds over 1 million new delivery points every year. This bill is an agreement to fix some of the serious problems that have been looming over the post office for years and threatening its financial stability. It is an agreement that was reached with input from Democrats, Republicans, the postal unions, the postal professionals, and a wide array of private and public sector stakeholders. Over 200 different organizations have come out in support of this bill. It is an agreement that contains 2 major reforms that together will save the post office over $50 billion in the coming decade. First, the bill requires postal employees to enroll in Medicare when they are eligible and retire. All postal employees have already been paying into Medicare throughout their careers, but not all retirees could or would enroll when they reached 65. So the bill simply ensures that Postal Service employees can fully utilize the benefits that they have already paid for. Second, the bill will eliminate the unfair requirement that the Postal Service prepay its retiree health benefits for 75 years into the future. This common sense change will help reduce the burden on the Retiree Health Benefit Fund and help it remain solvent. And the bill would provide Congress and the American people with a whole new level of transparency and accountability. It would establish an online public-facing database that shows weekly service performance information by zip code. The bill also requires the Postal Service to continue to deliver mail 6 days a week using an integrated network, ensuring that Americans can receive their mail and medications on weekends. The bill also enables our Postal Service to increase revenue through non-postal services, such as selling permits to go fishing or hunting. I would like to thank my friend, Ranking Member Comer, for his partnership on this bill and for helping to shepherd it to the floor. It has truly been a joint effort. I would also like to thank Representatives Conley, Lynch, Lawrence, and Fox for their work and dedication and devotion to getting this bill done. I also would like to thank Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Hoyer, Whip Clyburn, all of whom supported this and helped move it to the floor. Let's do the right thing by all Americans and pass this bill, send it to the Senate with a large support from this body. I urge all of my colleagues to support this historic bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Americans hold the United States Postal Service in extremely high regard, and that's for good reason. All rely on it for our paychecks, medications, news, magazines, and correspondences with loved ones. And now more than ever, Americans enjoy the conveniences of e-commerce no matter where they live in this great nation. The United States Postal Service is truly one of our prized national assets. But, as we know, the Postal Service has faced financial trouble for many years. Service delays stemming from an unreliable and outdated delivery network, a drastic historical decrease in mail revenue, and a sustained surge in labor-intensive packages have all contributed to the organization's struggles. The rise and dominance of the internet has completely changed the way people shop, pay bills, and generally communicate. It has changed in ways that could not have even been envisioned in the 1970s when Congress established today's independently operated Postal Service. We need to face the music. The days of letters alone driving the Postal Service's revenue are not coming back. And with this national pandemic, we have seen what happens when the Postal Service is stressed to its operational limits. The dual challenges of workforce shortages and a surge in package volume across its delivery network plainly exposed the inability for the Postal Service to adapt to modern challenges. I stand here today after more than a year of bipartisan work with my colleague, Chairwoman Maloney, to call for the House to pass the Bipartisan Postal Reform Act of 2022. This targeted bill addresses the immediate needs of the Postal Service to help it succeed into the 21st century. H.R. 3076 bolsters Postal Service-led operational reforms that are already showing success with better revenue and delivery performance. For example, the Postal Service saw one of the busiest holiday seasons ever this past year. And even this current White House could not ignore the fact that nearly 99% of consumers received their packages on time or with minimal delays. This was done under the leadership of Postmaster General DeJoy. and in the face of constant challenges brought about by the pandemic and the current political climate. Coupled with the Postmaster General's ambitious and comprehensive 10-year reform plan are two legislative requests impacting the Postal Service's ability to operate profitably in the years to come. First, the well-intentioned 2006 legislative requirement that the Postal Service pre-fund the retiree health benefits of all future potential costs has proven unworkable and counterproductive. H.R. 3076 repeals this requirement while continuing to require annual payments for what is owed to postal retirees. This helps alleviate immediate financial stresses while still protecting the workforce's earned retirement health benefits. Secondly, the Postmaster General has sought legislation to seamlessly transition the postal workforce into Medicare upon retirement, rather than continuing as the primary payer for retiree health benefits. Congress has told the Postal Service it has to act like a business, and this is not something businesses do. Businesses offer secondary coverage to wraparound Medicare benefits, and that's what Congress should allow the Postal Service to do as well. This is sensible policy in keeping with the practices of private sector businesses. Postal Service retirees have been paying into Medicare their entire careers. And next to the federal government itself, the Postal Service is the largest contributor to the Medicare Trust Fund in the nation. Together, these two legislative provisions requested by Postmaster General DeJoy are projected to help the Postal Service break even in the coming years. However, I've made it clear that Republicans need to see solutions that would also allow the Postal Service to fundamentally improve its business model. Our reform bill is designed around the Postal Service's current operational reform plans. Additionally, our bill makes sure Congress has key oversight tools. For instance, our bill establishes a public-facing online dashboard with full local mail delivery performance data. This will provide necessary transparency into the on-time delivery of mail and equip every House member to conduct oversight of mail performance in their local communities. Congress should not be caught off guard as we were in early 2020 as the pandemic accelerated performance problems in real time. My colleagues should also consider what this targeted reform bill does not do. Our legislation does not include draconian cuts to service delivery, such as post office closures or decreasing delivery to residences. Our bill keeps the need of rural postal service customers front and center. For instance, the bill codifies the 6-day delivery of mail and packages, which provides assurance to businesses and rural communities alike. And importantly, our reform bill does all this without taking the easy approach of a bailout or increasing the budget. In fact, the bill is projected to save over $1 billion of tax funds over the next decade. Over $1 billion. Chairwoman Maloney and I have worked closely on receiving the input from the Postal Service and industry groups, large and small, and have come to an agreement that we believe will have a real impact. I'm very proud of this product, this bipartisan work. Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader of this Congress, Leader Hoyer, for 1 minute.
Distinguished gentleman, Majority Leader, is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Chair for yielding, and I want to thank both Ms. Maloney, Congresswoman Maloney from New York, the Chair of the committee, and Mr. Comer from Kentucky. There's nobody covering this right now. There aren't a lot of members on the floor. This will pass in a bipartisan fashion. But this is a piece of legislation on one of the most important agencies of government, most important services to the American people, keeping them in touch, getting them goods and services and prescription drugs that they need, being able to pay their bills. This bill is a very important bill. The interest in it in terms of the public is belied by the fact that it is bipartisan. And that, therefore, it is assumed to happen. But I tell you, Madam Speaker, this
is decades in the making. This bill has been debated, not this bill, but the reforms that this bill achieves have been debated for decades. As the former chair of the Treasury Postal Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, I know full well how difficult this process has been. And it doesn't need me to say anything more about the specifics of the bill, other than to say to Chair Maloney, thank you very much. You've been tenacious, you've been focused, and you've been indefatigable in this effort. And I want to say to Mr. Comer, this would not have been done without you. Because it's easy to demagogue one part of the issue or some other part of the issue. But your working together with Ms. Maloney has made this happen, and America will be better. The Postal Service will be better. Postal workers will be better. And the American community that utilizes and relies on the Postal Service will have greater security and greater service. So I thank you both. I thank all of those who worked on this bill in the committee, and I urge its overwhelming passage on a bipartisan basis. And I yield back, and I ask to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina who has worked steadfastly and been on board and had significant input in this bill from day one, Dr. Fox.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Kentucky who has done a masterful job, along with Chairwoman Maloney, on this bill. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act. The Postal Service is projected to lose $160 billion over the next 10 years as mail volume decreases and costs continue to increase. If nothing changes, the Postal Service will run out of cash in 2024 and plead for another taxpayer bailout. This bill, coupled with Postmaster General DeJoy's 10-year reform plan, will return the Postal Service to a more sustainable path. It provides additional transparency mechanisms to help hold the Postal Service accountable for meeting its goals and ultimately lead its management to operate more efficiently. It also allows the Postal Service to choose the most economical form of transportation rather than using outdated rules that are not tailored to the modern needs of the Postal Service. The Postal Service Reform Act allows the Postmaster General to make 2 financial reforms that are key to the 10-year reform plan. It allows for Medicare integration and the elimination of the pre-funding obligations. Last Congress, I requested a recorded vote on H.R. 2382, the USPS Fairness Act, and I voted no on that bill, because I believe it is irresponsible for the Postal Service to shed its pre-funding obligations without making needed reforms so that taxpayers are not asked to repeatedly bail it out. Now I'm pleased to say the Postal Service Reform Act delivers those substantial and badly needed reforms to the Postal Service such that its fiscal stability will be restored. Even the Congressional Budget Office notes that this bill would save taxpayers nearly $1.5 billion over the next 10 years. This keeps the Postal Service solvent and eliminates the need for further postal bailouts. Common ground is elusive in this body, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to say that the bill before us today is truly a bipartisan step in the right direction to help the Postal Service fulfill its mission for years to come. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. And I recognize the gentlewoman from New York.
First, Madam Speaker, I would like to join my colleague, Mr. Comer, in thanking Representative Fox for her unique contribution to this bill. She is co-chair of the Postal Caucus and played a vital role in moving this bill to the floor. I now recognize the distinguished chairman of the House Energy and Commerce Committee that has jurisdiction over this bill also, the gentleman from New Jersey, Representative Pallone, for 3 minutes, and thank him for his leadership on this bill.
Distinguished Chair of Energy and Commerce, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me thank Chairwoman Maloney. She's worked hard on this and, constantly been telling us for months and years how important this was, and we had to get it done. So congratulations, the day has arrived. The U.S. Postal Service, Madam Speaker, is one of the oldest and most essential American institutions, but unfortunately it has struggled financially for many years. And that's why this comprehensive bipartisan legislation is important, because it will address the financial challenges facing the Postal Service. A report last year by the GAO found that since 2007, Postal Service expenses have grown faster than revenues, in part due to the cost of benefits, including retiree expenses. The Energy and Commerce Committee has worked closely with the Oversight and Reform Committee to craft health care provisions in the Postal Service Reform Act that both protect the benefits of retirees and put the Postal Service on a better financial footing. Under the bill, current Postal Service retirees will be able to keep their retirement health plans provided by the Postal Service and will not be required to enroll in Medicare. However, the legislation creates a one-time special enrollment period for Postal Service retirees who are eligible for Medicare to enroll in Medicare Part B if they so choose. Postal Service retirees who enroll in Medicare Part B through this special enrollment period would not pay late enrollment penalties on their Part B premium. Instead, the Postal Service would pay any late enrollment penalties on behalf of the individual. Arrangements like this exist today for certain state and local government employees. The new special enrollment period will make it easier and more affordable for current Postal Service retirees to enroll in Medicare's comprehensive health coverage, and the majority of Postal Service retirees already choose to take advantage of their Medicare benefits. So H.R. 3076 would also require future Postal Service retirees to enroll in Medicare when they become eligible in order to qualify for the Postal Service's retiree health plan. And this would mean that future Postal Service retirees who are eligible for Medicare would have Medicare as their primary insurer, but may also have their Postal Service health plan filling any gaps in Medicare coverage. And this is a common way to provide retiree insurance in the private sector. So overall, I believe this bill will improve the financial health of the Postal Service. It will allow the Postal Service to continue providing critical services to the nation and health benefits to its employees and retirees. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank everyone, but again, particularly Chairwoman Maloney, for their involvement in this effort, and I urge support for the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member of the House Administration Committee, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to reiterate the congrats and the thanks to Chairwoman Maloney and Ranking Member Comer. Although I'm a little disappointed because, our colleague, Mr. Young, the Dean of the House, is sitting right in front of my favorite microphone, but I'll go here. I do want to say this is a great day. You see bipartisanship in action bringing this bill to the floor. I've been a strong supporter of the Postal Service throughout my time in Congress. The Postal Service serves as a lifeline to many rural communities across our country and many right in Illinois' 13th district that I'm proud to represent. For many families, the Postal Service delivers life-saving medications, benefits, and messages from loved ones. Its services are critical. That's why I've been a leader in supporting it and its employees like the letter carriers and the postmasters, who truly are essential. Because of the Postal Service's importance to my constituents, I've worked with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to lead on initiatives to ensure it's not privatized, delivers mail on Saturdays, and retains strict service standards. The Postal Service keeps us connected in ways electronic communication and other services cannot. Additionally, it finishes delivering packages for private companies in more rural regions of our country like mine. I'm glad we are here today voting on this vital piece of legislation that will provide more funding and resources to our postal employees. This bill importantly makes the Postal Service financially viable for generations to come and implements efficiencies that will protect taxpayers and consumers alike. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy projects this legislation will save the Postal Service $58 billion over the next 10 years and correct the agency's long-term financial problems by 2030. Additionally, The Congressional Budget Office estimates this legislation will save the federal government $1.5 billion over 10 years. For these reasons, I support this vital piece of legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now recognize the distinguished chair of the Military, Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Subcommittee, the gentlelady from Florida, Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, for 1 minute.
Distinguished chair, gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of this long, elusive, bipartisan legislation that has been years in the making, and congratulations to Chairwoman Maloney on her Herculean effort along with Mr. Comer. In the past 2 years, postal workers faced historic public health challenges to heroically provide a lifeline for all Americans. Just as they always deliver for us, this reform bill will deliver long overdue reforms to allow our postal service to thrive. No other entity, public or private, is required to pre-fund retiree health benefits for all its employees decades into the future. Only the Postal Service faces that fiscally untenable mandate, and this legislation eradicates that burden. This reform also codifies 6-day mail delivery, which I'm proud to have long fought for as an appropriator. This consensus bill increases transparency, allows other services to be offered to its customers, expands special rates for newspapers to help these vital community watchdogs thrive. These are all common sense reforms. As we build on it, next steps should require that members be able to conduct oversight at postal facilities without prior notice, and allow designation of single zip codes for cities like Hollywood and Cooper City, Florida, in my district, where assigned zip codes overlap jurisdictions. I urge a yes vote on this critical legislation to help the Postal Service better serve the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, who also serves as a ranking subcommittee member on the House Oversight Committee, Mr. Goffman.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I as well support this bill. This is a bipartisan bill, and people have to realize it has to be a bipartisan bill. I don't think either party could get 218 votes for this bill, and of course, the same thing is true in the U.S. Senate. So therefore, it can't be a bill for extreme people. There are probably some people who want to get rid of the post office, just see what happened. Those people are going to vote against the bill. However, this is a bill in part negotiated by our current postmaster, Louis DeJoy. I think he's done a tremendous job. For years, people have said, we ought to run the post office like a business. Now we have a businessman who doesn't need the job, and he has negotiated a package. Admittedly, some people not normally in our sign have signed off, but it is a good package which will save money. And if this package doesn't pass today, we'll probably deal with another package in 2 or 4 years that is not as good as this package. We are including new machines which will improve efficiency. We are going to switch for more full-time people, which will result in less overtime. We are going to align the distribution network, and there will be transportation savings here. These things may not happen in the future. I think Mr. DeJoy has done a good job. I think we should stand with him. I think if we do not vote for this bill today, we're really sending a message that we cannot vote for something unless it is absolutely perfect. I do believe there will be a substantial savings over the next few years, a savings which would not result if this bill would fail today. So I strongly encourage my colleagues, including my conservative colleagues, to vote for this bill.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished chairman of the Subcommittee on Government Operations, the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Conley, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Virginia, the distinguished chair, is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chair. Thank her for her leadership, and Mr. Comer. I'm also proud as an original co-sponsor of this bill and as the chairman of the subcommittee with jurisdiction over postal issues. This bill contains provisions that, when taken together, will right the course of the Postal Service, returning it to solvency and removing undue burdens that have mired it in debt for 16 years. Much of the blame for the Postal Service's financial struggle rests squarely here in Congress. In 2003, Congress enacted the Postal Accountability Enhancement Act, requiring the Postal Service to make annual exorbitant prepayments into its Retire Health Benefits Fund, a requirement required of no other entity in the United States. These payments kept the Postal Service from profitability for years, since 2006. To be sure, the prepayment is not the only issue plaguing the Postal Service's financial posture in an increasingly online and digital society. But as the ranking member indicated, what this bill does do is take care of that red ink that we are responsible for and puts the Postal Service in a position to buy time to develop a 21st century business model that will work but will continue to serve the American people. We owe a debt of gratitude to postal workers who have every day during this pandemic served every household and every business in America on time, reliably, in terms of providing that lifeline and that one constant in our lives that we depend on. So this bill is going to shore that up and buttress that, and it represents a bipartisan compromise that is long overdue, and I salute the leadership of our committee, our chairwoman, and our ranking member in being able to forge that bipartisan coalition that allows us to address this issue today in a meaningful way and to pass this bill. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves.
Reserves.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act. The United States Postal Service has been part of our society since Benjamin Franklin was appointed the first Postmaster General in 1775. However, with the ever-advancing digital economy, the Postal Service's financial difficulties are well known in modern times. This bill will make the necessary steps towards addressing the financial and operational issues facing the Postal Service and properly updates it for the 21st century. A first-class postal system is critical for businesses and our economy. It keeps 330 million Americans connected. This bill also seeks to repair the Postal Service's unsustainable health and retirement benefits by coordinating an enrollment into Medicare. Under current law, the postal system is required to annually prepay future retirement health benefits, an obligation Congress does not require for most other public or private entities. The Postal Service is bound by statute in this unmanageable system while still being required to work for like a private business. Congress tied their hands. We created this problem, now it's been returned to sender. The package will not stamp out all the Postal Service's problems overnight, but it's grounded in established practices and will help deliver first-class level results worthy of the legacy of Ben Franklin.
Gentleman's
With that,
time
I yield back.
has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now recognize the distinguished chairman of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, the gentleman from Oregon, Representative DeFazio, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank
recognized for 2
you
minutes.
for getting us to this point and to your ranking member today. Postal reform has been languishing around here for more than a decade, and we're finally there. The two largest elements of this bill, one was already just mentioned by Representative Conley, the absurd pre-funding mandate that was stuck in midnight in a conference and no one knew it was there. It was back during the Bush administration. They were trying to kill off the Postal Service. And it said, you will prepay health care for the next 75 years of employees. That means people who weren't even born yet, people who might go to work for the Postal Service someday, might retire, we were prepaying their health care. That has been an incredible burden on the Postal Service. And without that, now that that's going to be fixed, we're going to do away with that. That was a bill I've carried for many years, the USPS Fairness Act. We had actually 277 co-sponsors on that bill in this Congress. I'm very pleased it was included as a key part of the reform. The other one is to have postal retirees sign up for Medicare like other federal retirees. That saves another $23 billion. Those two things alone will put the Postal Service solvent into the near future. And as we take other steps to increase their efficiency. But the Postal Service is critical. They will go where the private sector will not go, does not want to go. I have people who live in the most remote parts of my district, very remote, and they make a living. They make a living on eBay and selling things. And if the Postal Service wouldn't pick up their packages and wouldn't deliver their packages with that one box rate, they couldn't make a living. FedEx isn't going to go out there. UPS isn't going to go out there. In fact, they dump all of the stuff about 25 miles away from Powers and say, hey, take this out to that little town, will you? We don't want to go out that far. So it's an absolutely crucial service for tens of millions of Americans. And today, we're going to assure its future. So again, I urge passage of this bill, and I thank the chair and the ranking member for their work.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from North Dakota who has been a strong supporter from day one of postal reform, Mr. Armstrong.
Gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We all know the importance of the U.S. Postal Service and its core mission of prompt, reliable, and efficient mail service to all Americans, regardless of where they live. This is essential in states like North Dakota, where even the most rural postal customers rely on the USPS for the reliable delivery of everything from electric bills to essential medicine. But for too long, Congress has ignored the substantial problems plaguing the U.S. Postal Service. From declining mail volume to operational inefficiency, the Postal Service has been stuck with a business model that is not suited to meet the needs of the 21st century. This body has been complicit in allowing the financially independent Postal Service to die a slow death over the last 15 years. In that time, we have seen mail volume collapse by 40%, annual losses totaled more than $90 billion, and the addition of more than 1 million new delivery points every year. When I was on the floor debating these issues last Congress, I said the Postal Service does not need a short-term bailout. It needs serious reform. This bill begins that process. H.R. 3076 is complementary to Postmaster General DeJoy's 10-year reform plan and his request to Congress. This bill increases accountability by requiring a public dashboard with national and local service performance data that is routinely updated. It supports the delivery of mail at least 6 days per week. And it requires regular reporting to Congress so we can keep on top of the Postal Service's plan and ensure the investment goals, cost savings, and revenue projections are met. It's more important than ever to support initiatives that place the Postal Service on a path to financial stability and maintain its self-sufficiency. With a current projected insolvency date of 2024, delaying postal reform today will only make future decisions more difficult and more expensive. The status quo is simply not an option. I appreciate Ranking Member Comer and Chairwoman Maloney coming together on this bipartisan bill to do the hard work of making the Postal Service more reliable and sustainable in the long term. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
Gentlelady from New York. Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize the distinguished Vice Chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, the gentlelady from Texas, Representative Jackson Lee, for 1 minute.
I thank the chair and the ranking member for this amazing legislation. And to my good friend from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, I remember that bill year after year after year because the post office was given the death penalty. That's what happened in the dark of night. I worked for the post office. Yes, I remember sorting the mail in those old days. But what I most remember is the 1 million new delivery points every year that the post office adds. While others who are making a lot of money, they go to the rural areas. And I also remember the letter carriers, the rural postmasters, and all of the hardworking men and women who were coming to us week after week, day after day, and said, we're dying out here, and we need to be able to have our health care taken care of. But guess what? The post office had to prepay it. No one else had ever had to do that. One of the highest liabilities, along with they were required to fund its pension liabilities at a much higher level than the rest of the federal government. It is, and that is to conserve cash. They hadn't been paying since 2012. Can you imagine? You stopped paying your bills since 2012 because they didn't have any money. But more closely integrating Medicare, USPS estimates it could save $22.6 billion over 10 years. What a smart thing to do. And then, of course, the Postal Reform Act would eliminate the requirement of the prepaid retiree, and then it would require USPS to develop a public-facing online dashboard. Again, the idea is save the post office for the American people, save it for the workers, and serve it and save it because it is patriotic to do so. I congratulate you and yield
Time, the
back.
gentlelady has expired. Recognize the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alaska, the Dean of the House, Mr. Young.
The Dean of the House is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Comer, Ms. Malloy. This is a good bill. I've been working on this program for actually 48 years. I was here when they stopped the post office when we used to run it, and we caused this mess, and you guys are cleaning it up. And I want my colleagues to know this is the right way to go for the post office. Now, you may wonder why I'm so excited about this bill. Try living in Alaska when you don't have any roads. Try not having anything but your post office. Try not to get your medicines and all the other things that occur. The post office is the key to the communities in Alaska. This bill solves all the problems for the post office. I'm proud of the work you've done. I want to thank the staff that worked on this legislation. It was a hard issue because there are some people who say, oh, let them go private, don't worry about it. You can't run something like this in the state of Alaska because of our distances, the lack of transportation. The post office is the key to our economy in our great state. And I want to thank both of you for your work you've done. God bless you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished chairman of the Subcommittee on National Security, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Representative Lynch, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Comer, for the great work you've done on this bill. As the son of a postal worker, my mom, as the brother of 2 postal workers, my sisters Karen and Linda, and as a nephew and cousin to about at least a dozen more, especially Pat Morris, my favorite, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act of 2022. This landmark reform agreement will finally place our most trusted government institution on a path to its financial viability. It is the product of bipartisan collaboration and meaningful stakeholder input, and it focuses solely on fundamental reform areas that have long been the subject of bipartisan and stakeholder consensus. To that end, H.R. 3076 repeals the onerous mandate in current law requiring the Postal Service to pre-fund retiree health benefits years before it is necessary. The agreement also integrates postal retiree health benefits with Medicare to ensure that all postal workers receive the benefits that they've already paid for, a total of more than $35 billion over the last 40 years. Moreover, this legislation codifies our support for an integrated network through which nearly 650,000 dedicated clerks, mail handlers, letter carriers, supervisors, and postmasters process and deliver mail and packages to the American people at least 6 days a week, even amid a global pandemic. I want to acknowledge the tireless contributions of our employee partners, especially the unions in this effort, including President Fred Rolando of the National Association of Letter Carriers, President Paul Hagrogian of the National Postal Mail Handlers Union, President Ronnie Stutz of the National Rural Carriers Association, and President Mark Dimmenstein of the American Postal Workers Union. I also want to recognize Corey Blaylock-Keller, Jim Sauber, Paul Schwartz, Katie Maddox, Brian Young, Judy Baird, and the irreplaceable Bob Losey, my great pal and union brother, and all their staffs for their good work. Again, I commend Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, Chairman Conley, Representative Lawrence, and our dear departed friend Elijah Cummings, who put a lot of time in on this, for their great work. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 3076, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malatakis.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I proudly rise today in support of this bipartisan Postal Service Reform Act. Our postal workers are the reliable chain that links Americans and businesses from coast to coast. This bill improves the efficiency of the Postal Service by streamlining the transportation network, optimizing the workforce to avoid costly overtime, and requiring reporting accountability. Additionally, it eliminates the requirement that the USPS prepays 75 years' worth of retiree health benefits, saving $27 billion over the next 10 years, and it also improves customer service by requiring 6-day delivery. It's time for us to pave a better path for our neighbors who rely on and work for the U.S. Postal Service, like John Byers, who recently retired after 40 years of dedicated service to my district. I strongly encourage my colleagues to stand alongside our postal workers and vote for this bill. Thank you, and yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished co-chair of the Congressional Women's Caucus, the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Lawrence, for 2 minutes.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes, the distinguished chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act. As the only member of Congress who served an entire career of 30 years at the post office before coming to this House, I'm thrilled to support legislation that will be the groundwork for the Postal Service to continue serving America. I came to Congress with a promise to my constituents and to this country that I would fight to protect and to ensure that we uphold and make sure that our Postal Service was strong. Throughout my career, I was a letter carrier, I was a clerk, I was a supervisor, and moved up to management, firsthand knowing how important the Postal Service is. As a matter of fact, I called myself a public servant. I know the hard work of our postal employees and how much this bill means to them and their lives. I know that today, in a bipartisan way, how amazing is that to say on this floor, we're working to uphold our commitment to address the long-standing financial issues facing this agency. Every day, the dedicated Postal Service workers deliver packages around this country. They deliver them to us. Today, Congress has the opportunity to deliver a package that will take care of the Postal Service, one that is established by the Constitution to ensure that neither rain, sleet, or snow will deter them from their appointed rounds. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3076, the Bipartisan Postal Service Reform Act. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution gives Congress the power to establish post offices and to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for executing that task. Yes, the U.S. Postal Service, like the Department of Defense, is a constitutionally created entity. As a lawyer and longtime small business owner and publisher of a direct-mailed newspaper, the importance of access to our unique system of universal mail via the United States Postal Service is a game changer. Affordable and reliable mail service has given small businesses and entrepreneurs a level playing field that would be eliminated if the Postal Service were to be replaced by other more expensive private options. Seniors and vulnerable citizens rely on the Postal Service for access to prescriptions. Small businesses and farmers rely on the Post Office to provide reliable and affordable daily delivery. And families across America, and especially rural America, need the Postal Service to stay connected here and around the world. This bill ensures the U.S. Postal Service can continue delivering universal mail services for years to come by alleviating financial burdens, increasing transparency, and accountability. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished chair of the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit, the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Representative Holmes Norton, for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, distinguished gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the distinguished chair and our ranking member for this bipartisan bill, and I'm pleased to speak today in support of the Postal Service Reform Act. Amongst other good policy, this bill would finally get rid of the pre-funding of retirement health benefits that has unnecessarily marked the U.S. Postal Service's finances in a way that other federal agencies are not treated, nor the private sector. Under current law, the Postal Service is required to pre-fund retiree health benefits for all current and retired employees for 75 years in the future. This is a unique requirement, and I am pleased that this bill that enjoys widespread support would fix this. The bill amends the 2006 Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act to correct this accounting problem, allowing the Postal Service to save an astonishing $27 billion over the course of 10 years. The accounting problem led to U.S. Postal Service showing losses annually at $5.2 billion since 2007, when the U.S. Postal Service
has expired.
From 2000 to 2018 instead would have shown a surplus for nearly four years. I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to note my strong concerns about delayed undelivered mail in the District of Columbia.
Gentlelady is recognized for 15 seconds.
All right. I appreciate those seconds. Throughout most of the pandemic, I have written to the Postal Service to repeatedly raise these concerns. These problems at the Postal Service in the nation's capital and throughout the country need immediate attention. I thank Congresswoman Norton for her leadership on this important issue.
Gentlewoman from New York is reserved, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 3076, the Postal Service Reform Act of 2021. The United States Postal Service is in urgent need of reform. The U.S. Postal Service provides an essential service to the American people, but due to losses in revenue year after year, the long-term viability of that service is in jeopardy. In fact, it is projected that the U.S. Postal Service will run out of money completely by 2024. This bill will institute reforms that would save the Postal Service an estimated $46 billion over 10 years. Among other provisions, the Postal Service Reform Act would require postal employees to enroll in Medicare when they are eligible and to eliminate the unreasonable requirement that the Postal Service pre-fund its retiree health benefits 75 years into the future. Additionally, this bill would improve service by instituting transparency requirements, promoting compliance with on-time delivery of mail, requiring operation of at least 6 days a week, and expanding non-postal services. We cannot turn a blind eye to the collapse of our postal system. I urge each and every one of my colleagues to support this bill to prevent this. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished Speaker of the House, the gentlelady from California, Speaker Pelosi, for 1 minute.
Distinguished Speaker of the House, the gentlelady from California, Mrs. Pelosi, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the recognition, and I want to salute the leadership of Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney and Ranking Member James Comer. Thank you both for bringing this important legislation. Your determined leadership to have a bipartisan bill, which is really important. And doing so, again, in bipartisanship would make our founders proud. Madam Speaker, 230 years ago this month, our fledgling nation took a bold step toward the future by formally establishing the modern United States Postal Service, a beautiful thread that continues to weave together communities across America. Today, I rise in support of the Postal Service Reform Act, which takes long overdue actions to strengthen the pillar of our democracy so that it continue to serve our communities for decades to come. Since our earliest days, when couriers on horseback traversed the colonies, America's postal system has been a model for the world. Indeed, our founders knew the value of a strong postal service, enshrining it into Article 1, Section 8 of our Constitution. Quote, "The Congress shall have the power to establish post offices and post roads," end of quote. And when Alexis de Tocqueville visited the early 19th century, he was in awe of how our postal service brought Americans together, writing, "There was quote, no French province in which the inhabitants knew each other as well as 13 million people spread all the way to the extent of the United States did. Yet, with certain decisions and the rest, it put this all-American institution into a path of insolvency. As was indicated by the gentleman who just spoke, experts project that USPS will run out of cash as soon as 2024, and reduce services and added delays would only continue and bring harm in every zip code. Meanwhile, our nation continues to ask more and more of our postal workers. Today, they deliver to nearly 159 million delivery points. Imagine that, 159 million delivery points across the nation, and they add 1 million more delivery points each year. And millions of Americans depend on USPS to deliver prescriptions, Social Security benefits, paychecks, tax returns, absentee ballots, and more. I will just say, in the period of COVID, the U.S. Postal Service was angelic. It was delivering prescriptions to our veterans who were in need of those prescriptions, as well as to our other seniors and others. So we thank them for that. Okay, so this legislation would put the Postal Service on stronger financial footing while improving the reliability of its services while protecting benefits for employees and retirees. The legislation makes bipartisan, common sense provisions that will welcome all future postal retirees into Medicare, free U.S. Postal Service from the unnecessary requirement to pre-fund retiree health benefits 75 years in advance, and we call that a financial albatross, and improve USPS reliability with new transparency measures that will help ensure consistent on-time mail delivery. I have much more on that I'll submit to the record, Madam Speaker. As a mother of 5 and grandmother of 9, I heavily depend on the Postal Service for all kinds of things. Children writing letters to Santa. They still write letters to Santa. They do not text Santa. Some do, maybe, but the letter to Santa is very important. Parents sharing graduation photos, friends offering condolences, wedding announcements, whatever it is, so much of it is still a question of the Postal Service delivering it and service members communicating with home, so important. This important legislation takes a strong step to empower the Postal Service to continue its crucial mission to improve our lives, touch our hearts, connect our communities. With that, I once again want to thank Chairwoman Maloney and Ranking Member Comer, and I urge a strong bipartisan vote for this legislation. And again, even though we're communicating electronically in so many ways, there's just no substitute for that personal connection that the Postal Service provides for us. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend. Madam Speaker, I had not originally planned to speak on this bill, but I think there are several things that need to be underscored. And before I get into those, let me say we've all had our moments with the Postal Service. I certainly have. But this is one agency that is specifically prescribed by the Constitution. Major reforms are always hard, and when we have the opportunity to make these reforms, we need to take that opportunity. Part of the reason why I'm so strongly in support of this bill is my friend Louis DeJoy, who's the Postmaster General. There is no one more capable and qualified to serve in that capacity. This is a gentleman who is 1 in a million. 1 in a million. Now's the best time to get these reforms passed and get them implemented. If we don't do it now, it may never happen. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. And the gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished chair of the Subcommittee on Economic and Consumer Policy, the gentleman from Illinois, Representative Krishnamurthy, for 1 minute.
The chair, the gentleman from Illinois, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Postal Service Reform Act. I want to thank Chairwoman Maloney and Ranking Member Comer for delivering good news for America. What is this good news? This bill eliminates the retirement health pre-funding mandate. It requires 6-day-a-week delivery. It increases transparency and accountability for the Postal Service. I want to thank all of our allies who've been working to pass this bill, including the letter carriers, post handlers, rural carriers, postal workers. Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night, nor politics, nor partisanship can get in the way of this bill. I urge swift passage of the Postal Service Reform Act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Postal Service Reform Act, as my colleagues have pointed out here. This is a long overdue reform measure that will ensure 6-day delivery, eliminate the pre-fund mandate, which, by the way, applies only to the U.S. Postal Service. Not a single other government agency across this nation has been subject to this wildly outrageous provision that has, significantly undermined the financial stability of the Post Office. Madam Speaker, the very first Postmaster General was someone from my hometown of Philadelphia, a man by the name of Ben Franklin. His annual salary was $1,000 a year, and you look at the history of the U.S. Postal Service, all the way up into and including the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, where they were up front on the front lines, serving our community, serving our constituents, making sure that our country continued to run. We owe them this support to reform these measures and ensure the stability and strength of our hero letter carriers and postal workers across our nation. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Inquire about how much time we have remaining.
Gentleman from Kentucky has 8.5 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from New York has 9 minutes remaining. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished chairman of the Worker and Family Support Subcommittee, the gentleman from Illinois, Representative Davis, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Illinois, chair, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me just commend Chairman of this committee and Ranking Member for bringing this very important bipartisan bill to the floor. I associate myself with many of the comments that have been made by colleagues on both sides. But I also remember when Chicago, the third largest city in the United States of America, believed that its postal service was the best thing it had going. We took great pride in it. That's not been the case for the last several years. And so coming to this point today, where we can restore the viability of our postal service. I also worked at the post office. It was my first real job. And we had a saying, clean hands, gentle touch. Surely we owe a letter that much. We will restore that. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Kentucky, from New York, is recognized.
I now recognize the distinguished chair of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Energy and Water Development, the gentlelady from Ohio, Representative Capter, for 1 minute.
Distinguished chair from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, and great Chair Maloney and Ranking Member Komar, I rise today in strong support of this bipartisan United States Postal Service and Postal Service Reform Bill. By eliminating the unnecessary and harmful mandate to pre-fund retiree benefits and preserving 6-day delivery, we are investing in our hardworking postal workers and safeguarding this vital American service. For more than 200 years, the United States Postal Service has delivered to households and businesses in every community, on every block, in every state of our great nation. What an American enterprise. Through rain, sleet, snow, hundreds of thousands of postal workers serve America every single day, making sure we all remain connected. I was a carrier, I know too. The United States Postal Service is foundational to our American way of life. It is incumbent upon Congress to support this cherished and essential institution for all generations to come. I urge my colleagues to vote for the Postal Service Reform Bill and vote for the United States Postal Service, and I thank all those who labored for so many years to bring this to the floor. Congratulations to you and to America. I yield back.
Lady yields back. The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York.
Madam Speaker, if the gentleman from Kentucky has no further speakers, I'm prepared to close.
I have no further speakers, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my House colleagues for their heartfelt remarks today. Madam Speaker, America's most esteemed institution, the United States Postal Service, is in trouble. Since the 1970s, legislative reform, Congress has expected the Postal Service to operate as an independent and self-sufficient organization. However, for years, the Postal Service has spent far more than it's brought in, and last year alone lost over $9 billion. Many of these challenges are beyond the control of prior Postal Service leadership. The U.S. Congress has legally obligated the Postal Service to provide universal mail service delivery. Today, that means delivery to over 160 million addresses. This is a massive and expensive undertaking that cannot be glossed over. Additionally, as our nation's population and economy continues to grow, so will the Postal Service's ever-increasing expenses. H.R. 3076 does not change this universal service obligation, but we risk having that difficult national conversation if we do nothing. The price for inaction is a Postal Service that will eventually require drastic service reductions, especially in rural, remote parts of America, or continual taxpayer-funded bailouts, which no conservative and no taxpayer should want. Neither are desirable options. We have an opportunity to pass targeted legislation to relieve the Postal Service of certain financial hardships and bolster its ambitious structure reform initiatives. This moment, with a bipartisan bill and bold Postal Service leadership at the helm, may not be easily replicated in future years. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3076. And Madam Speaker, before I yield back, I would be remiss if I didn't say my grandmother spent her whole career as a rural mail carrier. Her name was Matrid Richer, and she had Route 1 in Red Boiling Springs, Tennessee. I grew up with an appreciation for our mail carriers, and I appreciate all the hardworking employees of the U.S. Postal Service. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for such time as she may consume.
Madam Speaker, as we have heard many times on the floor today, the Postal Service is vital to the United States. It's so important that the Founding Fathers put it in the Constitution, right there under Article 1. They did this because they knew that the Postal Service would keep our people connected and would ensure that no matter where a person lives in this country, they can receive mail and other critical deliveries. As our friend from Alaska said, the dean, he said that one stamp can take you all the way to across the street in an urban area, all the way to Alaska, to some of the most remote areas. It's a critical, critical service. This bipartisan bill would dramatically improve the financial situation of the Postal Service, and I would say the country that depends on it, and enable it to continue performing these essential services for the American people. We all know firsthand the incredible job that the postal workers did during the COVID-19 crisis, risking their lives to deliver our mail every day. While many of us were quarantined and safe in our homes, they were out interacting with people every day, providing the service. At some times in my district, half the postal office and half the postal service was out sick with COVID because of the interaction that they did to save our lives. Just as 9/11 was helped so dramatically by the police and fire, along with the healthcare workers, this COVID crisis was helped dramatically by the Postal Service. They are really the heroes and heroines of this crisis. I would like to share my thanks for the support of so many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who understand and support the necessity of these reforms. A vote for this bill is not only a vote for the post office, I'd say it's a vote for yourself, for the services that we all receive, for America, for our institutions, and our values. I will be submitting this letter to the record that lists all the members who reached out to indicate that they would have co-sponsored the bill had they had the opportunity to do so. I will also be inserting to this record this list of over 200 organizations, diverse organizations across our country that support this bill. And I would again like to thank Ranking Member Comer, my partner on this and this widely supported bill. It would not have happened without his partnership, and I am deeply grateful. With that, I urge all of my colleagues to support this historic bipartisan bill. And I would say we rarely get a chance to vote for a bill that helps so many people, that actually saves taxpayers money, that reforms our government, doesn't cost anything. We're just reforming and making government work better to serve the people. That's what this bill is. It's a win-win-win in every direction. I would hope that this body would unanimously vote for it and send it to the Senate with the message that they should pass it as quickly as possible. Again, I thank my colleague, Mr. Comer, for his leadership, his friendship, and for the long path we went through together to make this happen. I yield back the balance of my time. I thank all my colleagues who participated in making this happen, particularly our Speaker, our leadership in this Congress. I yield back.
All time for debate on the bill has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 117-243, offered by Mrs. Carolyn B. Maloney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 912, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of this manager's amendment to H.R. 3076, which makes minor technical changes to the bill. We have already discussed this bill at length, so I will be brief. The Postal Service is one of America's most vital and respected institutions. Every American benefits from the services it provides. This bill will dramatically improve the financial situation of the Postal Service and will allow it to continue providing its essential services for years to come. The technical changes made by the manager's amendment will help ensure that the bill is implemented swiftly and effectively. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I now will recognize Ranking Member Comer for an additional minute to speak on this. But before that, I want to really give my heartfelt thanks to the Committee on Oversight and Reform, the staff that made this happen, particularly Mark Stevenson and Ethan Van Ness. I now recognize my friend, the Ranking Member, Mr. Comer, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment. As we have worked together on the Postal Service Reform Act over the past year, Chairwoman Maloney and I strove to fully incorporate the legislative feedback we received from the relevant agencies. This manager's amendment contains necessary technical fixes to ensure the bill's requirements are efficiently and effectively implemented. For instance, it ensures that the U.S. Postal Service and not the American taxpayer fully cover the implementation cost of the Office of Personnel Management, Social Security Administration, and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. I want to thank the Chairwoman and the oversight staff for working diligently with me to make sure this bill is done right, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I am prepared to close.
gentlelady reserves.
I reserve.
Does any member seek the time in opposition? The gentlelady from New York.
Madam Speaker, I urge passage of this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill and on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney. The question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it.
Oh, that was a not a, I'm sorry. I ask for a recorded vote
The gentleman
on
from Kentucky.
the bill, not the amendment. I withdraw. I withdraw. Amendment. I will ask for a recorded vote on
The amendment is
final
agreed
bill.
to. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Third reading.
A bill to provide stability to and enhance the services of the United States Postal Service and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Now, Madam Chair,
The gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 912, I call up the bill H.R. 6617, making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6617, a bill making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 912, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, and the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Further Additional Extending Government Funding Act, which continues funding for federal programs and services through March 11th. I would have preferred to come before the House to pass a fiscal year 2022 omnibus, but I believe we are very close to an agreement, and I am eager to move this process forward. I have every expectation that we can finalize a framework in short order and then work together to fill in the details and enact an omnibus. The American people deserve the certainty that comes with full-year funding bills. The transformative investments an omnibus provides will help create good-paying jobs and grow opportunity for the middle class. An omnibus will expand access to child care, strengthen our public schools, make college more affordable, bolster job training, and help small businesses access the capital they need to thrive. And it will rebuild our public health care systems after the devastation of the pandemic. An omnibus bill will confront the climate crisis by supporting environmental protection, land conservation, and clean energy development. And it will protect our national security and restore America's place in the world. An omnibus is the only way to unlock the full potential of the transformative funding in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, accelerating the rebuilding of our nation's crumbling roads, bridges, water systems, and other critical transportation infrastructure. Of great importance to the people we represent, an omnibus would enact community project funding that both Republicans and Democrats requested for their districts with strong community support. From rebuilding local health and transportation infrastructure, helping veterans to find jobs, supporting small businesses, and expanding educational opportunities, these investments will revitalize our communities and strengthen them for years to come. Once we have a framework, I am confident that appropriators will work with great intensity to fill in the details so that we can enact an agreement that is worthy of the American people. To provide the time to get that done, the Further Additional Extending Government Funding Act continues government funding at current levels through March 11. This legislation is straightforward and includes minimal anomalies, the most notable of which is $350 million in direly needed new funding to address water contamination from the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility in Hawaii. No one wins from additional continuing resolutions, which is why, after we pass this extension, we will finalize an omnibus that will deliver for our nation. I urge a yes vote on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of H.R. 6617A, short-term continuing resolution through March 11th. I'm disappointed to be on the House floor today to speak on another CR, but not a full-year appropriation bill. It was my hope that by now we would have finalized our work for fiscal year 2022. While conversations are ongoing, we need more time to complete our work. No one wants to have a CR, but the alternative is much worse. If we don't pass a CR by next week, we could have an unnecessary and costly government shutdown. I think both sides agree that would be disastrous, especially for our national security. This bill keeps the government open for another 3 weeks and ensures the continuation of basic federal responsibilities, such as national defense, border security, and care for our veterans. The bill also includes defense-related anomalies that fund the on-time development of Columbia-class submarines, DoD's top modernization priority. It provides flexibility to counter threats like Russia. It equips DoD to address the Navy's Red Hill fuel leak that displaced service members and their families. And it continues development of critical cybersecurity systems. I'm hopeful that this CR will give us time to work out our differences and pass bipartisan full-year bills. We will not be able to achieve this goal unless we find consensus on spending levels, and we know that controversial policies have been dropped. I've been very clear about what House Republicans need to support a final product. We will not support partisan bills that include irresponsible spending increases or extreme policies. With that, I urge support for the 3-week CR before us, and I look forward to the additional time to finish this year's appropriations process. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the chairwoman of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Energy and Water Development, Ms. Capter.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, and I express a sincere appreciation to our extremely able chair, Rosa DeLauro, for working so hard, along with our able ranking member, Kay Granger, on this bipartisan effort, the latest short-term continuing resolution before us. Congress holds a bipartisan responsibility to pass a full-year appropriations package, and I guarantee you if the people on this floor were the ones totally in charge, we would have done it. These appropriation bills deliver the services the American people need and deserve, everything from the defense of our nation to funding vital health services and tending to our national parks. As chair of the Energy and Water Appropriations Subcommittee, our fiscal 2022 bill will continue the progress of the bipartisan Jobs and Infrastructure Bill. The bill will invest in clean energy technology. It will bolster the Army Corps of Engineers' ability to protect our majestic rivers, lakes, and coastlines, and improve our dams and shipping lanes. What America makes, builds, and grows, makes, builds, and grows America. These energy and water investments will create good-paying jobs for the hardworking men and women across our land. Too many of these projects are languishing on the sidelines, waiting for these two bodies to do their job. We cannot meet America's objectives if we don't pass these appropriation bills. As we make progress on passing these bills, we have before us now a continuing resolution that will allow our federal government to continue operating until a final agreement is achieved. This is a must-pass bill. I respectfully ask all my colleagues to join us in supporting this necessary legislation, and let us continue the work to build our country forward by investing in the American people who sent us here to do their work. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, the chairman of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development, Mr. Price.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of this continuing resolution before us. I'm pleased we came to an agreement, but it is only a stopgap. A bicameral, bipartisan omnibus bill must be put forward to fund the government for the remainder of fiscal year 2022. Limping along from continuing resolution to continuing resolution keeps us from making necessary investments in critical programs. It halts progress on new programs, including a number included within the bipartisan infrastructure law. The Infrastructure Initiative makes historic investments in roads, bridges, public transportation, broadband, and much more. But without a full-year bill, formula funding is going to be restricted to fiscal 2021 levels, and our ability to transform our nation's transportation infrastructure will be limited. For example, the newly created Carbon Reduction Program and the Protect Grant Program to promote resilience, these can't be initiated. And restricting funding to fiscal 21 levels for some programs will delay contracts and grants. A full-year transportation HUD bill would update our aging transportation infrastructure, remedy inequities in housing and transportation, prevent evictions, and make our infrastructure more resilient to natural disasters and a changing climate. We also spent months, Madam Speaker, vetting hundreds of community project funding requests in a bipartisan manner for well-designed housing and transportation and economic development projects. Without completing the annual appropriations process, none of these investments will happen. So I urge adoption of this CR today. I urge my colleagues to work together to meet Congress's most basic constitutional responsibility, funding our government, directing investments for the future. We must come to the table with a constructive path forward for fiscal 22 appropriations. Now yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Ms. Pelosi.
The Speaker is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Madam Chair for recognition, and thank you for your strong leadership in bringing the CR to the floor, but also for your relentless work in negotiating the omnibus, what this is all about. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the continuing resolution that will keep government open, meet the needs of the American people, and honor the values of our nation. This short-time measure will ensure that we have the time we need to finalize negotiations on a strong, bipartisan omnibus to fund the government through the end of the year. As I commend the gracious Madam Chair, Rosa DeLauro, Chair of the Appropriations Committee, I want to also commend Ranking Member Granger for her leadership as well. This legislation extends government funding at current levels through March 11th. To be clear, this bill keeps government open while making virtually no changes to existing funding policy. The CR does, however, include urgently needed emergency funding to help clean up contaminated drinking water in Hawaii leaking from Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. In doing so, we deliver a crucial down payment to help the Navy meet immediate needs and keeps families safe. But in order to advance our priorities for our country, Madam Speaker, and our communities in the long term, Congress must enact an omnibus funding package. For families, a new full-year spending package means strengthening public schools, protecting clean air and clean water, improving public health, and ensuring food and consumer safety. For workers, it means creating new jobs and supporting small businesses. For our veterans, it means funding for benefits, reducing backlogs for veterans and their families seeking assistance, and meeting the needs of the VA's healthcare system. For our national security, it means support for our troops, improvements to defense readiness and modernization, the securing of our cyber infrastructure, and stronger leadership abroad. And now that President Biden has proudly signed our bipartisan infrastructure bill, it is essential that we enact an omnibus in order to unlock billions in more federal dollars for infrastructure projects. While they were in the infrastructure bill, the money cannot be spent unless we pass the omnibus. So it will help us rebuild our nation while reinvigorating our middle class, creating millions of good-paying jobs, improving roads and bridges, ports and airports, water systems, broadband, special rural broadband, and more. As the preamble to our Constitution states, it is our duty as lawmakers to establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. Today, we uphold this sacred responsibility in the short term with this continuing resolution and with our omnibus legislation, which we hope to bring to the floor soon. We will take an important step to honor that vision of our founders. With that, I urge a strong bipartisan aye vote, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Defense, Ms. McCollum.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that we're here again today to pass another continuing resolution. I know that the appropriators on both sides of the aisle want to get a full fiscal year 2022 omnibus done as soon as possible. I want to thank Chair DeLauro for her tireless effort to negotiate a bipartisan agreement with the Senate. We have to pass the CR today, because America simply cannot afford a shutdown. A shutdown would have a disastrous impact on our continuing economic recovery. It would diminish our ability to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. And Europe is facing one of the greatest threats since the end of World War II. Our federal government should be sending a strong, unified message to Vladimir Putin that we stand united with our European allies. As chair of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, I want to highlight a critical life, health, and safety provision in this CR for our brothers and sisters in Hawaii. The fuel leak that occurred at the Red Hill bulk storage facility in Hawaii last November is nothing short of an environmental catastrophe, one that has impacted thousands of residents. This bill should have never happened, and Congress will hold the Department of Defense accountable to make this right. Today, we provide an additional $350 million for the department and the services to continue their efforts to address this crisis. I want to thank my colleagues from Hawaii for leading on this issue, especially Representative Case, who also joins and serves with us on the Appropriation Committee. You'll hear from him later. You have my commitment that our subcommittee will do everything we can to stay on top of this. The people in Hawaii impacted by this bill deserve clean drinking water. They deserve to know that their drinking water will be secure. It's just one more reason to support the CRA today, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes. Let's keep the government open and get the full omnibus across the finish line. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Military Construction and Veterans Affairs, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Connecticut for yielding. Well, here we are again, debating the most basic function of our democracy, funding our government. Yet once again, here we are kicking the can a bit further down the road instead of passing a budget for a fiscal year that started 130 days ago. As chair of the MilCon VA subcommittee, I know that we need a full annual appropriations bill for military construction projects that are critical to our national security and to make the needed annual investments in veterans' health care and benefits. You know, I've been in this chamber many, many times when we came together for the good of the nation, just like we recently did to pass the infrastructure bill that was bipartisan with at least some support from the other side of the aisle. We found common ground because infrastructure affects every corner of this great country. But the benefits of that landmark legislation cannot be fully realized until we enact the fiscal year 2022 appropriations bills. Some states are even putting off projects until we appropriate funding from the full year budget. The Federal Railroad Administration can't hire the staff it needs in order to implement the infrastructure bill. New programs to reduce carbon emissions and to protect roads and bridges against the effects of climate change will stall. All our communities in blue and red districts cannot access these new programs until we do our job and pass the full budget. Without full-year appropriations bills, we risk upending the greatest year of job growth the nation has ever seen. We risk knocking down ladders into our middle class. We risk our national security. We are close to a funding agreement, thanks to our appropriations leadership, but we need time to finish that legislation in full. This continuing resolution gives us time to finish that vital work for the American people. I urge my colleagues to support the CR, and I urge our colleagues in the entire House of Representatives to diligently work together to make sure we can bring this budget process in for a landing. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Hawaii, a member of the Committee on Appropriations, Mr. Case.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, as a proud member of your Appropriations Committee, I rise in strong support of this measure. I especially highlight Section 165, directing $403 million in emergency funding to the Department of Defense's urgent response to contamination of the City of Honolulu's drinking water from fuel leaks from our military's Red Hill bulk fuel facility at Pearl Harbor. Red Hill is a 250 million gallon World War II facility located only 100 feet directly above the major aquifer, providing drinking water to some 500,000 residents, of which some 100,000 are military families served by the Navy's water system drawing from this aquifer. Obviously, contamination of this aquifer from Red Hill fuel leaks would be catastrophic, most directly to general public health, but also to fundamental military readiness. And yet that is exactly what happened last November when likely tens of thousands of gallons of fuel did leak from Red Hill into the aquifer and then through the Navy water system to thousands of homes, businesses, and military operations. People got sick, pets died, lives were disrupted, schools and businesses closed, and some 3,500 mainly military families remain displaced overall. Public confidence in our military remains shattered. Since then, our military, with their partners in state and federal government, has focused immediately on remediating the contamination, restoring safe drinking water, and returning families to their homes. Our military has expended hundreds of millions on these efforts to date, with hundreds of millions more imminent and billions eventually required to implement Red Hill alternatives. This measure's $403 million of emergency funding is critical to sustain the immediate effort to stabilize and defuel Red Hill, return our families to their homes, and restore public confidence in our drinking water. I deeply appreciate the commitment of my chair and committee, our Senate counterparts, the administration, and my Hawaii colleague, Senator Schatz, to the inclusion of this critical emergency funding. Mahalo, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Hawaii yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this bill. I would now like to take some time to honor one of my committee staff, Dave Rasher, who passed away suddenly on Saturday. At just 24 years of age, he worked just as hard as anyone and did so with a heart of gratitude and service. Dave joined my staff as an intern in 2019 and did such a great job that he officially joined my staff in 2020. Next week, he would have celebrated his 2-year anniversary with the committee. He always had a smile on his face and a joyful spirit that uplifted everyone. He truly made a positive impact on everyone he interacted with. On behalf of Congress and the Appropriations Committee, I offer our sincerest condolences to his family, especially his sister Emily, who he greatly admired and cherished. Words cannot express how saddened we are at the loss of someone so young and so kind. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Texas yields back the balance of her time. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first let me join Ranking Member Granger in expressing my condolences at the unexpected passing of Appropriations Committee staff member Dave Rasher over the weekend. Not an hour ago, to my colleague and ranking member, I spoke with his father and expressed our condolences and our thoughts and prayers being with them, and assured them that they are not alone, that they have a family here that mourns with them for the loss of Dave. And you so aptly described him and the promise for his future. And our thoughts and our prayers are with him, with his family, and his sister Emily that you mentioned, who he was very, very close to, his friends and his co-workers. And again, I join Ranking Member Granger's sadness at this great loss for our committee. Mr. Speaker, regarding the legislation before us, the American people need a government funding agreement to support working families, expand access to child care, education, job training. We need to be supporting small businesses. We need to rebuild our public health and transportation infrastructure, confront the climate crisis, provide care and benefits for our veterans, protect our national security. That's what we need to be about. Let us pass this continuing resolution. Let us complete an omnibus, and let us get the job done for the good people that we represent. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Connecticut yields back. the balance of her time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 912, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
For the yeas and
For what
nays.
purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, to suspend the rules and pass S 566, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 566, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 42 Main Street in Slatersville, Rhode Island, as the Specialist Matthew R. Turcotte Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a gentleman from Alabama, seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yea on S566. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yes on S566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington and Karen Bass of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gomer of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote yes on S566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on S 566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on S 566.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine, I inform the House that Representative Pingree will vote yes on S 566, and as a member designated by Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that Representative Custer will vote yes on S 566.
South Dakota. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise because pursuant to House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote yes on S 566.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Sarah Jacobs, Ami Berra, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, and Juan Vargas. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 566.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto of Florida and Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Alvio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 566.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on S566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Lofgren, Chairwoman Waters, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on S566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Dr. Lowenthal of California, and Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S566.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Doggett, Desagne, Moore, and Swazi, I rise to inform the House these members will vote aye on S-566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Providence, Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, and Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members, along with myself, will vote yes on S-566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on S-566.
Ohio? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on S-566. As the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on S-566. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei of Nevada, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on S-566. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yea on motion S566.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by members McEachin and Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S566.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on S566.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote yea on S566.
does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S566.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on S566.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on S566. Thank you.
California seek recognition?
The member designated by Mr. Khanna, Mr. Huffman, and Mr. Gallego, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S566.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S566. Thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 432, the nays are 0, and present is 1. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 3076, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 171, H.R. 3076, a bill to provide stability to and enhance the services of the United States Postal Service and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. The members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote aye on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise because pursuant to House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on H.R. 3076. As a member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on H.R. 3076. As the member designated by Mr. Amade of Nevada, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote yea on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington and Karen Bass of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
What purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Doggett, DeSaulnier, Moore, and Swazi, I rise and inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the gentleman still from Texas, designated by Mr. Louis Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote no on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine and Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Porter and McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on H.R. 3076. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Sarah Jacobs, Ami Berra, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, and Juan Vargas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on H.R. 3076. Thank you, sir.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House Mr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna, Mr. Huffman, and Mr. Gallego, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 3076. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Dr. Lowenthal of California, and Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto and Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yay on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Chairwoman Lofgren, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on H.R. 3076.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Lawson, inform the House that Ms. Lawson votes yes on H 3076.
On this vote, the yeas are 342, the nays are 92. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition to speak out of order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you know, this past September, we played the congressional baseball game. We had another record crowd and raised over $1 million for our charities. And it was a great game, 13-12, and I'm here today to congratulate our Republican players on their victory, hard-fought victory. They played hard. The lead went back and forth all the way to the last inning when they scored enough runs to get that extra run and beat us. So I want to say congratulations. We'll see you next year. I think the game has been set for July 28th, and we're looking forward to playing it then. And I want to yield to the winning manager. Roger, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say to our opponents, it was a great game, 13-12, a lot of runs scored. I think this next one coming up is going to be your last one after many, many years of managing, and we appreciate what you've done. You mentioned the charities. The charities really were the big winners. Over almost $2 million in charities. Charity income went from the game. It was a great night. And with all that being said, it is a huge honor to accept this championship trophy for not only the team, but all conference in our Republican conference. Being America's team is not easy. And we are officially America's team. And we're looking forward to July 28th, where we hope everybody returns. We raise more money for charity, but it is a great honor. We'll display this proudly, and we look forward to seeing our opponents again on July 28th. And we'll have Greg Stubbe be ready to go, along with his bat and everybody else we have playing. So I just want to say God bless all of you, and God bless the great game of baseball. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 6617, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6617, a bill making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State and Karen Bass of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise because pursuant to House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on H.R. 6617. As the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote no on H.R. 6617. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei of Nevada, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine and Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote no on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members McEachin and Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Dr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn will vote yea on H.R. 6617. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chair Waters, Chair Lofgren, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member still designated by Louis Gomer of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote no on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House Mr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members, along with myself, will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on H.R. 6617. I don't know why.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto and Christ of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 6617.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Doggett, Desalegn, Moore, and Swazi, I rise to inform the House these members will vote aye on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 6617. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Lowenthal of California, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, and Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna, Mr. Huffman, and Mr. Gallego, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 6617.
from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Sarah Jacobs, Ami Berra, Grace Napolitano, Vincente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, and Juan Vargas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6617.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on H.R. 6617.
On this vote, the yeas are 272 and the nays are 162. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote On the motion of the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2324, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2324, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2100 South Adams Street in Tallahassee, Florida, as the D. Edwina Stevens Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on H.R. 2324. As a member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on H.R. 2324. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei of Nevada pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Sarah Jacobs, Ami Berra, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, and Juan Vargas. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Clark of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, and Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member from the great state of Texas designated by Mr. Gomer from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote yea on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine and Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that Representative Pingree and Custer will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise because pursuant to House Resolution 8, I've been designated by Mr. Reed to inform the House that Mr. Reed of New York will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Dr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn will vote yea on H.R. 2324. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote yea on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, inform the House that Ms. Lawson vote yes on H.R. 2324.
Purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Trone, I inform the House that and Mr. Lowenthal of California, and Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Cohen of Tennessee. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on the measure.
Does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by members McEachin and Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Doggett, DeSaulnier, Moore, and Swazi, I rise to inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 2324.
This is a gentleman from California, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna, Mr. Huffman, and Mr. Gallego, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chair Lofgren, Chair Waters, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2324.
What's that? Okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto and Christ of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2324.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Marilyn Strickland of Washington and Representative Bass of the state of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 2324.
On this vote, the yeas are 428, the nays are 1, and there is 1 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 735 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 735, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 502 East Catata Avenue in Coatue, California as the Arthur Louis Ableto Post Office Building.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 735.
Purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on H.R. 735.
Illinois. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Clark will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on H.R. 735. As the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on H.R. 735. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei of Nevada, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, Dr. Lowenthal of California, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, and Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Dr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn will vote yea on H.R. 735. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote yea on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Pingree of Maine and Representative Custer of New Hampshire, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, and Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco and Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, I inform the House that Mr. Lucas will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Tom Malinowski, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on the measure. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Thank you, Speaker Auchincloss. I rise because pursuant to House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 735. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Kahele, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yes on H.R. 735. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Huffman, Mr. Gallego, and Mr. Khan, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Hi, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Marilyn Strickland of Washington State and Representative Karen Bass of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Sarah Jacobs, Ami Berra, Grace Napolitano, Vincente Gonzalez, Lucille Roybal Allard, Henry Cuellar, John Garamendi, Raul Ruiz, and Juan Vargas. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto and Christ of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Doggett, Desalegn, Moore, and Swazi, I rise and inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 735.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chair Lofgren, Chair Waters, and Representative Bowman, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 735.
2, the nays are 4, and 1 is recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Clause 11 of Rule 10, Clause 11 of Rule 1, the Order of the House of January 4th, 2021, and the Order of the House of March 12th, 2021, of the following member of the House to the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence.
Mr. Gallagher of Wisconsin.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What's your state? That's right. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and rescind my remarks if necessary.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 342 days since the House of Representatives passed the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. For 11 months, Senate Republicans have filibustered this bill, blocking meaningful change and accountability to address systemic racism and the use of excessive force. One critical reform that can wait no longer is restricting the use of no-knock warrants. These extreme warrants too often create dangerous situations for innocent bystanders as well as for suspects and law enforcement. And that's why the St. Paul Police Department has not issued a no-knock warrant since 2016. But the Minneapolis Police Department continues to insist on using these no-knock warrants. The irresponsible choice that they're making has resulted, again, in a death. The killing of Mr. Locke last week. Another life cut tragically short during a no-knock search. A headline that we have all become too familiar with, and that's why we need federal reforms now. The House has done its job, the Senate must do its job and stop stalling and pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Joe Willie Sousa for being inducted into the Georgia Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame. Joe Willie is no stranger to the Georgia Broadcasting Award scene, as he also earned the Best Pandemic Coverage Award. In the face of a public health crisis, Joe's knowledge and expertise helped educate listeners on issues of supreme importance to them. He developed this experience as an on-air radio personality for several stations over his 4-decades-long career. His career began in the 1970s when he took a chance to get into broadcasting while working at a Winn-Dixie in Brunswick. He had planned to attend the University of Georgia after graduating high school, but got his big break when he was introduced to Ed Wright and began working a radio show from 7 to midnight. After only a year of work and showing off his natural talent, Joe had shown he was more than capable, and Wright offered him a spot on the morning show, and the rest is, as they say, history. Since that day, Joe has broadcast his personality across the airwaves, and we hope to continue to hear from him for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Public transportation that everyone can access is a critical long-term investment in our communities. The bipartisan infrastructure law is the largest federal investment ever in safe, healthy, and sustainable transit options for millions of Americans. Options like Pace Bus that keep seniors and our neighbors in my community in Northern Illinois connected. Not only will the bipartisan infrastructure law continue record job growth by adding millions more good-paying union jobs, it invests $4.5 billion in Illinois for critical upgrades and repairs to aging transit infrastructure. Last week, I visited the Crystal Lake Metro Station to highlight the difference this money will make for us at home. Now Metra can invest in upgrading ADA accessibility and replacing decades-old rail cars with cleaner alternatives. I'm proud to work with the Biden-Harris administration to improve, modernize, and expand our public transportation infrastructure. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my good friends and community leaders who have been serving my hometown of Shreveport for a remarkable 75 years. The CPA firm Hurd, McElroy & Vestal has been an integral part of our community since 1946. In fact, founding partner Charles McElroy served as one of the first chairmen of the Louisiana Certified Public Accountants. From the very beginning, the firm has established itself as a pillar of trust, integrity, and competence. Their firm is now one of the largest public accounting groups in Northwest Louisiana. This firm and its over 100 employees have worked faithfully for the people of Louisiana every day, and they've continued to be a cornerstone for our region. We are blessed to have their mission of accounting excellence and commitment to integrity as part of our community. Thank you, my friends, for serving so well for all these years, and happy 75th anniversary. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask to unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the career of Tom Brady. As the Congressman for Foxborough, Massachusetts, I represent the home of the New England Patriots. For 20 of his 22 seasons in the National Football League, Mr. Brady was a Patriot. He brought pride and 6 Super Bowl victories to my district and to the fans of New England. Mr. Brady embodies excellence. He is the greatest football player of all time, and his final MVP-worthy season is indication that he was still getting better when he retired. He won 35 playoff games throughout his career. That is more than double the second-place quarterback. Even down by 25 points with little more than 15 minutes on the clock in the biggest game, he never gave up on his team. Indeed, teamwork was Tom Brady's top talent. He elevated others through his team-first ethic and his competitive drive. From the 6th round to 7 Super Bowls, the GOAT was always focused on the team, not himself. On behalf of 2 decades of Foxborough faithful, thank you, Tom Brady, for the memories. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to the House to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a young man in my district. On February 1st, Andrew Spiro of Bettendorf passed away after a nearly 4-year battle with brain cancer. Andrew was a lifelong native of Bettendorf, graduating from Our Lady of Lourdes and Assumption High School, where he developed many lifelong friendships. He loved playing sports and running, participating in several marathons across the country. I first met Andrew in 2014 when he volunteered and worked at the RNC Victory office in Bettendorf. Andrew was a devoted husband, son, and father. After his cancer diagnosis, Andrew built a beautiful family. He married his best friend and love of his life, Mary. They had 2 beautiful children, Audrey and Oliver. No matter what was happening in his life, Andrew always put the needs of others first. Even when he was fighting cancer, he always made sure to ask others how they were doing, never complaining about his diagnosis. Andrew's family and friends and his RNC friends are in our prayers and during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to celebrate Mother Hattie White, a longtime resident of Southwest Detroit and Michigan's 13 districts strong, on the occasion of her 100th birthday. Mother Hattie White was born on February 23, 1922 in Alabama and later moved to River Rouge, Michigan. She married the love of her life, Albert James White, in 1946. They were married for 52 years and raised their 7 children in River Rouge and in Southwest Detroit neighborhoods with love and instilling an ethic of responsibility and kindness towards others. In 1967, Mother White and her husband started a community church, Love Joy Missionary Baptist Church in River Rouge, which cemented her role as a monarch of our community. Mother White shines bright in our community and has brought so much joy to her family, friends, and neighbors. Please join me in wishing her a happy 100th birthday, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and rise and extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. In 2021, U.S. drug overdoses due to fentanyl skyrocketed and is now reported to be the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. The leading cause of deaths for Americans between 18 and 45 is imported fentanyl, mostly coming across our open southern border. Instead of combating this epidemic by prosecuting drug traffickers or banning molecularly altered fentanyl substances, the Biden administration is making America's drug problem worse by actually putting crack pipes distributed into the hands of users. Crack pipes distributed by the U.S. government into the hands of drug users. Yes. This has been already modeled in San Francisco, so I guess we want to do the Californication of the rest of the country with these crazy ideas coming from the Biden administration. Boy, we've gone from just don't do it to, hey, just hand it all out. It's unbelievable that this is a policy in the time of drug problems in this country skyrocketing, harm coming to people, and the Biden administration wants to hand out free crack pipes in the name, I guess, of racial equity. Unbelievable. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on unanimous request to speak to the audience for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
All right. You know, I was just listening to Congressman LaMalfa from California, and I couldn't agree with him more. You know, here we are in the United States where crime is skyrocketing. Fentanyl is crossing the border in record amounts and is the #1 cause of death for ages 18 through 45. And here today, I see this headline, and I just Googled it and came up with this one from blackenterprise.com. The headline says, "The Biden administration to fund the distribution of crack pipes and syringes to promote racial equity." On Monday, applications closed for the Biden administration's new $30 million grant program to provide crack pipes and smoking kits to promote racial equity. Are you kidding me? Our crime is rising, and this is what the Biden administration thinks is the priority?
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Many of our jurisdictional committees have oversight over the major league sports teams, from baseball to basketball to football. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I have been engaged with my committee in the oversight of the National Football League. In fact, I remember more than a decade ago when we were the first committee to deal with brain concussions and the lack of response by the NFL to the players. Today I rise for the lack of response for racism and racial discrimination in the NFL. And I take note of the lawsuit filed by Coach Brian Flores and would hope that the words, "it is without merit," will not stand. I believe it is important with the numbers of minority players versus the number of coaches to that in terms of statistics, that we address the seeming appearance of racial discrimination in the NFL. I think it is important to reassess the Rooney Rule, to give a criteria for how coaches are selected. And so mistakes like the coach from Boston sending it the wrong notice that you've been hired to someone else would not happen. Mr. Goodell, to the owners, let's work together. Let's get the team to look like America. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January... The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening, we'll have Republican members from across this country to address the multiple crises that are facing our country. Whether it's the economic crisis, the crime crisis, the energy crisis, the border crisis, the foreign policy crisis, and now the related issue of the staggering and ongoing crisis of fentanyl, a scourge upon this country. Mr. Speaker, I would yield first to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, to address this issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, my state of Virginia hit a tragic milestone. Fatal drug overdoses hit an all-time high of 2,309. Fentanyl and its analogs caused or contributed to 71.8% of those deaths. The statistics we have for 2021 indicate it may surpass that heartbreaking number of overdose deaths. We have tools at our disposal to reduce the availability of illicit substances such as fentanyl and meth, and in turn prevent overdose deaths, but they are not being used. Cartels are taking components of fentanyl from China, manufacturing it in Mexico, and smuggling it across the border. In fiscal year 2021, fentanyl seizures by U.S. Customs, Border and Protection increased by 134%, but the Biden administration is weakening our country's ability to secure its own border, allowing not only more illegal immigration, but smuggling of deadly drugs. Meanwhile, fentanyl-related substances have only temporarily been listed on a Schedule I drug with extensions passed every few months, including today. We extended it another 3 weeks, but not a permanent scheduling. To correct this problem, I've introduced the Halt Fentanyl Act with Congressman Bob Latta of Ohio. It would permanently schedule fentanyl-related substances. But our bill doesn't stop there. It streamlines research on fentanyl analogs so we can better understand the effects of these substances. At a recent hearing of the Subcommittee on Health, we heard testimony there are as many as 4,800 fentanyl analogs. We have data on fewer than 30 of them. In other words, fewer than 1% of them. Most of the fentanyl-related substances we have data on are dangerous, but some are inert and may even have properties that block opioid addiction. We simply need to know more. So our bill makes room for researchers, not just at federal agencies, but across research institutions to get to work. I believe our bill would save lives. House Democrats should help us send it to the President's desk. But this bill alone will not solve the problem. It helps, but it will not solve the problem. We have to use all the tools available to us. We need to increase the number of border agents that we have, particularly on the southern border. We need to give them the tools they need. We need to give them more drones for electronic surveillance in the air. We need to give them more dogs to help them figure out what's going on, to sniff out the drugs when they can. It's coming across in small amounts. Here you see it. 2 milligrams lethal dose for most Americans, and there it is compared to the penny. They need more dogs at the border. They need more horses because some of that terrain is not suitable for motor vehicles. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, we need to finish building the wall. I yield back.
Could not have said it better myself, my friend, and I thank you for those comments. Mr. Speaker, what Mr. Griffith is explaining there is the magnitude of this crisis, and I have a number of colleagues here tonight that will speak to it. Illegal drug overdoses recently became the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. The leading cause of death. Today in America, illegal drug overdoses are killing more people at this age demographic than car accidents, obviously than cancer, more than COVID. And in my home state of Louisiana alone, opioid deaths increased in 2021 by 40%. 40% in 1 year, mostly driven by an increase in illicit fentanyl. What's fentanyl? Fentanyl is this synthetic opioid that's 80 to 100 times stronger than morphine. It's created with chemicals shipped from China to Mexico. It's trafficked across our southern border. Its potency means the smallest amount, even to fit on the tip of a pencil, is considered a lethal dose. And now it's fueling one of the worst drug epidemics in American history. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration's response has been nothing, passivity. They've been passive about securing our border, the entry point for all these drugs coming into our communities. They've been passive about prosecuting drug offenders. Many Democrat-led jurisdictions are lowering felony offenses to misdemeanors. They've been passive about preventing drug abuse. The Democrats' American Rescue Plan, so-called, even includes a provision, as you've already heard tonight, and you'll hear more, to distribute drug paraphernalia at taxpayers' expense. It's unbelievable. Mr. Speaker, fentanyl deaths are certain to increase unless we act with the same resolve that we have used to attack other less deadly threats. And if the Biden administration was serious about addressing this crisis, they'd start by securing our turnstile at the southern border. It's time for the Democrats in charge here to wake up. To help address this problem, we have to take immediate steps. We have to secure our border. We have to prosecute criminals again. We have to work with localities to prevent drug abuse rather than accommodate it. Mr. Speaker, I have a number of colleagues, as I mentioned, who will address this issue in further detail. I'm delighted that they have taken the time to be here, and I'm happy to yield so much time as he may use to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Franklin.
I appreciate my colleague from Louisiana giving me some time to talk about this vitally critical matter. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of our border agents who work tirelessly to defend our nation against the flow of deadly drugs crossing our southern border. Their job is made incredibly more difficult by the Biden administration's open border policies. I'm sometimes asked why, as a Floridian, I care so deeply about what is happening on our southern border. Whether it's criminals, terrorists, human traffickers, or drug smugglers, problems at the Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California borders quickly become problems for all Americans. Florida may be hundreds of miles from the border, but illegal drugs from there are flooding our communities. The Tampa Bay area, my home, has an overdose rate that is 50% higher than the national average. To put that figure in context, 30 people in the Tampa Bay area are dying every week from overdoses. Let that sink in. The lion's share of these overdoses are from fentanyl. This highly lethal drug, primarily manufactured in China and smuggled in by Mexican cartels, is many times stronger than heroin, morphine, and other opioids. As little as 2 milligrams, smaller than the tip of a pencil, which you can see right here in perspective relative to a penny, is often enough to kill an adult. Fentanyl overdoses are now the #1 killer of adults aged 18 to 45. This is a national tragedy. It's exasperating to see the hands of our agents tied as they try to stop this crisis because their own government stands in their way. As one frustrated border agent told his chief in a recently leaked video, for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration is doing worse than nothing. It is actively promoting an open border policy that allows dangerous drugs to flow into our communities. This administration has the blood of its citizens on its hands. For the safety and security of our nation, it must stop. And I yield back.
I thank you for that compelling message, my friend. And you're right, every state is a border state now, whether you're on the coast or whether you're up north or anywhere in the country. And Tennessee is no exception to that. I yield next to my good friend, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. I appreciate the great work you've been doing on this for the last few weeks, and I look forward to working with you in the future. 6 days ago, Mr. Chairman, I spoke about the fentanyl crisis in this chamber. According to the trajectory of the CDC's most recent 12-month data on drug overdose deaths, over 1,600 Americans have died since that speech. 1,600. In reality, I'm afraid that number is actually a lot higher thanks to illegally trafficked fentanyl. Just last week, an unsuspecting high school student in Connecticut overdosed on marijuana laced with fentanyl. Thankfully, that student is all right, but sadly, there are many others who do not survive an overdose. A man called my office the other day. His son died he was in the Carolinas, unsuspecting, took a street drug. It was laced with fentanyl. They said the fentanyl was still in the pill was still in his mouth. It was that strong. Our government needs to stop illegal fentanyl from entering the United States right now, Mr. Speaker. Republicans and Democrats must demand more action on this issue from our leaders. Here in the House, Speaker Pelosi controls the floor schedule and does not say much about illegal fentanyl trafficking. Down Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House, President Biden issued financial sanctions against foreign smugglers who bring drugs like fentanyl into our country. Mr. Speaker, that's a nice start, but I doubt these cartel thugs and bums will quit the drug trade just because they can't use an American bank. Earlier today, I delivered a letter to Speaker Pelosi requesting that she do everything in her power to stop fentanyl from entering our country. President Biden received a copy of that letter as well. I urge them to consider my Fentanyl Traffickers Elimination Act, which would sentence fentanyl traffickers to life in prison, as a possible solution to reducing the amount of fentanyl that flows across our borders. Politically, I have little in common with Speaker Pelosi and President Biden. I met President Biden after the prayer breakfast, and I told him that I don't agree with hardly anything he does, but I pray for him every day, and that's true. However, I believe all three of us agree more needs to be done to stop Americans from overdosing on illegal fentanyl. I think overwhelmingly majorities in our respective parties feel the same. The American people will be glad to see us put politics aside and do something to reduce the tragic fentanyl overdose deaths that have become too common in our communities. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we spend most of our time up here, and as I've said before, these bridges and post offices aren't going to name themselves. We need to get back to the people's work, Mr. Speaker, and put an end to this tragedy. I yield the remainder of my time. As always, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your more than lackluster ability.
Thank you, my friend. And it is a serious issue. Every moment of levity helps us. But I tell you what, if we can't work in a bipartisan fashion to prosecute criminals and stop the cartels, there may not be a lot of hope for this institution. I hope we can get back to that soon. Mr. Speaker, gentlelady next from Arizona, a state that certainly deals with this every moment of every day, and she's seen it up close. Delighted to yield next to Ms. Lesko.
Thank you very much, Representative Johnson. I'm going to read off some headlines. The first one is from the New York Post. It says, fentanyl now leading cause of death among teens in Arizona border county. In the article, it says fentanyl overdoses have overtaken car crashes as the leading cause of death among teenagers in an Arizona border county, as Governor Doug Ducey blames President Biden's neglect of the U.S. border for the rise in lethal drugs coming into the country. The next article is entitled, and this is from a TV station in Tucson, Arizona Poison Centers sound alarm as fentanyl overdoses spike. Another article, and this one is from the Center Square. Arizona seizes record amount of fentanyl, now cited as leading cause of death of Americans between 18 and 45. It goes on to say, authorities in Arizona seized $9 million worth of fentanyl pills in the state's largest bust of the illicit drug. Enough, they said, to kill half the population of Arizona. Wow. It goes on to say, fentanyl has become the drug of choice of the Mexican Sinaloa cartel, which controls the U.S.-Mexico border stretching from California to El Paso, Texas. This is not a recreational drug, Scottsdale Police Department Chief Jeff Walther said. This is death. 2 milligrams is a lethal dose. A teaspoon holds about 5,000 milligrams, enough to kill 2,500 people. 1 pound of fentanyl, or 453,592 milligrams, could kill 226,796 people. The next headline, and this is from NBC News. Fentanyl deaths from Mexican oxy pills hit Arizona hard. And just a couple things it says in this article. Aaron Francisco Chavez swallowed at least one of the sky blue pills at a Halloween party before falling asleep forever. He and 3 other teenagers took this drug. And it said The four thought that they were taking oxycodone. They didn't know that it was laced with fentanyl. It's the worst I've seen in 30 years, this toll that is taken on families, said Doug Coleman, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration special agent in charge of Arizona. The crack cocaine crisis was not even this bad. These are just some of the headlines, ladies and gentlemen, and I live in the border state of Arizona. We're impacted greatly. I call on President Biden. I plead with President Biden. Come down to the border. See it for yourself. Talk to the Border Patrol agents. They'll show you all of the fentanyl pills that they have seized, but we know that there's a lot they haven't even caught, and it's coming into our communities. It's killing our kids. It's killing our brothers. It's killing our sisters. Please, President Biden, take this seriously and secure the border now. And I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. That passion is authentic, and as we said, from Arizona, you see it every day. Mr. Speaker, I just received a text message from our colleague, Mr. Katko, and he's the lead Republican on the Homeland Security Committee, and he said, make sure when we're talking about the cartels to point out they're getting magnificently enriched through this alien smuggling surge, and they're therefore flush with cash, and they're now developing their own ability to make fentanyl. That is a dangerous game changer for the country. This crisis gets worse and worse by the hour. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, Dr. Van Drew.
Thank you, and I'm honored by your yielding and the work that you are doing in this area. We're in the midst of perhaps the widest array of crisis this country has ever seen. A global pandemic, inflation, and an unstable world stage that could erupt at any moment. Yet COVID-19 and these uncertainties are the only things slowly infecting every corner of this country. Fentanyl. Fentanyl, that word. It just takes 2 milligrams of this substance, which is 100 times more potent than morphine, to kill a full-grown adult. In fact, Border Patrol has already seized more than 2,700 pounds at the southern border this year. 2,700 pounds, enough to kill every single American twice over. The massive inflow of this deadly substance is a direct result of our weakening southern border and policies designed to entice illegal immigrants to flow into our nation. Often sourced directly from China, our open border policies have allowed the worst of humanity to sneak this drug into every community, small and large, rural, urban, or suburban, across our great America. It has become so bad, in fact, that fentanyl is now the leading cause of death, as you've heard over and over again, because it is so unbelievable, of all Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. Imagine that. It's not comprehensible. Exacerbated by the stress of mandates and lockdowns, fentanyl-related overdoses across the board increased by more than 55%. I've seen it personally in my home district and across the great state of New Jersey, where thousands of families last year lost a loved one to a fentanyl overdose. It has to end. It has to stop. We must secure our southern border. We must provide the resources to get these drugs off the street. And we must permanently make fentanyl a Schedule I drug. It's time to finish the wall. Stop the relocating of illegal migrants across the country. And we must empower our law enforcement at the border to uphold the rule of law. If not, we will lose our America that we love. I yield back.
Strong words on a really Important set of issues, Mr. Speaker. Happy to yield next. The gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for hosting this tonight and continuing to keep the effort up to put this in front of the American people and the Congress and the White House. You know, we've talked a couple times here this evening so far, and this is a stat that just, I don't know if it's reaching across to enough people. The leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45 is fentanyl. It isn't car wrecks. It's not gun violence, which is usually people violence that it takes to run a gun, to clear up a term. It's not cancer, not some other form. It's a drug. And so what is this? It really boils down to it's a border problem. So when the Biden administration decided to have a much more open, hands-off policy on our borders than what the Trump administration had been attempting to do, this problem has been exacerbated. The number of people coming across, some for asylum reasons, others for economic reasons, but the ones that are mixing in there coming with them are bringing this stuff with them. Now, as a Californian, we have prime examples of what that looks like on our streets, what it looks like for homelessness, and for people literally dying on the street. San Francisco being a shining example, I think, of what most cities don't want to be, with the problems they have on their streets, with homelessness, with drug use, people dying on our streets. Needle programs. We call it clean needle exchange programs. They're not even exchange programs. Even one of my district towns, Chico, California, a nice town. People bring these needles in as part of a needle. They don't need to exchange them anymore, as I mentioned. They just give them out until finally the city council changed and they've moved in a direction to try and stop this sort of thing. It was killing a small valley town like Chico. And yet, our administration is promoting an open border policy that's allowing this fentanyl. You heard some of my colleagues tonight talking about how small of an amount it takes to not only negatively affect people, but kill them. It's extremely potent. It doesn't take much of this stuff to cause a death. And it's coming across pounds and pounds at a time over our border. Why are we allowing this to happen? Freely over our borders. Distributors without consequence, putting it out, harming our people, harming this country. You know, if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if the Democrats with the White House really cared about the health and safety of American citizens, they would implement common sense policies to combat this epidemic, increasing search and seizures at our border, prosecuting traffickers instead of letting them go. It's just so unbelievable. People come up to me all the time as their representative. We just can't believe what's going on in our country lately. The prosecution, the letting people out of prison, right back to offend once again. And this wide open border that is just an open conduit to so much harm for terrorism. They picked up 5 Syrians the other day. It isn't just people coming from Central America wanting a better life or reuniting families when you have single young men coming across the border. This is a fraud that's being committed to the American people here. And this fentanyl is just one example of harming, not just economically, but our open border, but so many people with an illegal drug because we have a sieve, because we have a terrible policy. Our border control folks are so demoralized by what's going on here, and our people of our country are. This is we have many crises these days, but this is one of the worst because we are losing the definition, the identity of our country with what's been going on. President Biden's team needs to get on the job here and enforce our border and not allow this poison to keep coming across. Mr. Johnson, thank you again. I'll yield back the time.
Thank you for that. And, you know, the Border Patrol agents are as frustrated as we are, demoralized is exactly right. We've all met with them and heard their stories. And the reason they're so frustrated, Mr. Speaker, is because All of this crisis is completely avoidable. These are the result of bad policy choices, and that is what is so outrageous. Mr. Speaker, I yield next to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thanks. We're going to try to add a few additional things about fentanyl. I first got here about 7 years ago, and at the time there were 47,000 deaths caused by illegal drugs a year. By comparison, there were 57,000 people who died in Vietnam. But that was over a 10-year period, 12-year period. This is over 1 year, 47,000 people. And it was a national crisis, and every politician had to address that crisis. Well, 7 years later, what became of that statistic? Whoa, of 47,000 deaths a year from fentanyl, it went up to 100,000 deaths a year. Now, I've been at the border 5 times. Every time I'm down there, the Border Patrol again and again emphasizes that with this open flow of people coming in this country, you're getting unlimited fentanyl. So we got two obvious things to address the problem. We just passed a continuing resolution today with some increases in there, but the budget proposed by our president doesn't increase funding for the Border Patrol at all. You go through that budget, 12% up here, 18% up here, 7% up here. Border Patrol, nothing. Like these lives don't matter at all. We've got to spend more money at the border. Secondly, when it comes down to penalties for people who are selling this fentanyl or trafficking in fentanyl, they are not great enough. Right now, your penalties for heroin, which is a fraction as lethal as fentanyl, are much higher, the mandatory minimums, than the cutoff for fentanyl. I've introduced a bill that's going to deal with that called the Fentanyl Penalties Parity Act, which adjusts the mandatory minimum to be the same as heroin. So we've got to throw more people in prison. That 100,000 deaths, by the way, that's not what we call nonviolent. Ask the parents of the people who died of these fentanyl overdoses whether that's just a nonviolent crime and we'll slap somebody on the wrist and who cares. We've got to up the penalties on people who are selling that fentanyl. We had 560 people die in Milwaukee County alone last year, and Milwaukee County is not that big. And secondly, we've got to do something at that border. The idea that these fentanyl drugs have to continue to flow across the southern border and we can pretend there's nothing we can do, that we can continue to allow Kamala Harris to look out at the border, which is just like a joke on the American people. It's a joke on anybody who's had a loved one die of this fentanyl. That's got to end. I hope everybody in this building, those people fortunate enough to meet the president, tell him, get Kamala Harris off that border and get us some more Border Patrol agents down there so it shows that we're taking the lives of these 100,000 people a year a little more seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that forceful message. Mr. Speaker, can I inquire as to how much time is available on the clock?
The gentleman has 32 minutes remaining.
32? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to a gentleman who has been on the front lines of all this as a retired police lieutenant. He's also a former professional hockey player, and that's pretty cool, too. He's a tough guy, but he knows the issue, and happy to yield to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Thank you very much, Congressman, for this 1 hour. It is needed, and I appreciate your time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the devastating fentanyl crisis that's wreaking havoc on our communities and our families. The hardest thing I ever had to do during my 23 years as a law enforcement officer was tell an unsuspecting mother that her child had died due to a drug overdose. The opioid crisis has ravaged our communities for years, and when people were forced inside during this pandemic, things only got worse. For the first time ever in 2021, drug overdoses in the United States topped 100,000. Overdose deaths are now claiming a new victim every 5 minutes. And as stated earlier, fentanyl overdoses were the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45 just last year. That's more than the COVID-19 deaths, car crashes, or suicides put together for that age group. The American people are suffering. We have a moral obligation to do everything we can to prevent another addiction, to prevent another death, to prevent another heartbroken family. The DEA revealed in December that criminal drug networks in Mexico, using resources from China, are trafficking fentanyl over Biden's open southern border at a rate that could provide a lethal dose to every American over 7 times. Cartels and the drug runners are exploiting open border policies of Joe Biden and this administration. And the American people are literally paying the price with their lives. Without serious action, this fentanyl will continue to flow across our border and affect our families and communities. Joe Biden must secure our border by finishing the wall, fully reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy, and send the clear message: don't come to the United States illegally. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate those words and your expertise on the issue. Mr. Speaker, I yield next to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Babin, who I think will address some of the other crises we're facing as well.
Thank you, my good friend from Louisiana, for having this. There are multiple crises. That's exactly right. It's nearly impossible to discuss President Biden's self-inflicted economic crisis without mentioning his excessive spending. I'm not talking about money to strengthen our military or to make America more competitive in the world. Biden and the Democrats have no interest in that. This out-of-control spending is necessary only to appease the radical Democrat base who prioritize radical climate change policies without a care in the world for their consequences. As a result, inflation sits at a 40-year high, and our national debt has increased by trillions of dollars. Trillions. For years, my colleagues across the aisle have worked tirelessly to desensitize Americans to the word trillion. And they've succeeded for the most part because a trillion of anything is such a mind-boggling figure for the average human to wrap his mind around it. And when I was elected to Congress in 2014, our national debt was $17 trillion. Fast forward 8 years later, our national debt has topped $30 trillion. $30 trillion. This should shock every American taxpayer, but it doesn't seem to. Allow me to put this into perspective. If you owed $1 trillion, $1 trillion, and you decided to pay $1 per second until your debt was paid off, it would take you around 31,700 years to become debt-free. Now, multiply that by 30 for $30 trillion of our national debt. I'm no mathematician, but this amounts to approximately 951,000 years. So if we paid $1 per second until our $30 trillion national debt is paid off, it would take us just shy of 1,000,000 years to become debt-free. President Biden and the Democrats must be stopped. American solvency must be preserved. Generations of future Americans are counting on us to regain control of Washington's unsustainable spending. We literally cannot afford to fail. And I yield back.
That debt is so staggering, and you're right, Dr. Babin, so many people don't stop to think about the magnitude of it and what we're doing to our children, our grandchildren, every future generation of Americans. Amen. We better get control of it. Thank you for that insight tonight. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next. The gentleman from Georgia, another gentleman with a lot of expertise, and he'll address some of the crime crises that we're facing.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for hosting us tonight. Mr. Speaker, for years, Democrats have been pushing the defund the police rhetoric that has demonized our law enforcement officers and left them unequipped and abandoned by their government. Now we're paying the price. In the year 2021, 73 of our bravest police officers lost their lives in defense of this country and their communities. This is a 59% increase from 2020 and the most that we've had since 1995. This is utterly unacceptable. The language from top Democrats empowers those that wish to do harm upon others and leaves our law enforcement stranded with nowhere to look for aid. After an entire year of this detrimental rhetoric, at least 16 U.S. cities have set new homicide records in 2021. 346 officers were shot, and we saw a 115% increase in ambush-style attacks on law enforcement from 2020. Democrats aren't just downplaying the impacts of their soft-on-crime rhetoric. They are completely ignoring it. Shoplifting in California and New York has gotten so bad that it is now mocked on social media, and offenders simply walk into a store, grab what they want, and walk out. The 1st Congressional District of Georgia is unfortunately no exception to this current trend. In the first half of 2021, violent crime increased 7%, property crimes rose 10%, and shoplifting has risen 9%, all in Savannah alone. Folks, this rhetoric is harmful. It hurts our communities, it hurts our law enforcement, and it hurts our constituents. We must put a stop to this and reinforce the fact that we have the backs of our police officers. This issue is of the utmost importance, and I call upon President Biden to say unequivocally that he supports our men and women in blue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Babin. Appreciate, and Dr. Babin. Mr. Carter, thank you for that. He's a pharmacist, not a doctor. Could have been. Could have been. Thank you, my friend, for your insights there. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield next to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson, for organizing this special hour tonight and for yielding me time to speak. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to ring the alarm bell regarding the United States' current financial crisis caused by the Biden administration and Democrats' far-left policies and out-of-control spending. Just last week, the national debt eclipsed $30 trillion. As our national debt balloons, American taxpayers will be left to foot the bill, not only for the billions and trillions of dollars we are spending annually, but also on a dramatically increasing cost, interest on the debt. The federal government has continued to kick the can down the road, ignoring the explosive problems caused by our out-of-control spending and greatly diminishing our future generations' quality of life through no fault of their own. What a gutless and inexcusable thing to do. Well, our time is running out as we expect interest rates to rise in the immediate future. If interest rates rise to just 5.1%, as was the case in 2001, American taxpayers would suddenly be burdened with an annual interest payment on the national debt of $1.5 trillion, twice the budget for the Department of Defense, or almost 75% of all income taxes collected in fiscal year 2021. Put another way, 3/4 of the income taxes Americans pay would go toward nothing more than paying interest on the national debt, while only 1/4 would be left to pay for much-needed programs and expenditures like the Justice Department, infrastructure, and defense. Americans' pocketbooks are hurting, whether at the gas pump, at the grocery store, or for the energy that heats your homes. Prices are going up everywhere due to President Biden and Democrats' far-left policies and out-of-control spending. Just last week, House Democrats doubled down on these disastrous decisions by ramming through their $325 billion America Competes Act, more like the America Concedes to China Act, if you ask me, which only will worsen America's economic crisis. How can anyone sit here today and encourage this reckless and irresponsible behavior? I have two sons, Guy, who is 4 years old, and Sam, who is 10 months. They They will have to make payments on this massive debt for their entire lives, and the generations to follow will do the same unless we act. We must rein in Washington's out-of-control government spending to prevent future generations from paying the price for our financial mistakes. This ticking time bomb, otherwise known as our national debt, has been ignored for far too long. With rising interest rates on the horizon, now is the last time and the best time for President Biden and members of Congress to take a serious look in the mirror and ask ourselves if we really think the American people are okay with our country being steered off this fiscal cliff. Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson, and I yield back.
I thank you, my friend. I think about the same thing, our children and what we are doing to them and their future. They'll have less security, less financial stability, less opportunity. They won't have the great fortune that we have because we're making bad policy decisions right now. We're adding to the debt. We're compounding the problem day by day, and we just can't get anyone here to pay any attention to it. The Democrats in charge refuse to address the issue. In fact, they just continue to double down on bad policy, and it is just so frustrating. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy to yield next to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, to talk about this energy crisis more.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that President Biden's slew of crises are self-inflicted wounds that have devastated American workers, their families, and small businesses across this great nation. And the ongoing energy crisis is no exception. President Biden's destructive energy agenda has created skyrocketing gas prices, forced burdensome home heating bills on Americans already struggling with record-high inflation, destroyed thousands of energy jobs, and canceled American energy independence. The energy crisis has been fueled by the Biden administration's failed policy decisions, starting with canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, which eliminated over 11,000 American jobs. Infamously, President Biden also greenlit Russian President Putin's Nord Stream 2 pipeline. He begged OPEC to produce more oil and released 3 days' worth of oil from our own strategic petroleum reserve ahead of last Thanksgiving. But unfortunately, the ramifications of President Biden's ill-advised policies extend far beyond the gas pump and now into matters of national security. President Biden surrendered American energy independence to benefit our adversaries, including Russia, by handing Russian President Vladimir Putin the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Biden abandoned vital leverage that could be used right now as tensions rise between Russia and Ukraine. Yet after conceding this opportunity many months ago, the president now claims he will bring an end to the Nord Stream 2 pipeline if Russia actually invades Ukraine. Really? So do you think this new claim is going to make Russia tremble in their boots? Following a year of embarrassing weakness on the world stage, this empty threat means nothing to Vladimir Putin. But energy independence means everything to Americans struggling to fill their gas tanks and to keep their families warm this winter, as they wonder why President Biden prioritized Russian energy above their own. Mr. Speaker, we must always put Americans first. Yet the Biden administration and their self-inflicted energy crisis has again failed America. Thank you.
I thank you, my friend, for yielding back. And Mr. Speaker, as we've illustrated tonight, with so many members coming in from all over the country to express our concerns about all of these crises, and we genuinely could go for hours upon hours, but the hour is getting late tonight, and our special order hour is running out. But I just want to reiterate again some of the things we highlighted in this last hour on the floor here in the People's House tonight. We addressed this economic crisis. It's just staggering. A $30 trillion federal debt is a number that previous generations of Americans couldn't even imagine. We talked about the crime crisis and the utter lack of responsibility that Democrats in charge have shown and that the White House has shown to address this issue. The border crisis and now the fentanyl crisis that is directly related to that has become the #1 killer of Americans age 18 to 45 in this country. And the energy crisis. And because I come from an energy state, the state of Louisiana, I just want to conclude with a couple of remarks to just put a fine point on that latter issue before we close this evening. Mr. Speaker, the problem here is that, as with all of these crises, all of this is totally avoidable. All of this is the result of policy choices. It's bad decisions, bad policy by the White House and by the Democrats in charge. Mr. Speaker, on the energy crisis, President Biden's anti-energy agenda has caused the price of a gallon of gas to skyrocket to $3.42 nationally. And last week, oil prices hit $90 a barrel. $90 is a 7-year high. In just the last month, oil prices have surged 37%. That's in 1 month, and it's been on a steady and rapid increase. Given this agenda and the rapid rise in prices, it is not surprising that, according to a recent Gallup poll, American satisfaction with our energy policy is the lowest in 2 decades. That's because Americans have paid at the pump more now than they paid since the Obama-Biden administration. U.S. households will also pay between $700 and $1,700 more for heat this winter, depending on where they live and what type of fuel they use. And more than 1 in 4 Americans report now that they skip basic expenses to pay their energy bill in the past year. And 1 in 5 Americans report they could not pay their full energy bill. This is a crisis. And let me just tell you, to break it down in layman's terms, why this is happening. From the very beginning of the Biden administration, the first couple of weeks, as soon as he took office, he issued that slew of executive orders, a record number of executive orders. And among those early executive orders were his directions on energy policy. He reflexively did exactly the opposite of what the previous administration, what President Trump had done and accomplished. We were energy dominant, not just energy independent. We were energy dominant because of the Trump-era policies. So what's President Biden do? He does exactly the opposite, reflexively almost. Because President Trump moved us to domestic oil and gas production, to increase that, to make us energy dominant, to make us a net exporter, what does President Biden do? The opposite. He shuts down, he puts a moratorium on drilling exploration on federal lands, including offshore, off the coast of states like mine, Louisiana. That was a killer for the national economy. It's a direct contributor to driving the costs up. He also killed the Keystone Pipeline, of course. That was a big source, an artery, as it were, for domestic production and supply in our country. And by doing that, here's the great irony. Ostensibly, the reason for doing all those things was he wanted to help the environment, I guess. I guess he owed it to some interest groups or something, but they claimed that would be better for the environment if we moved away from fossil fuels, as we always hear. But here's the great irony, and I'll close with this. When President Biden shut down domestic production, not only did he drive up the cost of all the fuel that we need to heat our homes and to fill up our gas tanks and all the rest, not only did he increase the pain on American consumers, but here's the irony. When they shut down domestic production, the demand for fossil fuels, oil and gas, in this country didn't go down. The demand didn't change nationally just because the president decided that he didn't want to supply it anymore. In fact, the demand is at least stabilized or in some cases gone up. So what does that mean? Well, Americans have to get their supply from somewhere else. If we're not going to produce it here, the bountiful resources that God has given us beneath our own feet, we're not going to do it here. We have to get it from somewhere else. So the Biden administration turns to OPEC. They turn to Russia, Saudi Arabia, begging for more production, begging for our supply to be met from these overseas parties. And you know what the irony is? The greatest irony about all of this. Ostensibly, they wanted to help the environment, but you know what they do when we get more of our oil and gas from Russia and Saudi Arabia? We do exponentially more harm to the environment. I mean, if you believe their metrics, this is a terrible policy solution. Because guess what? We produce oil and gas in a much cleaner fashion in the United States than they do in those other countries. So, you know, the great irony is not only do they drive up costs for American consumers, not only do they increase the pain for everybody, they're actually doing more harm to the world that they claim that they want to help. It's truly unbelievable, not to mention that it's destabilized us, put Russia in a better position, and now we see the results of that on a whole different crisis that we didn't even have time to address tonight. Mr. Speaker, I'm out of time. I yield back, but I would just close by saying the American people cannot tolerate this for much longer, and they won't tolerate it for much longer, and we cannot wait for this election cycle that comes up later this year, where we get an opportunity to be returned to the majority to govern this place again, and to bring some sanity back to Washington. With that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Last week, I got behind this microphone, and we were actually trying to show something that was a bit optimistic, but we're also, like everyone else on our side, the frustration we are going through on so many of the Democrat policies that I don't think were meant to be mean-spirited or so dystopian in the damage they've caused, particularly to the working poor, which is one of my fixations. But sometimes the economics is the economics. Law of sometimes virtue signaling over the unintended consequences. But I want to go over something and try to explain why I think this is such a big deal for both those on the left, those of us on the right, and is actually a window of optimism. But it's going to take a policy pivot. So last week I got up here and talked about that, as you remember, I gave a couple presentations last December. Major success in curing type 1 diabetes. Now, it's only really one use case where they were able to take T cells and convert them into insulin-producing cells. In that particular one, the individual would need some immunosuppressant because the body's reaction to it. Now we have an organization that's doing somewhat the same technology with T cells, turning them into insulin-producing cells, but with CRISPR as a partner. They're doing a tiny tweak, and the model says the body won't recognize it as a foreign cell, and you won't need immunosuppressant drugs for the rest of your life. So conceptually, why is this such a big deal to have a cure for type 1? And as the big article on it, as you dig through the literature, says, at least for people with type 2, we might have a way to get their body, we do have a way, dear Lord, that the technology be true and actually coming forward, to help individuals in type 2, their bodies to produce insulin again. Then we have some other big policy things we would have to do here. We'd have to have an honest conversation of how we do nutrition support. We'd have to have an honest conversation of what we do in the Farm Bill, of what we encourage Americans to grow instead of just the sort of the commodity crops. North America used to grow 3,500 different types of grains. Maybe you design a farm system that allows sort of both regional and uniqueness, and for different arid climates and others, sort of a concathony, or whatever the proper word there would be, for optionality. Because there is a food security issue when you only grow certain crops. God forbid you have, like it's happening in parts of Europe, where olive trees have a type of fungus. And olive trees that are hundreds and hundreds of years old are dying. we make ourselves much more fragile in food security. So I sort of say that because I actually see an elegant solution coming here if we could change the way we view public policy. Because it's often this right-left paradigm of the left's version of wanting to be compassionate is they're going to build more clinics for those in urban areas and my tribal communities and even certain rural populations that have just stunning percentages of type 2 diabetes and the misery that comes with that, put up more clinics. And my argument is, screw that. Let's cure it. If we're seeing technology that may lead us to a cure, put the resources forward that create the disruption, because curing a misery is so much more wonderful than helping people being able to maintain and live within their misery. Oh, by the way, for those of us who are absolutely fixated that the debt is going to destroy this republic, it makes a hell of a lot of difference. So let's walk through some of the math of why I wish we were having this level of optimism that the technology disruptions we have now on knowing how to cure so many diseases actually may be the path that we start to take on the crushing debt that's coming. This is important, and this is year-old data from CBO. It's a year out of date. The numbers today are much worse. In 29 years, $112 trillion of publicly borrowed debt in today's dollars. Vast majority of it is Medicare, Social Security, rest of the budget is in balance. Why this is so important is the political class, particularly here in Washington, we have lied for decades to our constituents. The left will say, oh, rich people don't pay enough. We spend too much money on defense. Republicans, oh, we got to get rid of foreign aid, waste and fraud. Maybe all those are true, but they're not the driver of the debt. The debt is demographics. We are getting old as a society, and you're going to see some slides later on that really will kick you in the head on these numbers. But that $112 trillion of publicly borrowed debt as projected by CBO last year, and this is a number that says there's no more pandemics, no more recessions. How many of you want to have a secure retirement? How many of you give a darn about your kids? Well, think about one little factoid here. You just saw that Medicare was the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. What was it, $77, $78 trillion of borrowing over the next 29 years. 31% of Medicare is just diabetes. Now you're seeing the tie. If I come to you and say, I hope it works, but considering the numbers and the benefit of if it does work, why aren't we, at least the left and the right, saying let's end people's misery? Oh, by the way, by doing that, one of the greatest effects we can have on society is actually curing these diseases that make us poorer, sicker, and actually the primary drivers of our debt. 31% of Medicare spending is just related to diabetes, 33% of all healthcare costs. So remember, the problem with this place is Obamacare, the ACA, the Republican alternative were finance bills. They weren't about what we spend, they were who got subsidized. That's the math. You know, the Democrats' bill had 3 tiers, the Republicans had 4 tiers, but it was who was cross-subsidizing who and then how much was coming out of the general fund to subsidize those groups. They were spending subsidization bills. They had nothing to do with what we spent. My argument is if we would embrace the technology, push it forward, and we have to change a bunch of laws to legalize the very technology that will disrupt healthcare costs, we save Medicare. But we also end a hell of a lot of misery in our society. And is that Republican or Democrat? I mean, sure, at some point, someone will contribute to one side or the other, and we'll turn it into partisan, right? But at least between now and then, it's technology. And once again, I fixate on this also. 5% of our brothers and sisters who have multiple chronic conditions are the majority of our healthcare spending. If you say you care about healthcare, is it nationalizing healthcare? Well, once again, nationalizing healthcare, Medicare for All doesn't remove any costs. It just collectivizes how you can ration. If you want to reduce costs, cure people, end the misery. Once again, 5% of our brothers and sisters are the majority of our healthcare spending. You already see what's going on right now with some of the messenger RNA, some of the new stem cell therapies, the number of diseases we're curing. We now have a cure for hemophilia. We're about to have the trials for sickle cell. You already see in so many diseases we're taking on. So many of the blood cancers today we can cure. But the 10,000-pound gorilla is diabetes. And this is both, maybe it's a little bit utopianism, but we've seen a perfect example of this. Do you remember this body just a decade or so ago? We were having a real stressor. We were having to have conversations with state Medicaid systems on how we were going to pay for all these liver transplants. For those people who may have had too good of time in the 70s, remember, we had hundreds of thousands of individuals in the United States that we thought were having failing livers from hepatitis C. Liver transplant clinics were being funded and organized all over the country. And then, suddenly, I think the first drug out was Sovaldi. We figured out how to cure it. And the drug was outrageously expensive. It was like $88,000. But it was a fraction of the cost of a liver transplant and then someone spending the rest of their life on anti-rejection drugs. And then another drug came to market with a slightly different technology. Price crashed, saved a fortune, ended lots of future misery. We lived in the last decade an example of what I'm talking about. But I beg of my friends on the Democrat side, think about your legislation like H.R. 3. We know H.R. 3 functionally makes big pharma bigger because it incentivizes them to take their current portfolio of our pharmaceuticals, make little tweaks, and keep them. But the capital stack for the small biotechs that are disruptive is crushed. There's good articles out there, there's good economic papers that make it very clear. If the Democrats get their way, it's great politics. It's absolutely brilliant politics. Talk about drug prices and how outraged we are. We are outraged. But are we outraged to the point that you are going to kill the next generation because they don't get that pharmaceutical that's curative? We need to think maybe more with a calculator like economists, maybe economists with a soul and a heart, than, hey, this is brilliant for the next election cycle. And back again, think about the body, the place we work in. We go home, we campaign, we say all the wonderful things we're going to do, but the fact of the matter, this last fiscal year, 77% of all the spending here was on autopilot. It's what we call mandatory. 10% was defense. 13% was everything else. We act like we are here doing something. If you put defense and say we're just going to keep the baseline where it's at, and the 77% is mandatory, Social Security, Medicare, you fall under a certain income, you're part of a certain ethnic or tribal group, or you hit a certain age, it's automatic, it's formulaic. This is all we get to focus on. This is what all the theater here is about. And one of the reasons I think the theater has gotten so hyperbolic is we know this is what wipes us out. And not one person here has actually voted on this. It's been, except for the last handful of votes the Democrats have moved forward, where we were adding, like we just did today, in a piece of legislation that actually added to mandatory spending. Because it's easy. Makes you look like a hero. Hey, it's all we protected, it's there. But we don't have the resources to pay for it. And these slides now, to give you an idea how crappy the last fiscal year was and how much we borrowed, these slides are all out of date now. The numbers are much worse. And one of the reasons I grabbed this one is, take a look here. This was 2030. We're going to hit $30 trillion of borrowing. Oh, God, we hit that last week. Think about what we've done. And there was a time here a couple decades ago, the discussion was, well, are you willing to do entitlement reform? Take that off the table. I know it's great political rhetoric, but it's too late. The vast majority of baby boomers are already in their retirement age. You missed the window. The window was a quarter century ago if you were going to do entitlement reforms, other than the things we've come here and talked about of the massive subsidies that we give actually to really, really, really rich people. You know, when it's their third home on Martha's Vineyard and we give them subsidized flood insurance. Or the Democrats' Build Back Better bill, which if you could be making $400,000 to $800,000 a year and you were going to get, what was it, $125,000 in tax credits if you bought the right electric vehicle, the right solar panel. At some point, we need to have an honest conversation. We calculated over the next 10 years, there's $1.4 trillion of subsidies to really rich people. So instead of the constant rhetoric of, let's tax rich people more, make them pay their fair share, maybe we should just stop subsidizing them. Because the subsidies create distortions. So back to the thing we don't do here called math. The 2050 number, we were saying we were going to be at 195% of GDP. That number, the best calculation as of today is 15 points higher than that. We'll be well over 200. And that's a baseline, not another pandemic, not another war, not another major recession. And then you start to deal with our newest reality. And I should have grabbed the slide, but you see part of it here. There's a model put out by CBO that says if interest rates over the time, that 29-year period, if the baseline borrowing cost of the United States was 2 points higher in that 25-year, every dime of tax receipts will go just to pay interest. We have made ourselves that fragile that if the cost of borrowing money goes up by 2 points on U.S. sovereign debts over the baseline, every dime in the future just goes solely to cover the interest cost. We've lost our minds. And yet, think of the crazy stuff we debate here. It's like we're desperate to debate the shiny objects, the stupid little indignation of the day. At the same time, we're borrowing $47,000 every second. $47,000 every second. And that's why I keep coming behind these mics saying it doesn't have to be this sort of dystopian, crushing future. I need the majority to think different, and I need my minority over here to think different. Because here's some of the drivers, and this is really uncomfortable. I've been booed in front of audiences when I've given this presentation, but the math is the math, and the math always wins. We can virtue signal, we can tell anecdotal stories, we can talk about how compassionate we are, but at some point the math will win. And this is important because I'm going to show you the sister slide to this in a couple moments, and you need to get our heads around this. The money you put in taxes into Medicare, into Social Security, and the money you're going to get out of Social Security, they're pretty close to each other. You actually get a little bit more out. It's a fairly even deal. But that chart you were seeing, substantially driven by this. So the average couple, and this is someone who's retiring right about now, has put in about $161,000 into Medicare, and they're getting $522,000 out. And those are adjusted dollars. So ceteris paribus, whatever the fancy term is. That gap there is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. So what happens when you talk to millennials? So we have offices all over here with kids born 1985, and they just think they're never going to see any of this. These are actual surveys where, you know, they already see themselves in enough financial pain. They're worried. Then they have people like me get behind the microphone and show them the slides and basically say, if we don't do something about this, your retirement, and it's a technical economic term, you're screwed. We need to start using language like that around here because somehow the fancy language doesn't seem to sink into the thick skulls here. Do you care about this generation? You know, these 25-year-olds we have in our office that are freaky smart, they're working their hearts out, and they look at the numbers saying, oh my God, when they start getting near their retirement age, the United States will have a couple 100% of debt to GDP, and if interest rates are up, I didn't bring the slide, there's one model that says that 2% higher baseline borrowing costs, we go from that 210% debt to GDP in 29 years to about 320%, because the multiplying effect, because we never pay anything off. And the model as it is of today says that millennial, that person born in 1985, they're going to put $236,000 into Medicare. And if we don't do something to disrupt the cost of health care, they're going to take out over $1.2 million. And this makes the curve steepen. When you see the CBO curves, you wonder why it starts to steepen. It's this delta there. There is a hope, there is a path, but it needs to be everything. I have my healthcare disruptions, but I've also come here and talked about how you can change the immigration system to maximize economic growth and not crush the working poor. When you open up the borders, we brought the papers here. You crush the working poor because you flood the country with people with similar skill sets. You have the last, year and a half, we're 1.7 million behind in legal immigration. You know, the kid just got the PhD at Arizona State University, and we're sending him home. You've seen the healthcare. You've seen, if you care about the environment, the concept of radically changing the way we look at regulation, using crowdsourcing and data instead of the 1938 model of stick paper and file cabinets. A tax code that maximizes economic growth. Are we willing to have really disruptive conversations of should we go to a border adjustability model so you don't have a tax arbitrage for around the world to move products to the United States instead of making them here? There are ways, and the trick is the model says you got to do all of it almost at the same time. And this place can barely agree on what time of day it is. And then we've seen policies around here that when so many of our brothers and sisters who are older are basically saying it's the rational decision, I'm leaving the labor force. One of the other parts of that growth model is everyone's needed. Every American's needed. We need your talents. We need your labor, particularly if you're older. Would this place be willing to provide certain incentives? So you're 65, you don't need to retire, but we're going to fix parts of the way we tax your benefits to incentivize you to stay in the labor force. There are ideas that work that basically make the future something optimistic. And my wife and I joke about this, and I've said it behind this microphone a bunch of times. We're both 59 years old. And I have a 6-year-old daughter. You know you're pathologically optimistic when you're 59 years old and you have a 6-year-old daughter. But darn it, doesn't she have the right Doesn't the kid that's growing up in a neighborhood of poverty have the right? Doesn't the person that's older have the right to have a decent retirement? Don't we have the right to be in a nation of optimism where we told the truth about the math and our demographics, and then we provided an optimistic vision that gets us there instead of the crazy stuff that's been posed this last 12 months that we keep showing economists after comment, and these aren't conservative economists. Many of them are from liberal groups saying, you do realize Build Back Better by the end of the decade made poor people poorer. But it was great politics. Stop the crazy, buy a calculator, and then if we do it by math, I think you could actually see this body work together, because an optimistic vision can be ours if we just fixate on the disruptions that make the future great. And with that, Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the community of Oxford, Michigan, located in my district in Oakland County. As everyone knows, last year on November 30th, Oxford suffered the worst sort of tragedy when a student at the town's high school brought a gun to school and used it to shoot a teacher and 10 fellow students. The community lost 4 beautiful, kind, talented, and beloved young people that day: Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, Justin Schilling, and Hannah St. Juliana. I had the honor of attending the funerals for Justin and Hannah and the visitation for Madison, and witnessing the outpouring of love for them from hundreds and hundreds in their community was inspiring. The United States, unfortunately, has seen many of these shootings in the past 25 years, but nothing prepares a community for being the one where it happens. In Oxford, the wounded from that terrible day extend far beyond the teacher and 6 students who were shot. The entire community has suffered a devastating and life-changing trauma. I want to talk about what that means and what I hope we will do to support the people of Oxford and its neighboring communities in the months and years ahead, because it will take years to heal. But first, I want to share with you some of the stories from Oxford from the last 2 months. In the aftermath of the shooting, the community was determined to be Oxford strong. The people I have met and sat with and listened to in the past couple of months have made it clear that Oxford strong isn't just a catchphrase. Strong in Oxford is about compassion, about caring, about asking for help when you need it, and finding a way to help your neighbors, even if it comes at a real cost to yourself. To our local small businesses, which in the days after the shooting went to great lengths and great expense to provide families with support and a safe haven. It started with the local Myers, which closed the day of the shooting to provide a gathering place for students fleeing the building. Meyer had partnered with Oxford schools to be part of their emergency evacuation plan, so students knew exactly where to go when the building became unsafe. By the next day, Sick Pizza had offered to donate 100% of the proceeds from pizza sales over several days to victims' families. Owner Scott Taylor hoped to raise about $25,000. Instead, his restaurant raised 4 times that amount. Oxford Bank sprang into action, offering to collect donations for the victims so that the community would have a trusted central location to direct its generosity. To date, more than $1.6 million has poured in, and the bank has enlisted the National Compassion Fund to ensure it's distributed thoughtfully, fairly, and transparently. And though I'm only scratching the surface of the local business community's generosity, I would be remiss not to mention the Legacy Center and its many tenant businesses, which offered services entirely for free for several days and became a community gathering spot for grieving teens throughout December. As recently as a couple weeks ago, the Legacy Center provided a space for my staff and I to meet with a group of Oxford parents and educators for a listening session. They continue to be true partners to the people of Oxford. For the remarkable contributions made by our local small businesses in the wake of this tragedy, I read this statement into the people's house so that it may be remembered in perpetuity. To our elected local leaders, we find out what people are made of in difficult times. Local Oxford Village President Joe Madore, Oxford Township President Jack Curtis, and Orion Township Supervisor Chris Barnett, you responded immediately to the crisis facing your community, working tireless in the shooting's aftermath to provide anything and everything you could, from meals for students returning to school because all the stored food had perished, to clear backpacks to enhance security. Jack Curtis opened the township doors to me personally, giving me space to conduct a virtual town hall. Your helpers were too many to count, but their actions in those initial days will never be forgotten. For the remarkable contributions made by our local leaders in the wake of this tragedy, I read this statement into the People's House so that it may be remembered into perpetuity. To the first responders, though the story of the Oxford shooting is, of course, a horrific one, one part of the story has brought many families and the larger community comfort, and that was your incredible actions on that day. More than 30 agencies responded to the school that day from all levels of government, many arriving little more than moments after the 911 calls began. You were incredibly brave, expertly coordinated your efforts, and we know that you saved lives. During the time I spent in Oxford, I've had the honor of meeting with many of you, starting with Oakland County Sheriff Mike Bouchard and Deputy Sheriff Mike McCabe, who just retired. I also met Oxford Police Chief Mike Sowald, who started his career as a school liaison officer in Oxford and who worked literally nonstop in the shooting's aftermath. And Oxford Fire Chief Peter Schultz and Lieutenant Mike Majestic, who, despite the grief of witnessing the death of young people whom they knew for years, kept showing up to serve their beloved community, including working as valuable partners at emergency management planning meetings every week to address public safety, mental health, funding, and other needs for the schools and surrounding communities. I spoke with Lake Orion Police Chief Harold Rossman and Lieutenant Todd Stanfield, who helped secure the building and who tried desperately to save one of the victims, and who spoke eloquently of the impact limited mental health services have on the community. And I met with Orion Township the Fire Rescue Department, led by Chief Robert Duke, who also responded to the scene and who, like many of their colleagues, pressed on in the days after in the face of their own grief with little respite. At the funeral for Hannah St. Juliana, I sat with Lieutenant Gregory Glover and Detective Sergeant Richard Hubble, both of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, whose mere presence was a comfort to me personally and to so many others on that incredibly sad night. I had the chance to see them again during a recent visit to town. Both men were among the first to enter the building, along with Deputy John McDonald, who put Tate Meir in his vehicle in a heroic effort to save him. Down the street from the sheriff's substation is the Brandon Township Fire Department, which I visited at the invitation of Lieutenant Doug Bryce. He and his fellow firefighters entered the building directly behind law enforcement and did everything they could to aid the wounded. All of these men, like so many others on that day, stayed focused and calm in the face of real terror, and by doing so not only saved lives but provided comfort to terrified students who no doubt will forever view first responders differently, having been so well protected and shepherded to safety when they needed it most. For their remarkable bravery displayed by our first responders in the wake of this tragedy, I read this statement into the People's House so that it may be remembered into perpetuity. To the parents and students of Oxford, I want to recognize you most of all. I've met with many of you in recent weeks, sometimes in hours-long sessions, to hear how you're doing and what you need most. And it's clear what you need from the rest of us is to listen. I've heard from parents whose children are worried they'll fall behind in school if they don't attend, but who find going to class in the same building where they fled bullets and friends were hurt or killed just a few weeks ago to be hard to tolerate. I've heard from students who now wince at loud sounds and get overwhelmed by crowds, who are worried about their friends and themselves, who feel overlooked. Many have told me they badly want to get the mental health support that they need, but their parents can't afford a therapist, and they're tired of telling and retelling their story of the crisis. The fact is, everyone in Oxford has post-traumatic stress. Everyone. There's just no escaping the impact of this immense and overwhelming tragedy. But I want you to know that post-traumatic stress does not have to become post-traumatic stress disorder. With proper support, traumatized people can recover. You may never be exactly the same as you once were, but you can discover new reserves of strength and renewed appreciation for life and for your loved ones. Psychologists have a term for this. It's called post-traumatic stress growth. It's a theory that holds that people who endure intense trauma can see positive growth come from their desperate struggle. But that doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't happen without a lot of hard work and help. The people of Oxford, though incredibly resilient in the face of staggering loss, need our support. Oxford Strong does not mean Oxford can or should do it alone. I've heard from teachers who tell me they can't possibly provide the mental health support that some of their students need. Schools have precious few social workers on staff, and troubled students have effectively nowhere to go in a state with fewer than 300 psychiatric beds in the entire state, all of which have long waiting lists. So kids with serious emotional and behavioral issues often must stay in class with little support, causing challenges for their peers and unable to get the intervention they so badly need. And I've heard from nearly everyone that we need to make sure, at the very least, that we keep guns out of the hands of our kids. The shooting at Oxford High School made it very clear that we have a serious, systemic problem to solve. But in the meantime, the least we can do is ensure that kids don't have access to guns. I'm not talking about families that teach their kids how to hunt, which in Michigan is very common. I grew up in a gun-owning household. I'm talking about leaving a deadly weapon unsecured. We must do everything we can to keep our kids safe, and that is one easy and crucial step we can take. I wasn't able to be in Oxford last Friday night. The Michigan High School Athletic Association organized an Oxford Strong Night, and across the state, teams playing their Friday night games showed their support and love for the people of Oxford. The MHSAA raised $200,000 for the victims and their families with its effort. That kind of ongoing love and support is so heartening to see. I'm standing here today asking all of us to continue to hold Oxford in our hearts and to do the hard work necessary to ensure its people get the resources they need to recover and to ensure no other community suffered such a needless and devastating event. It is the honor of my life to represent the people of Oxford in the U.S. House of Representatives and to be able to speak their stories of resilience into the permanent record of the People's House. In the face of unimaginable adversity, you have shown us a path forward on the road to recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Tonight we're going to address three what I consider key issues that have sadly been left largely untouched by the American media. The first one is the penalties against married couples in income transfer payments and the degree to which these income transfer payments are going to be affected by the Build Back Better bill if any of that survives for passage at the end of the year. We know that Karl Marx wanted to destroy the American family. And we know for a while last year, Black Lives Matter, which was so important in last year's campaign, had on their website that they wanted to destroy the Western prescribed nuclear family. As a practical matter, this means they wanted to keep the man out of the house. People might wonder why I keep bringing this up, and it seems like old news. I would feel better if some Democrats stepped forward and publicly condemned Marxism and publicly praised the idea that children may benefit from having a father at home, but that's not going on. In America, before Lyndon Johnson came in with his Great Society or War on Marriage or whatever you want to call it, all but 7% of American children started out with both parents. Now, I know wonderful single parents. I know children who became wonderful adults raised by single parents. But nevertheless, the statistics again and again show whatever metric you have, you might be better off, or it might be easier to raise that child with two parents at home. After the Gingrich reforms in the 90s, that number has since stayed at about 40% of children are born without parents at home. So it went from 7% to 40%, a steady increase 35 years after Lyndon Johnson passed his War on Marriage bills in the 60s. Things have been relatively static for the last 25 years. Now, the reason in my opinion, the reason the number of families with both parents at home dropped is because most government transfer payments are conditioned upon not having a lot of income or not having a major breadwinner in the house. There are about 90 government transfer payments this is true of, but some of the ones that the average person should be aware of: SNAP, the food stamp program, the low-income housing program, the earned income tax credit program, the Pell Grants, I don't mention the TANF program. All of these programs are designed to disappear if you have a person who makes an average income in the household. In Build Back Better, the earned income tax credit goes up. Joe Biden increased the food stamp benefits on his own, and there will be large increases in the amount of low-income housing available. I want to point out one of the programs, by the way, that we use to build more low-income housing. It's called Section 42 housing. It's funded by very generous tax credits, which come from obviously very wealthy property developers. As a practical matter, the government winds up paying for over 80% of the housing that a private person gets through the tax credits. So one of the primary benefits of this form of low-income housing is we are, quite frankly, making the rich richer. You know, it's one of the big tax benefits that helps the wealthier people. Because Section 42, so much of the housing is paid for by the government, the person who does the building has every incentive to make that property as expensive as it can be. We're glad the chair is listening here because it's something I didn't know about till about 6 years ago. It creates a situation in which a developer who is building low-income housing can outbid another developer for prime land, and they can build, fancier countertops, that sort of thing, because the government's paying for 80% of it. So if you're somebody like me who sometimes thinks our tax code does benefit the ultra wealthy, Section 42 is one of their provisions. Pell Grants are another example of a program that you can benefit from, either you or your children, provided nobody in the household is making too much money. And it's another program, therefore, designed, as one mother told me, me and my husband worked, my poor kids have to take out such big student loans. Is it fair we're penalized for being married and working? And that's the way that program is set up. We're designed to penalize the old-fashioned family, which is what Karl Marx would have wanted. It's not unusual to have situations in which the penalty for getting married can be as much as $14,000. And like I said, as we have more low-income housing, as we up the earned income tax credit, these programs are pushing, I think, America in the wrong direction. I will direct people who are listening to recent studies that have been put out by the Heritage Foundation and Robert Rector, who's long been an expert in this field, describing the degree to which the penalty on people who get married goes up. Now, I would hope for children in the future we don't continue down this path of apparently penalizing both parents for staying in the home. I hope it's something that's looked at by Republicans if we get the majority, and I hope more Democrats look into this before we add too many other benefits conditioned upon a low-income situation if Build Back Better is passed. And again, I think it would be good if the press, which hasn't so far, but I would hope the press would pick up on Mr. Rector's paper and comment on how America will change if more and more benefits are targeted at people who are not married with children. I think this is one of the key stories in America over the last 50 years. I hear a lot of people back home when they feel that America is not quite as an enjoyable place to live in 50 years ago, that one of those reasons is what they would refer to as the breakdown of the traditional family. And I hope after hearing my explanation tonight, more people realize that that was not necessarily by accident. There are evil left-wing people who want to break down the family, and the public policy of the American government right now is to use their financial incentives to penalize the average family. Now, the next issue that I think, if we look 15 years down the road, and I always think when we take up issues or address issues or decide how to vote issues, we should say, how is this going to affect America not only today, but 15 years from now? I do believe that the screwed up welfare system continues to chip away at America. But I would say the second biggest, maybe the biggest issue, is what's going on at our southern border. Earlier today, I had a chance to talk to a member of the Border Patrol who appeared here in the Capitol. And having seen the border 5 times last year, I thought I had my fill of bad things that are going on. But talking to him as far as what's going on right now, it is worse than ever. They are seeing more people, more drug gangs operating near the border. We are at a point in which we are not only seeing Mexican drug gangs hanging out in California, fighting for the marijuana fields that are apparently popping up in California, but they are now fighting with Chinese gangs. I mean, I've been down there several times. I've yet to see them, but this Border Patrol agent told me what we have going on in California is violent conflict between Mexican gangs and Chinese gangs, and they're becoming more aggressive. You didn't used to see people coming at the border shooting at Border Patrol agents, but that's what we're getting now. I mean, in the past when I've been down there, they'd avoid the Border Patrol agents, but now you really have to look out. And I mention that because I think as we work our way through a continuing resolution today and we work towards the budget, we had better do something to help out the Border Patrol. The Border Patrol right now has to deal with a lot more people than they did a year ago. When President Biden took office, there were about 20,000 people coming across here every month. We're now at about 90,000 every month, including a lot more unaccompanied children. Obviously, when people turn themselves in at the southern border, which they do under our asylum policy, the Border Patrol agents have to drop what they're doing, ignore the border and do the paperwork. There's even more paperwork when we have unaccompanied minors coming to the southern border, because then we have to check out the young children and we ship them around the country wherever they have to go. Now, this drives the Border Patrol up the wall, right? Because if somebody in this room took their children and dropped them off at the Washington, D.C. airport and just told the Southwest ticket agent, oh, here's Johnny, send him to somebody in Portland, Oregon, social services would be after those people. Why are you letting those people go? But at the southern border, it doesn't work that way. If Johnny shows up at the southern border and he has written on his T-shirt, you know, I want to go to 14 East Elm Street, Portland, Oregon, we deliver him to 14 Elm Street, South Oregon. No questions asked. We don't, I mean, presumably, Johnny knows those people. Hopefully it's an aunt and uncle. Hopefully it's grandparents. Hopefully it's somebody. But we don't know for sure. Recently, there's been a report that the U.S. government will lose track of 1 in 3 unaccompanied alien children it releases to sponsors in the country. We don't even know where these kids are at. But I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe it's, you know, they like the current administration. They're not banner headlines about this, but there should be banner headlines about it. I mean, like I said, if it were our own children just released to the airlines to go around the country, we would be concerned. I've been at the southern border. I've watched as I flew out of McAllen, Texas, and watched all the people getting on the airplane, children getting on the airplane, and people getting on the plane without identification. Again, you and I might have to turn in our driver's license. Here I am. Can you let me get back to Milwaukee? That's not the way it works with the illegal immigrants. They're let in. A recipe for trouble. But the one primary thing I took out today was the, again, large number of people coming in the country. And I should point out, too, and this says maybe something about the administration's motivation. In the first 6 months of last year, about 85% less people were deported than 3 years ago. Some of that can be attributed to the COVID, but we largely know how to deal with the COVID today. So you begin to get even more suspicious of the administration of not only are they greatly increasing the number of people who come in the country, but they are dramatically decreasing the number of people with criminal records who are being deported from the country. How can America survive? And again, when I look at Congress, when I look what we should do, I say, what effect is this going to have over the next 15 years? And we are right now accepting people who we know very little about. I mentioned they don't need IDs. The last time I was down at the southern border, you looked at a path, which is maybe as wide as this table. It was littered with IDs as people from wherever, Venezuela, Colombia, Chile, wherever, throw their IDs out, I guess because they want to start a new life and don't want the American government to know who they are, I guess. And that is how we are changing America. That is how we are determining who the new people coming into America are. Rather than, if we really want to, rather than doing something under the current system where people have to check in, where people are monitored, where there's some vetting process. Why you would do it this way if you cared about the future of America, I don't know. And I felt more sorry than ever for some of the people in California who are having these drug gangs buy up houses, sometimes at heightened rates, but are also buying up houses that they are using for their operations. And of course, very quickly, those neighborhoods change if you have drug cartels owning houses in a given area. Now, I'm going to address one final issue tonight, and I'm a little frustrated at the media not bringing it up. As I've said before, I'm not the most hawkish person on the Ukraine-Russian situation. But since Russia and Ukraine are in the news, you would figure the media, including the conservative media, which hasn't been that loud about it, but any impartial media person would take it upon themselves to talk about the Ukrainian famine. In the early 1930s, Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union controlled what happened in the Ukraine. And they were mad at the Ukraine because some people in Ukraine wanted to be independent and hadn't been under the communist heel enough. Ukraine was a very wealthy region as far as agriculture was concerned. So in order to punish the Ukrainians or make sure the Soviet Union took over the Ukraine, they instituted a famine. They wouldn't let Ukrainians leave the country. They took over the crops in the Ukraine. It dramatically differs if you look up the numbers, but somewhere between, say, 4 and 15 million people starved to death in the Ukraine in the early 1930s. Now, isn't that news? If you were a well-informed, well-read American who went to middle school, went to high school, maybe did some college, shouldn't you know that? When 4 to 14 million Ukrainians were starved to death by the Soviet Union in the early 30s. But I talk to people in this building, I talk to people back home. Somehow nobody knows it. Well, maybe that has something to do with some of the animosity between Ukrainians and the Russians. And regardless, it's something every American should know, so they know why people like me are a little bit concerned when we are nice to groups founded by Marxists, or when a U.S. Senator from Connecticut shows up at an anniversary for the Communist Party of America and thinks it's no big deal and we can just laugh it off. There are many, many things wrong with communism. Their suppression of free speech and the free flow of ideas is one of the things that's scary. That it's not uncommon in places like Red China or the Soviet Union early on to wipe out all houses of worship is something that we find scary, as well as complete government control of the economy and a situation in which they determine that your success economically will to a certain extent be dependent upon following the line and bowing to the government. I cannot imagine a worse form of government than that of communism. It's horrible even without the mass murders, but every American child should know about the great Ukrainian famine of 31 and 32 and the millions of people who died, both so they are knowledgeable in Marxism or communism, and to know a little bit about historic Ukrainian-Russian relations. So I beg our media to recount what happened, be a good time to recount what happened for the American public, and hope in the future members of the American education system do a little bit better job of explaining some of the horrific things that happened in history. I'd like to thank you very much, and if you want, we can adjourn.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.